Hello?
Hello.
Let's see if I can. Okay, hey guys!
Hello.
We're back
What's up,
again.
guys?
2 times in a row.
Today it is going to be WWW versus 0G.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be fun, guys.
I'm like reading in their matchup chat right now. I'm trying to see some good players and whatnot. I'm excited for this one. I'm not super familiar with a lot of these players, but I guess I will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. I don't really know anyone from either team, so this is gonna be fun to see how they play.
I'm excited. I'm sure they're gonna do really good.
Yes.
But yeah.
We're just waiting on the teams to get into the VC right now.
Yeah. I'm just checking on the live stream and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a couple people tuned in so far. Oh, there we go. There we go. Lunar, how are you doing? How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. It's less hot than yesterday, which is very great.
That's good. You're not as sweaty.
I mean, my window's open, so there might be some background noise, but it's okay.
Hell yeah. I'm pretty much the same as yesterday. Like, okay. I'm in a basement, so it's not really that hot down here. Okay. It's not like a basement. It's like it's furnished. Okay, like there's stuff down here.
Are there rocket chairs down there?
I have 2 couches and a bed. Does that count?
I mean,
I have a couple like stools and stuff. There's like a chair I can set up.
don't get terror shock down there,
dude. me getting terror shocks in my basement is like me when I pass out at 8 p.m.
Bye.
Rank just ended, right?
Yeah, it ended like 10 minutes ago.
I gotta lock in for rank soon. Okay, so
I haven't ranked at all this season.
You haven't?
No, I'm an elk.
I'm also an elk because I barely survive a rank. I also barely hunter rank, so I'm in like tier 3 for that too. But I have like a 95 win rate, so.
Oh, your win rate's looking pretty good though.
It was
44.44.
Okay, well, like 3 of those were friendly matches.
Oh, what? Yo, I forgot
No,
how many. Like, I forgot how many friendly matches happened in low tier
rank. No, yes, Survivor rank's not been going well. Like, I think I've ranked with a full team maybe for like 2 of those matches, maybe 1. But how do you get basement chair to 5 ciphers? OMG. No, but what is it? Yeah, no, I prefer ranking with a full team, like, most of the time, because I don't trust my randoms. I don't trust all the knee-jerk reflex borrowed time journalists. I don't trust the borrowed time in Balmer I had one time. That wasn't ranked, but I don't doubt that it could be.
Yo, solo queue is actually a nightmare. I haven't solo queued in like 2 seasons.
For the best.
Yo, last season, I wanted to get to Mammoth 2, but I was too scared to rank alone, so I just I didn't hit Mammoth 2 and now I'm in Elk. It's so sad.
Oh, I managed to hit Mammoth 2, I think, like 2 seasons ago. And then I got down to Mammoth 5, so no bot matches for a whole season. And then I think it was in Mammoth 3 last season, so I was down to Elk 1. And I'm like, oh! I hate being low tier, I really do. Like, nothing against low tier, nothing against being low tier. I've just been playing this game for a long time, and I think I have the skill to make it to maybe, like, mid-tier, I'd like to think.
I'm a new gen.
Okay.
They're good at coin flip.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so we're about to do... Hold on. Noise upstairs. Let me fix my sensitivity.
Who's playing when GSL Roselia is playing against GSL? If you're talking about the members, I don't know because I don't have the spreadsheet open right now. But GSL will be on another channel.
Okay, so the result of the coin flip, 0G is going to be picking or banning a map. We're just going to wait for that real quick.
Someone reacted with an eggplant emoji to that message, that's funny. Zero Gravity will be banning a map.
Oh yeah.
Banning Arms Factory. So they might be banking on their hunter because they're very what? I don't know what I'm talking about. Arms Factory is a very survivor-sided map.
Yeah, if they're banning Arms Factory, they're probably trying to like set up something for their hunter. There's a good chance. Because I know when I play hunter, I'm not the hugest fan of Arms.
I hate Arms Factory.
Do you play hunter?
I mean I played hunter for like the first like 2 seasons. I played and then I stopped because I'm lazy.
Fair.
I know how to play like. Huh?
I was just saying, I used to be like a full-on like hunter main.
Oh damn! I could never. I know how to play like 3 hunters and 2 of them I'm not even good at.
Oof. I play. Okay, well, I main Hermit, and like, I also main Clerk. I just haven't played her in a while because she's hard, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I play pretty much everyone. Okay, so WWW is picking Moonlit, so the first map we're gonna be on is Moonlit, so more coaster gameplay.
Yay! Oh no, sorry, Moon River Park. Not Moonlit anymore.
My bad. Moon River Park.
Moon River Park. Zero Gravity is picking their starting faction. I'm assuming their full name is Zero Gravity, right? Because it's 0G. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Zero Gravity, and then WWW is just WWW. I think.
It's like the World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web? Aw. Oh, I'm so snivelly.
Yeah, no, me too. I don't even have allergies.
I'm just a sniffly kind of guy, what can I say?
Zero Gravity Survivors versus Triple W Hunter.
Ooh. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know. I'm not really super familiar with a lot of these players, so it's gonna be interesting, especially for like the team's hunters to see what characters they play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Sirs play.
That is gonna be exciting too, because by the looks of things, the survivors that are like entering the match right now, they're in an Alicorn, which, considering it's still relatively early-ish in the season, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I am hard stuck Griffin 5.
The things I would do to make it to Griffin for once. I did Griffin rank for like a whole season because one of my teammates was a Griffin, but
it's so weird like spawning in and there's no spawn selection.
Yeah, dude, I like in the first, I think it was like within the first 10 or so matches of this season. What is it? Sorry. I got a hound match. Like I'm pretty sure all the survivors were hounds.
What the hell? Did they play good?
I think I got like a 4K.
Oh no.
I had like 3 ciphers.
Oh, that's crazy. Playing against low tiers is very interesting though, because like you can terror shock them so easily.
Like, hey, nothing against being low tier. It's just like, you know, like it's like refreshing to go against them after you've been playing Hunter for so long.
It's like it's not fun when it's a low tier that deranked from a high tier. That's really scary though.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you were like X peak tier and you're an elk? Like, okay.
Yeah. No, the highest I've ever been is like tier 4. Like, I could probably make it past that, but I just don't. In the chat, what teams are playing today? We have Zero Gravity versus WWW about to go into their very first match in a couple of minutes. And as for the other teams playing today, I can pull up a spreadsheet. We have GSL versus Rose, GM versus TS, and H2O versus CAS.
The Gemini versus TS isn't happening.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Maybe. So not that one.
Oh, yeah, TS forfeited.
Yeah, one of the teams forfeited for that matchup, so it's not going to be happening. Just, like, nothing bad, like, no one has to worry. It's just, like, you know, personal issues within the team. Everyone's alright. But yeah, we're gonna be heading into this match soon. I'm pretty sure all the players are in the game. We're gonna be heading to picks and bans pretty soon.
Well, hopefully very soon. Oh. Let's look at this hunter profile. Damn, this hunter was XP tier.
Ooh.
This is scary.
I love watching like even if they're not currently high tier like that, it's still really like cool to see them play because it's like you used to be. So I'm sure you're still really good.
They're A badge opera singer.
Ooh.
That's scary.
The the highest badge I've ever had was for Mad Eyes. It took like 6 wins. It took like 6
Mad
wins.
Eyes. Mad Eyes is such an easy character to get a badge for though, because like literally.
Oh my god. So I've not ranked as him in about 7 seasons, like 6 or 7 seasons. I'm still top 1,000 and I have 19 points.
What the hell?
I am serious.
There's like 5 people who play Mad Eyes total.
Because I was like talking to a few people. I was like, yeah, no, like it's not that hard to get like an A badge form. You only need like a couple like high 100s, low 1000s in points. And I was like relatively correct. And I was like, man, I could probably get a Mad Eyes badge. And someone was like, hey Milo, look at your points and look at the placement you're in. And I'm like, oh, that's top 800. That's top 800 with 19 points.
Yo, 19 points is crazy.
19.
Okay,
we're heading right into the match, so going straight into picks and bans. Let's hope we don't manifest that Mad Eyes for these survivors.
Yo, I want to manifest that Mad Eyes for survivors. That'd be so peak.
Alright, and the first 2 bans are Seer and Mechanic. They've been banning out Seer a lot. What can I say? I mean, it's fair. He's good. He's banned for a reason.
Mech as well. I love Mech, but she's so broken.
Yeah, even with all her nerfs, she still manages to be a pretty good survivor for Cypher rushing and whatnot.
Yeah, and she counters Hullabaloo, I think, with her bot. Oh! We're gonna see a dancer and Aeroplanist here for the first two.
I haven't actually seen a dancer in a little bit, so... her gameplay is pretty fun. It's nice to see, like, the decisions each player makes with, like, where they want to use their boxes, like, what speed they want to use, you know?
Yeah, I tried playing dancer once, and she was very difficult for me. Oh, a Nightban.
Nightban. Honestly, fair. He, while he's not, like, you know, like, super peak tier or anything, he's a nuisance to go against, and...
Yeah.
Like, I've seen a lot of, like, late game clutches and stuff where they just do 2 attack bans and you get out of the gate. And that's gonna be a psych pick for the third pick. Another solid character to, like, secure 1 or 2 people out, in my opinion.
Oh, we're going to see Gravekeeper as the last ban.
Oh, no.
Oh, never mind, first off there.
They're picking? Gravekeeper?
Okay, Gravekeeper, yeah,
Gravekeeper, yeah. There we go.
Damn, they hate rescuers.
Oh, I hate rescuers. So if they ban the Gravekeeper, there's a chance the survivors could go first officer because he wasn't banned.
Yeah, he got edged. Sorry.
Unless they just want to bring.
Oh.
No, okay. Oh, the. Oh.
Nope. Oh, they're edging it.
Yep. Nope.
Pick it. Oh.
Yep. Oh.
Huh? They might. Oh my god. Make a decision, bro. Okay, they locked in Puppeteer.
They were really torn between journalist and Puppeteer.
They were thinking really hard about it.
But no, the survivors team is dancer, aeroplanist, psychologist, and Puppeteer. So they're not really bringing like a super traditional rescue like Merc or first officer. So I'm thinking they might use Puppeteer or aeroplanist as their main rescuer, with the other one potentially being a like sub-rescuer with like Tide Flywheel or something. I do see that quite a bit, where they'll bring like a couple characters with Tide, but only one of them has forward time, you know?
Yeah.
Just choosing the builds.
How much you want to guess the Puppeteer is going to be knee-jerk Tide?
God, I'd love to see it. You see, I'm betting again. No borrow time. No one on here is getting up after the Cypher pop.
I'm gonna say 3 borrow time. 3 is always a safe guess in round 1.
No borrow time. Ever. No one's bringing borrow time.
And they're all gonna like die.
Hey, no.
No, they're not gonna die. They're gonna eat.
Manifest, they're gonna good things.
Yes. Well, that'd be good for the hunter if they all died, but
we gotta manifest good things for both teams simultaneously, you see.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, let's see what this hunter's gonna get. It's always the most exciting part for me.
Oh, Goatman!
Here he is, Goatman. Traditional round 1 pick, however, I still love seeing his gameplay, even after all those Goa matches I watched.
Yeah, and like, there hasn't been that many round 1 meta hunters in this tournament, so...
Yeah, there hasn't. I've been, like, watching a bit and stuff.
Yeah. Like, there's been so many Josephs.
I was about to say, I've seen so many Josephs, which is, like, you would never ever see that.
Oh, literally, like, so many Josephs, not enough Ivies.
God, I'm waiting for, like, something crazy to come out, like some super niche pick that ends up getting like a crazy 4K clutch in like round 3 or something.
Mad Eyes.
I'm waiting for that Mad Eyes. Okay, heading right over to spawn selections and whatnot.
Oh, we're both wrong. It's 2 silly builds.
It's fair. Yeah, standard moonlit spawns, you know, little zigzag there.
Yeah, with aeroplanist at the bridge. Oh, Goatman spawning in the middle, forming a yeah, you know what it forms.
Okay, anyway. But yeah, look, he could go after psychologist here. However, she does have the 2-story area to kite in, so it's gonna be interesting. Kite. That is true. So she does have the resources despite being a raw kiter.
Yeah, we're looking at full kite psych, borrowed tide aeroplanist, full kite female dancer, and borrowed knee-jerk puppeteer.
Yeah, so nothing too out of the ordinary, truthfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna be heading straight into this first match here in a few seconds. I'm excited to see it. I love Goatman gameplay, especially on like the bigger map, because he can just get so much distance so fast. Like if he has
such
energy.
A good map for me.
Yeah.
He can like block off the coaster too.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen that done before, and I'm like, I'm so happy I'm not those survivors.
The day it happens to me is the day I delete the game.
Alright, we're heading right into the match, just loading in here right quick.
This is taking forever to load. Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
We are loading in with the worn clothes Goatman.
Love to see it. Alright, looks like he's going to be heading towards the Aeroplanists first, which is fair because Aeroplanists can be a pretty weak matchup against Goatman if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and this Aeroplanist only has tide, so he doesn't have any kiting traits.
There are very few resources. Yeah, any distance pullers really can be weak against Goatman. Oh, pulling the first jetpack, ideally to
Will's Aeroplane. 2 people are on ciphers right now.
Ooh, was that? Oh, that's a very fast down. I can't tell if that was lag or like an ideal mind game, but they were probably just kind of like running into that corner. But that was a very fast down for this Goatman. The ciphers really aren't looking too good.
Yeah, because the psych wasn't on a cipher until like
I think that might have been
paused.
That might have been lag.
It was probably lagging.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, because I was like, the Aeroplanist was kind of running into that wall for a second, and like I know there are times where I'll sometimes like stay like running against a pallet trying to vault that, but that was just like a random corner, so that's what made me think it was lag.
Nah, he wanted to like jump the corner or something, I don't know. But yeah, that was lag. Pink spike.
Yeah. Was that before the 1 minute mark though, is the question.
I don't think so. Actually, it might have been. I wasn't like counting. But yeah, they're just discussing what happened in the chat. They're asking for a restart.
I'm just waiting on these results here.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while we're waiting, how's the chat doing? How's the live chat doing?
Very excited for Goatman.
I love Goatman. I was super excited when I pulled the Zest here.
There were Josephs. IGTG watched the first 3 days. Yes, there were Josephs. There was like 2.
There were plenty of Josephs.
It's crazy. And coincidentally, the aeroplanist's name was Joseph.
Yeah, we're just figuring things out right now.
Yeah. OMG, Zero Gravity Hunter is my duo. Wow.
It's so cool.
Yay. First 60 seconds of the match, so restart as well. Well, yeah, they're trying to discuss a restart right now, but...
Yeah, if there's going to restart continues, most likely going to be a restart, but we'll have to see.
They're still confirming it. I hope this isn't gonna be like the first time I commentated, because that was terrible.
Oh, what happened?
They Minute Zero and LG had to reschedule because one of their players was lagging and they wanted to restart, but they couldn't. So that was an experience. Was there a Mad Eyes too? Unfortunately, there was no Mad Eyes, but I'm hoping there is going to be. I just got here.
Love
What
that.
happened? The airplanist was lagging, so they're trying to restart the thing.
Yeah, just arranging things, seeing if a
Yeah.
restart is necessary because one of the survivors was lagging, unfortunately. So in the meantime, you just get to listen to me and Lunar yap.
Yap about nothing and everything at the same time.
Yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting to see if one of the survivors lagging can fix the game, you know.
Yeah.
I've actually been having ping issues lately. I usually don't.
Oh yeah, me too. I've been like lagging on green ping and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, me too. That's weird.
Like normally my ping's fine, but sometimes it spikes to like 300.
Oh, that reminds me. Was it rank? No,
No.
I don't think it was rank. I'm thinking. But I we had a 4-man end game, but my Wi-Fi went out for like 1 second, and my
Oh
ping spiked to red,
no.
and like my game froze. And I was the one who was kiting when the cipher got
Oh, that's
popped.
so sad.
It was.
Lagging in rank is terrible.
I don't think it was rank, but I have experienced lag in rank, or at least seen it, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, it's like I mostly experience lag while playing outside because my data's not that good.
Oh yeah. Mm. I Who do you rank as?
I don't know. I rank as like everyone, and
Everyone?
I
You just like
haven't.
don't pick any people?
Yeah, no. I just play who I feel like playing in the moment. But
Fair.
recently, I've been playing First Officer a lot.
He's fun. I
Yeah.
I usually play what is it? I usually play cheerleader or novelist. Oh,
Oh,
and we are doing a
oops.
restart.
Um,
I think.
oops.
I think.
I don't know what's happening. Um, yeah, okay, we are doing a restart, but this is going to be our only restart according to Wolsey.
Yeah, we are gonna be restarting.
Yeah. Damn, the arrow's ping was like at 288. That's so sad.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's rough.
they just had to surrender. Yeah, we are
Mm-hmm.
restarting.
But yeah, someone in the chat said I've been getting so good green ping like 30 ms and I'm still lagging. That's what I've been having. Like I've been
Yeah.
at like consistent like only like 50 or 60 and I've still been getting like really bad frame drops. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, no, I like normally my ping's like I don't know, like 30, like 20, but sometimes I just lag really hard and it's like so annoying.
Yeah. I usually don't have to deal with like yellow ping and whatnot, but it's been happening a lot more frequently lately where I've been on green ping, but it feels like I should be on yellow ping.
Yeah. Yellow ping is so bad.
I don't get how anyone plays on it. It's like it's unbearable for me.
Like yeah, it's like you're lagging and like freezing. But like once you
Yeah.
get to red ping, it's disconnect. It's so
Red
weird.
ping is just unplayable. You can't. I don't get how anyone could ever play on red ping.
No. You just like
You just don't.
it just kicks you off the game. Like
It's just
I
so
have good
hard.
frames, but my frames die constantly. It's rough. Yeah.
I've been
Having
having
frame drops is so funny though.
I've been having a lot of frame issues too. Like it's not super frequent, but it's enough to it's frequent enough to make me upset.
They're checking the airplanist ping right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just waiting a little bit, so... Oh, hold on. Okay, if I suddenly mute, there's just like a bit of noise upstairs, because I don't live alone.
Yeah. I hate it when your game randomly lags. When you're about to rescue and I get pinged yo-yo. On God. People who ping yo-yo are so annoying.
I'm guilty of pinging yo-yo, but only when like they really piss me off. Like only
yeah.
like I use it like once in a blue moon. Like if I'm feeling real mean.
No, if I'm feeling like really bad and like I'm pissed, then like I go into my settings and switch the pings.
I do that when I'm on share.
Oh yeah, me too.
It's so bad.
I
carry yo-yo for the one cowboy random who threw in my rank match because
what the hell?
It was a hermit, and because it was a hermit, apparently it meant we were gonna get a guaranteed loss, even though my teammate did a 3 cipher kite.
That's so sad.
It's like, no, I think if you do a 3 cipher kite, we're in like at least like a tying position if things go pretty like iffy.
Yeah, that's really.
I've been playing with red pink for a while and threat to my rank rand as my duo. How do you play with red rank? Oh, not red rank. Hello, red pink. That's. Oh, heading in back into the match. It seems. I think things are good. Hopefully. Hopefully there are no major ping issues this time. But yeah, it is just gonna be like the same picks, same spawn points and whatnot.
Who's playing WWW versus Zero Gravity right now?
Yeah, and it's is it WWW's Hunters or Survivors right now? I can't remember.
I think it's Zero G serves.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, it's only the round 1 first half, so you haven't missed much if you just tuned in.
Yeah, they're restarting also, so like.
Yeah, one of the players is having a bit of ping issues.
Gonna be the same exact serve, same exact hunter, same exact spawn location. OMG, once this Edgar got basement shared at 5 ciphers and I went to go rescue since I'm gravekeeper and this lucky guy spamming yo-yo. At the end we got 3 man. That's so mean.
Randoms pinging yo-yo after you do like good or if you get like a win and like they're the only one that gets sent off. It's I'm not saying it's like laugh. I'm not saying it's like laugh at them, but I'm saying it's like the prophecy foretold, you know, like
Karma is a B word. Did GSL play yet? No, GSL's playing at 7 on another channel because matches overlap.
Let's see, when am I? Because I'm commentating twice today, I think. Yeah, I'm commentating at 9. That's not that bad.
Damn. This is my only...
8 EST, 9 my time.
Oh, damn. This is my only shift today.
Yeah. I'm usually a VC mob, but I'm enjoying commentating, I must admit.
Commentating is really fun.
Yeah. I've actually never done it before, like yesterday. So.
Oh damn.
Like I've practiced and whatnot. Like, I've practiced, terms. Like, I've read up a lot more on like the meta since I want to get into like comp stuff and like commentating, tourney, and all that. So it's like, I'm sure I'll get better with time, but I'm having a lot of fun. Just kind of like talking about the game.
And it's really fun, like talking about it and like seeing them play.
Speaking of playing, they're about to head back into the match really quick.
In like a minute because the start time is really long.
Yep, same spawn points, same builds, same map.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hope this aeroplanist doesn't struggle with lag too much this time, because last time was pretty rough. I saw it firsthand. Yeah, no, it was bad.
I sent a screenshot of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it'll be alright enough.
Yeah, their ping is going to be miraculously fixed and they're gonna have like 0 ping.
God, they need that tourney server ping. That
exactly
10 ping opera singer, you know. God, 10 ping opera singer is something I yearn for in my dreams.
And 10 ping opera singer sounds terrifying.
10 ping opera singer is terrifying. The lowest ping I've had for her when I play is like 40. But I digress. Yeah, we are getting back into the match. Yes. And this is Goatman, not opera singer, so different meta pick. Okay. Pretty much same as last time. Gonna be going for this aeroplanist once more.
They're taking a different route from last time, going onto this bridge area.
Mm-hmm. Not wearing the S tier anymore. Hopefully, probably a good idea to just prevent any ping issues.
Using that first jetpack here, jetpacking into a wall.
Ooh, couldn't make it to the rest of the page though.
They're gonna be cutting around this T area.
Goatman has
Peeper. Peeper is fine for Goatman. Ooh, yeah. Hovering. Oh, nice dodge from the aeroplanist, jetpacking away from the hit. Unfortunately, not able to go back through the cage because of the cooldown. I actually don't know what the cooldown is for that.
Yeah, there's a bit of like an internal delay on on the cage, like when survivors and the hunter as well can, enter it again.
Cyphers, they're looking pretty fine, I'd say, but they're not the best.
Yeah, they could be much worse.
Yeah, but they could also be much better. But they're going to be using this aeroplane's chair time to probably finish these 2 ciphers.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 1 first half, so ideally they would just want to cipher rush, like maybe like rescue past half, or just sell completely and try and get one person out.
Yeah, it looks like Goatman is heading towards this female dancer. Placing down another box here.
Yeah, she's already setting up in case he does come.
Yeah. Puppeteer looks like is coming for this rescue after half.
Ooh, beautiful puppet.
Nice Lewis. He is able to get this rescue. Nice dodge from this aeroplanist. The puppeteer does get the body block.
Yeah, that was a very good backstep. However, there was enough body blocking and dodging from the survivors that this is going to be another cage. Hopefully cut out by the aeroplanist.
Ghostman, what the hell? Goatman, but inevitably getting that down, and this aeroplanist is dead on chair.
That was past half yet, so that is the first elimination of the match.
But they do have 3 ciphers done, and they need 2 more, so ciphers, they're looking, I mean, they're missing a whole cipher, and that one's at 14%. Yeah. So ciphers aren't looking that great, but
hopefully if these survivors play their cards well, they can probably get like a 1 or a 2 escape. Goatman is looking for the next target.
Yeah, the psychologist is rotating him really well. It looks like Puppeteer is going to be on starting that cipher.
Yeah, Goatman's a bit lost though. There's no tinnitus, and all the survivors are decently far from him. This is free to code. Oh, that's a teleport.
Switching to teleport to that Puppeteer cipher. Oh,
that was a chip hit, so now Puppeteer is no more puppet.
Yeah, chip hitting because no cage, and
yeah,
nice playing around the cage, but he dies inside the pallet.
Yeah, basement is here. Basement's here as a resource. Both survivors are relatively nearby. It looks like they're gonna probably send the psychologist in, since she can tank that 1 free hit.
Yeah, female dancer is decoding that middle cipher over there, but it's not going to be ready in time.
Oh, is psychologist coming?
I think she should. She should be, yeah. Oh, Goman's trying to pressure this female dancer Cypher.
Yeah.
He's trying to camp and pressure at the same time. I don't... Is that psychologist coming? I don't know if that psychologist is coming. She might be coming after half.
They might just try and prepare for a one escape at this rate.
Maybe. Oh, beautiful flywheel from the psychologist. Flywheeling into the cage.
That was really good.
Hit, but it does not look like she's going for this rescue.
Well, the dancer is.
Yeah, instead they're sending in the dancer. They just need to focus on decoding right now. It looks like the puppeteer is not getting rescued, unfortunately. So this allows the Goatman.
This is a basement Goatman. They have no tie turners, so if there's aiming to get one or two people out, ideally at this point one, they really don't need to. Oh!
How did that? That's crazy.
That was very.
Anyway,
those are thin. Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, their last cipher is over here, and the psychologist is dying on it. So female dancer, I think the best shot she has is waiting out dungeon.
It probably is, considering she does have full kite, a box left. Oh no.
Oh yeah, none of these civs have borrowed time, so even if they were to decode, they can't pop it.
It would be hard, yeah. Goatman's probably gonna try and look for this dancer or the dungeon, or both at the same time.
Yeah, but dancer has rotated onto the other side.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, but he's caging over there.
Oh, that was a bit of a missed cage, though. That was a bit of a missed cage, though. Oh, they are gonna be healing up.
Yeah, the dancer healed the psychologist primed heal. It looks like she's trying to hide. Oh, and it worked. Beautiful pallets done from the
Didn't see that dancer at all. It looks like dancer is going to be setting up her kite to the best of her abilities right now. Ooh, nice
caging off that pallet. Beautiful cages from this Goatman.
Yeah, no, really locking her out of her ideal kiting area.
Oh, using teleport again to teleport to that last cipher. They're very, very cipher locked right now.
They really
nice flywheel from the Ada once again.
Yeah, that was really nice. But no, yeah, they are relatively cipher locked. Two of the ciphers are very close to each other, with the other one being across the map with, as far as I know, no progress.
Yeah. And this Goatman, once again, is trying to find this female dancer, but heading the wrong way again.
Oh, breaking the boxes.
Breaking one of her boxes, so she cannot use it to her advantage. The dancer is in this lion, near this lion cage.
Yeah, dungeon isn't actually too far from where these ciphers and survivors are, but Goatman's just gonna try and dwindle them of their resources as much as he can.
Breaking all of these boxes. Psychologist is still rotting on the ground.
Yeah, she does have self-heal though. If Goatman ultimately decides he continues to not want a chair.
Female dancer is going to touch the cipher because she doesn't want crows, obviously. And let's see if they know how to do their tournament dungeon strategy.
Yeah, it's pretty common to see, you know, like dungeon showdowns like this. So
yeah, and Goatman is looking on the opposite side of where the female dancer actually is. Female dancer is just tickling the cipher over and over again to avoid crows.
Yeah, but the cipher is actually not too far at this point. It's gotten a little bit of progress since Goatman left.
Yeah. Oh, psychologist has.
And that is Psych using her self heal. Most likely using that to distract the Goatman and make him pick either psychologist or the dancer.
Personally, I don't think the dancer should finish the cipher because that will reveal her location. It looks like though this Goatman is going to try to find this dancer. Oh, but she's hiding really well.
Close. Yeah.
He cannot find her. Now he has found her.
There she is.
This dancer has used her flywheel.
Yeah, and that's a hit down.
Yeah, that's...
Dancer still has her self-heal. Looks like psychologist is, just tapping ciphers. Oh no, she's gonna be starting a new cipher.
He's gonna be chairing her. Interesting. So this is not going to be a complete slugfest. Oh,
never mind.
Nope, he's just bringing her close to the chair. This psychologist is on the other side of the map right now. They're just trying to get as far as...
definitely a longer match because
yeah,
Goatman's just getting rid of all the survivors' resources, like their items in case of Dancer, like their self heals and whatnot.
Yeah, he's just playing Wither right now. And like, the psychologist is trying to stay as far away from this Goatman as possible, but Goatman does have those cages to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Heading over to this side, near the psychologist, and she's trying to hide.
Yeah, they're really just taking their time here.
And female Dancer does still have self-heal, so if the psychologist can hide it out, they could possibly get dungeon.
It's true. I'm pretty sure the Goatman does know where the dungeon is though, and it is very close to where that last cipher is, and also where the Dancer is downed. So these cages are really well placed, by the way.
These cages are really
really knows what he's doing.
Oh, unfortunately does spot out the psychologist because she was continuously decoding the cipher. Oh, another beautiful flywheel from the psychologist.
But that's
Anemone does go down, and unfortunately she does not have self-heal. Female Dancer is continuously decoding the cipher, so he will be able to spot her out if he starts looking, but...
She might just pop it, yep.
Yeah, she's just gonna pop it.
Just gonna pop it. Honestly, at this rate, she probably knew Goatman most likely had attention, and she had no borrowed time. So, really nothing changes here. It's more just a difference of 3 potential exits as opposed to 1.
Yeah, and he doesn't need a cage to get her down now.
Yeah, that is true, though.
Again, trying to hide from this Goatman here, but unfortunately, he has spotted her out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, going through the cage. Yeah, and that's a 4K for round 1.
That was nerve-wracking to see, but inevitably that was a really good match, yeah.
Yeah, the Goatman's cages are really, really good. Beautiful cages, blocking off the areas.
The survivors did an amazing job at surviving, though. Ultimately, that was a very long match.
As they should, survivors surviving.
But yeah, no, that was a good round 1 first match.
Yeah, despite the slugfest, which is quite like it happens a lot with Goatman, especially.
Yeah, I can sit through a slugfest. I don't mind, because I really just love watching Goatman gameplay. Even though we see so much of him all the time, it's like, I don't know. I've always just found his gameplay really interesting.
I prefer watching Goatman over Hullabaloo, honestly.
I like watching both of them, but I do get a bit more like eager to see the Goatman matches. It just feels like there's so much of Hullabaloo, you know?
Yeah, Hullabaloo is so like overplayed, I'd say. But
have we seen any Hullabaloos in this tournament so far? I've not paid attention.
I don't remember. I have not been paying attention either.
Cool.
Yeah, there has been a couple.
I hope we'll see another, because I actually do like seeing his gameplay.
Yeah.
Even if it is quite repetitive.
Yeah, because Hullabaloo no presence is kind of difficult to play because he doesn't have that many resources.
Yeah, you gotta carry Insolence on him, in my opinion. It's pretty much a necessity.
A good Hullabaloo is really scary, though.
Terrifying. I've gotten fried by Hullabaloos in the past. I actually learned how to kite him for a bit, but then they got too smart. Like, he was good when he first came out. I discovered a loophole, and then they discovered my loophole.
They got too good. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, it's like,
okay.
I always think it's safe to like ban him in rank, for example, because even a lower tier Hullabaloo is still pretty good. Because like he's banned out so often that it's like, whenever people do get to play him, they're probably like, okay, well they didn't ban him, so I have to, it's gonna be like a guaranteed win. But we are gonna be heading straight into the picks and bans.
This is WWW Survivors versus Zero Gravity Hunter.
Can you Benny out that? Oh.
thinking really hard about these bands. He
Band
has
that
banned out
again.
the Mech and Psychologist.
Yeah, Mech 2 times in a row, but Psychologist is honestly a pretty fair ban if you don't want to deal with tanks.
Yeah. Let's see if we get to see a seer here because he is not banned.
Oh, Eli.
Okay, bro.
I love
That's
him.
crazy. Milo loves Eli.
I really do. Hopefully, hopefully he won't be banned too much. Hopefully we'll get to see him 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, hopefully a few. I like watching seers. Seers are fun.
But
we will be seeing Puppeteer and Knight picks for these first 2.
It's funny because wait, no, yes, no, yeah, no. Richard was banned last time.
Yeah.
So it's funny because they banned one of the survivors that was picked, but they picked one of the survivors that was banned. It's funny.
And remaining 5 seconds, let's see. Okay, Priestess banned, very standard.
Fair on this map, completely fair on this map.
Yeah. Priestess is, again, very, very annoying on Moonlit.
Very strong on any of the bigger maps, really, but Moonlit especially, in my opinion. There's just so many good portals.
Like, you can portal across the entire river.
Uh-huh. Moonlit River Park? Nah, Moonlit Park is Priestess just obliterated the river.
No, not even Moonlit Park, just Moon Park.
Yeah. Barmaid?
Ooh, Barmaid, we love to see it. I love
honestly
a
pretty good synergy pick for the Puppeteer here.
Oh yeah. Barmaid can give him alcohol and you can...
Yeah. Because Puppeteer can't be healed in like the traditional way, which is why I think Barmaid's a pretty good pick, because after 20 seconds you can just give him that drink. We are going to be banning with that Gravekeeper though.
Both of the hunters have banned Gravekeeper last.
Yeah.
Oh, we will be seeing a first officer
officer though. Yeah, no, really, at this rate, because there's Puppeteer, Knight, Barmaid, it was really just a matter of, are they going to bring a traditional rescuer? If so, ban which one you don't want to go against.
Yeah. And there are 2 rescuers here. Knight can be used as a secondary rescuer because they're the first officer.
Yeah, their decoding isn't, well, it could be worse, but considering there is a first officer and a Knight here, it's not the fastest, but we'll have to see how the survivors work with that.
Barmaid too, like first officer.
Oh yeah,
yeah, she can get like drunk or something. I don't know, but like first officer does get better decoding as he uses more watches, but their decoding isn't that great.
But no, because every time Barmaid uses a drink on someone, they get a small decoding debuff. That is going to be another Goatman pick.
Ooh, we're loving Goatman today.
Someone in the chat asks, hello, what round are we on? This is round 1, second half.
Yes, with WWW Survivors and 0G Hunter.
Yeah.
Pikachu Mobile.
I like that name.
That reminded me to log on to Pokemon TCG. I'll do that later.
Oh, I've not logged on in months. Oh god.
Damn, bro.
My dad plays it more than me.
What? Bro, I tried to get my dad into Pokemon. He's like, no.
Nah, my dad's what got me into Pokemon. But no, we are gonna be heading straight into these spawn points. Let's see if they go for the traditional, Moonlit zigzag, or if they try and experiment with something else.
This is interesting.
Ooh.
Knight Puppeteer is doing.
Okay,
Puppeteer was really pondering.
Yeah, a bit of a different version of the traditional zigzag we see, with Puppeteer going up closer to that tent. But Goatman's gonna be spawning in the right underneath the first officer and to the right of the Puppeteer, so most likely going to chase one of them. However, chasing first officer is pretty much just guaranteed containment time, so we'll have to see what this Goatman decides to do. Which
chasing Puppeteer as well. He can delay a lot.
Yeah.
But he does feed presence, so
he buys lots of time, but in turn feeds lots of presence. But we're gonna see borrowed time Tide Turner on the first officer, Tide Turner, Flower Wheel, Puppeteer, full kite on Barmaid, as well as another Tide Flower Wheel on the Knight. So only one borrowed time.
1 borrowed time, 3 tides, 3 Sui builds. Oh, we should have betted.
They're probably just. Oh, we should have. They're probably just gonna try and get, you know, like one person out, because that's all they really need to
because their hunter
be up in points.
Yeah, because their hunter got 4K'd last time.
I'm excited to see, because Barmaid isn't the most common pick, so I'm excited to see how they work with her.
I love Barmaid.
I really do love her. She's fun to play, but she's stressful. Like, if you're kiting.
Okay, we're going to be heading into this match right now.
Floating right in. Seeing lots of positivity in the chat right now, which is very, very, very nice to see. Thank you guys. But we are going to be heading right into the match with Goman's. This is release speed tier. It's cute. It's nice and blue.
Yes.
Nice and blue. We are going to be.
Oh, it is. Okay, we're chasing the Puppeteer here first.
Peepers again. Similar build to the previous hunter with Peepers and trump card detention.
Oh, beautiful cage blocking off where he wanted to go. Missing the puppet, but he still swung at it.
Manages to block a. Manages to force the Goatman into attack recovery so he can have more time to break that cage.
Yeah. We will see another puppet here, but missing the swing on the puppet.
There we go. No, hitting again.
Yeah, he's just swinging at these puppets to get presents, probably.
There really is no choice, because the Puppeteer, once he goes into the puppet form, he's probably going to be able to break the cage. Oh, very good.
Beautiful puppet.
Puppeteer's playing very well. However, this Goatman is just not even caring, just going straight for these hits, because either way, once the Puppeteer goes into his puppet, that's just free cage break, so you might as well get the presents for it. Yeah. But he is out of puppets now, so we'll have to see what he does. Cypher's looking very good so far.
Oh yeah, this is looking like a 3-cipher kite. Puppeteer working around this bridge area here. Goatman doesn't even need a cage to get him down. Ooh, beautiful cage blocking up the area.
Because he only needs a chip hit, right?
Yeah. And he goes down, but that is an almost 3-cipher kite. That is a 3-cipher kite, actually.
That was really good. And the first officer is nearby. Goatman? Nope. Not gonna go for
first officer very attached to that cipher. Is he going to insta-rescue?
Not sure.
Because that cipher that he's chaired on is at 92, so... Oh, sniping at the first officer with a chip hit. But it is only a chip hit, so... First officer needs to go back and finish that 92% cipher.
Just completely ignoring the first officer.
Yeah, getting that last effort on the Puppeteer. Puppeteer trying to head towards a corner to die.
Just getting away from the ciphers as far as he possibly can be. But the last 2 ciphers are already going to be started at 35 and 20, so really not looking bad. Like, the survivors only need 1 out to win the round, but this looking like it could be more. Yeah,
and they can use this Puppeteer's chair time to finish these 2 ciphers.
Yeah, he was before half.
Yeah, they don't even need to rescue but it does look like the first officer is going in for a rescue.
Yeah, if anyone's going to rescue at this rate, it may as well be the one person with borrow time.
Yeah, and like, they might be going for more than a 1 out because they want points. Ooh, beautiful caging off the chair, but does get the rescue. Missing the flower.
Bit of a late flower wheel there. But ultimately, it still was only a chip hit, which is not down, but at least Puppeteer can't use his puppets anymore, which is good for this Goatman.
Ooh, unfortunately does not get the body block, but...
This is gonna be Puppeteer dead on chair.
But their cipher is almost done, so...
Yeah, it's really close. It's looking like...
Barmaid coming in to say
going
hello.
towards the Goatman. she wanted to go and say hi.
For some reason.
But no, she most likely wanted to force her to take the kite while everyone else decodes.
I think
but she has no borrow time, so yeah, they're gonna let her get more distance.
Yeah. Waiting behind a pallet. Oh, missing the cage, kind of.
No, trying to get this drink off, because even if she does get the drink off, this is a Goatman with attention. But no, she can't.
Unfortunately, is not able to get this drink off. She could have flywheeled, but
if she were able to, there's a chance she could have blocked a non-cage hit, but Either way, this is going to be a draw for the survivors as both gates are open and the knight and first officer are out.
Yeah, so
very
that
well
is
played.
going to
Very
be
well played.
a draw for WWW. They are
That was a
currently in the
super good
lead.
match.
That was really close.
That was really good from both sides. However, really good like planning from the survivors, especially like letting that barmaid take the kite, so Goatman just kind of forced to go after her. He could have pressured the Cypher very well, but if the barmaid was right there at that rate, the Goatman likely already knew the fate was a draw or a 3K at best, so he may as well go after someone.
Yeah, the puppeteer's first kite was just too good.
It was really good.
Like, almost 3 ciphers.
Kited several cages too.
Plus chair time. That was beautiful.
You know, that was really good optimization from the survivors as well.
Yeah.
That Goatman did have really good cages though, like blocking off that kiting area for the puppeteer towards the end of his kite. That was smart.
Yeah, his cages were also really, really good. For some reason, I don't see Goatman's block off areas enough, so it's really, really refreshing to see.
Yeah, I always forget to do it whenever I play him, so whenever I see, like, Goatman's do it, I'm like, oh yeah, I can do that. You know, it is a strategy. You can do lots of those cages, like the fact that you can, like, just completely block off anywhere. Like, I see a lot of, like, forced past half rescues where Goatman's just block off there.
Blocking I've also off seen the chairs, really.
Yeah. I've also seen, what is it? Like, where a survivor will be running towards the chair, and you put a cage right where they're gonna be running to. They get warped back, and, you know.
That's so annoying.
It's so bad.
It's so annoying, and, like, you have to wait to go back to the other side. It's terrible. Is Z's playing today? No, Z's played yesterday with Riptide versus... who is it? Let Them Cook.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys wanna...
No, you go.
Oh, if you guys wanna watch Riptide, watch the VOD from yesterday. Oh yeah. The teams have done coin flip. They're banning Hospital, and they're going to play... Never mind. Okay, it looks like they're going to be playing on Eversleeping.
I love Eversleeping, oh yeah.
Yeah, Eversleeping. Never mind, it might not be Eversleeping according to Lizzie.
Okay, never mind, I'm gonna be Eversleeping.
It looks like Ochi Hunter is going to switch off for round 2. Maybe.
Potentially?
Perchance. How does map banning work? It's like you flip a coin and like the teams pick heads or tails, and whatever it lands on, they get to pick if they ban or pick the map, and the person who bans and the person who picks. Self-explanatory.
Yeah, so it's like one team. Oh.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be making a sub, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, little slight delay, but nothing major. There's one of the teams making a substitution.
Yeah. Okay, it is going to be Eversleeping.
Most likely, I think.
Perchance, maybe.
Yep. Alright, Eversleeping is the map.
Yay!
I'm just going to be choosing starting factions and whatnot, so we'll be getting into picks and bans relatively soon. What teams are playing right now? We have Zero Gravity versus WWW. This is, we're about to go into round 2, first half. Where's the channel? Okay, there it is. I lost the matchup channel.
Okay,
I'm.
It serves first.
Oh, nice. I'm just hoping we get to see a super niche pick, because we saw 2 Goatmans last time, which is completely fair for round 1, but I'm still hoping we see that Mad Eyes.
Yeah. One trick Mad Eyes on Ever Sleeping, the stereotype.
One trick Mad Eyes. Like, if you're gonna be a one-trick hunter, Mad Eyes is like no one's ever gonna ban him. No one's gonna ban him in rank. Like, you're good if you play him.
Like, I've seen like top Mad Eyes, and like they're so scary. Like, good Mad Eyes are terrifying.
In the very first tournament I was ever in, my team made it to finals, and the hunter we had to go against was the first Mad Eyes in
What
AAU.
the hell? Yo, that's
we got second
crazy.
place. Like, second place ain't bad.
Yo, second place is actually really good. My first tournament, we made a lot of mistakes, to say the least.
Hey, it was your first tournament. Like,
we went up against like a peak tier team. Like, there was no way.
Yeah, no, my team, I think the highest tier we had was like maybe a tier 5.
Oh, damn.
But honestly, that tournament was just for fun. Like, there wasn't really any, you know, like serious, like there was a prize, but it was very small. It was more, it was donated by someone, so it wasn't like official. But yeah, no, it was like, I like tournaments that are like, you know, like big, and it's like there's like stakes and whatnot. But this tournament I was in, it was quite literally just for fun.
Damn. My first tournament was the not Premier, what the hell? The Persuade tournament. It was...
Your first tournament was the Persuade tournament? Oh my.
Yeah, dude. It was terrible.
What an intro tournament.
Yo, one of our hunters hurt their wrist, and both of them were like Joseph mains, and like the people target banned their Joseph, so they couldn't play Joseph. It was so bad. Like,
God.
Okay, it looks like we're going to be going into the ban-in picks.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they maybe listen. No!
No, Seer!
I didn't even get to finish my sentence. I was gonna say, hopefully they don't, I know I'm not playing, but hopefully they don't target ban my Seer.
No, they're target banning your Seer.
I joke. That is gonna be mech banned 3 times in a row.
Very reasonable though, because mech is really good.
He's just so good for cypher wrestling.
Yeah, the bot is like so
Hollow
broken.
blue ban. Completely
fair. Yeah,
I actually,
very reasonable.
Like I said earlier, I don't really know any of these players too well, so I'm not sure if this is a target ban or if it's just banning out Hollow Blue because you don't want to go against him, which either way, 1000% valid.
Yeah, Hollow Blue is so annoying to go against, especially a good one.
Oh god, yeah. No, if you get a good Hollow Blue, you're like, you're screwed.
You're cooked.
They're targeting Mel with each Seer ban. They are.
Yeah.
We'll see him one time. We'll see him.
They hate your Seer. They despise your Seer. Okay, we're going to be seeing Acrobat and Psychologist for these first 2.
That's pretty standard. 2 common picks.
Yeah, they're both very strong survivors.
Just waiting on this 3rd ban now, though. Let's see. Will they ban the Priestess again, as we've continuously been seeing?
Maybe, perchance.
Or maybe she's permabanned. I actually don't know. I forget.
Yeah, I don't think she is, because
she kept getting banned, so she can't be permabanned.
Yeah.
That's a...
What?
Is that a cowboy ban?
The cowboy ban was nothing in between. Okay, yeah, that was a mistake, I think. Oh, damn. Something happened, apparently.
Peculiar.
They just skipped the 3rd ban entirely. That's kind of funny. Like, the 3rd box is... Yeah, no, the cowboy is for 4th ban instead of 3rd. Like, the third box is just completely empty. Yeah, the game glitch, that's really funny.
Oh.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, we're just deciding on what's gonna happen there with the bands.
It looks like their next band was gonna be Prisoner.
Cowboy Prisoner bands.
Interesting.
Completely fair though. I get aggravated by going against Cowboy and Prisoner. I always ban Prisoner in rank.
Cowboys are so annoying. Good cowboys are so annoying.
A good cowboy is so difficult. Yes, Cowboy mentioned, however, unfortunately he's banned. Ooh, gonna see that forward pick though. That's exciting.
Exciting or excitement?
Maybe a bit of both at this rate. Maybe a bit of both at this rate.
Yeah, the game is very glitched, apparently. Oh, that's so strange.
Oh.
What is happening? That's funny.
Oh.
It's continuing with no fourth serve. That's.
What the?
It's just technical difficulties with the IDV. This is so strange.
Yeah, that's so weird. Because the third ban was meant to be Cowboy, but it went into the fourth ban slot, and then it didn't let the survivors pick a fourth survivor. This I think this might call for a restart.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Yo, what happens if we start it? Is there just gonna be like no fourth serve?
What would happen?
It'd be really funny if you just started the game, we'll see.
I think it's just not starting. It just can't.
Damn, that's crazy. That's really weird.
There's the restart.
That's so strange.
Everyone's so sad about the Kevin ban. No, guys, we're gonna see Kevin. Trust.
Yeah, in the ban jail.
Kevin. I actually don't play Kevin that much, but I bought his S tier accessory from Chinese New Year.
Oh, that accessory is really.
It's
the horse.
The horse.
Okay, yeah. When it was glitched, it was just not starting, so we couldn't even see what it looked like.
Yeah.
2 restarts. 1 because of technical difficulties and 1 because ping.
Man, that's honestly 2 common reasons for restarts, so.
The 0G hunter was in the serves position, that's funny. His Chinese New Year accessory is so good. Yeah, it's really funny too. Like, it's really good, but it's also the way he carries people is so funny.
Look up Chinese New Year skin, the best skin in my... Yeah, I love his Chinese New Year skin and the Koa skin. Koa 3, in my opinion, I think was a really good like Koa for the skins. I love like the like the Lovecraftian aesthetic of it. It was really cool.
I really like the mech skin, and
it's really good.
Whiplash is really nice. I honestly don't really like the Embomber one. I'm gonna be so for real. Don't jump me, guys.
I have a story with Koa 3. We are just gonna be like restarting these picks and bans. Oh, Journalist!
Journalist! My goat, Alistair Ross. I love
Alistair Boss.
Oh, and one of the serves is an A badge journalist, so
that's exciting.
But I don't think they're playing journalist. I think they're on Acrobat. I don't know. I can't really recognize Chinese names.
We'll have to see. He's waiting for this. See who this hunter is. Joseph. Badass.
Not
Geisha!
Joseph. Oh my god, Geisha.
Oh, I love Michiko. She's fun to play. I've been actually getting into playing her a lot recently. I unlocked an A tier not too long ago. I bought an accessory. She's really fun to play. She's good if you know what you're doing too.
She's so pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, I love watching Geisha gameplay.
Alice, greater than. Okay. I agree. Okay, we're going to be
we're already doing
very standard spawns. Ooh.
Sideways T with Geisha spawning in the bottom right corner, right beneath the journalist, forward, and acrobat. So she could pick any of them, really.
Yeah. Oh, only one silly build right now for this for this one. I honestly want to see her chase journalist because I want to see journalist. I love journalist.
Alicita. Oh, so someone in chat's hoping for Lady 13. That would be so cool. Very beautiful skin.
I love Lady 13. She's so pretty.
Really pretty skin. I get so happy whenever I see her.
Okay, we're gonna be seeing Flywheel on everyone and Tide on journalist. Yeah. Tide. Just Tide.
Flywheel borrowed time on Acro, Forward, and Psychologist, but Flywheel Tide on the journalist, yeah.
Yeah. Literally Flywheel on every single person, that's crazy. Even Flywheel on the Geisha, oh my god!
Maybe they were expecting something, I don't know.
Maybe.
But after this match, Lunar, I have a story about Koa 3, so remind me after.
Yeah. I might forget, honestly. I'll try, guys, it's okay. Ooh, not Lady 13, but... Is this skin called Brimstone? I don't remember.
I love this skin. Was this a skin from Lawyer's Essence?
I don't remember. I'll look it up. Actually, no, I'll do that later. Okay. She's heading towards the acrobat here. Towards this alleyway. Ooh, nice butterfly. But
ooh, firebomb. Ooh, yeah,
managed to be walking into the firebomb. Acrobat firebombing in an alleyway is really smart because she can't really do anything to avoid it.
You can't really dodge that. There's only like a few hunters that could actually go over that. Engage's not one of them.
Transitioning over.
Oh, beautiful bomb from the acrobat. Manages to dodge the debuff.
No, he has transitioned over to this corner house area. He's just looking at her because she can't really dash. Oh, unfortunately, it does not drop the pallet in time for her pallet stun.
That is going to be the first hit on the acrobat, but Cyphers are looking really good already.
Yeah. Oh, butterflying to the wrong butterfly.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful pallet stun from this acrobat. Oh! The forward was trying to stun her in the pallet, but she does have excitement.
Instant excitement. It's going to be changing to the forward, actually, because acrobat just has so much distance.
I called it.
You called it.
Yeah, it looks like she is switching here. Is this Ryuji? Yes. Ryuji Sakamoto is running right into her. Was running right into her, but let's see. Oh, canceling her dash. Very nice.
For real.
For real? Sorry. Oh, we'll be footballing into this pallet here. Oh, dashing. Oh, how was that not a terror shock?
That was close. That was close.
Very close to a terror shock.
Yeah, two Cyphers have been popped already, and there's going to be one more. It's going to be popped soon at 74% right now. So Cyphers aren't looking too bad considering this is the first share. However, Acrobat has a hit, so they might need to heal up or just have him decode across the map, which is what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Ooh, beautiful butterfly.
Very good butterfly, but another
and also very nice
really good flywheel.
My goat Alice DeRoss is coming in for this rescue.
Journalist in. Let's see. Will we see an Orphe?
No, we will not see a pallet Orphe. Wait, we will not see a rescue Orphe, but we will see a pallet one. Oh, trying to bait her to swing here.
I was before half, though very close, however.
Very clean rescue as well. They will be splitting off because Ty Turner.
Yeah, there's not really much we need to body block.
He's gonna be transitioning into Graveyard here to die. Oh, beautiful butterfly, but also footballing away from the hit.
Super well timed football right there.
He has kited out the tide, which is very, very good. A Cypher is about to pop.
If you can kite out tide, that's like a
beautiful flywheel.
But will get
unfortunately
down there.
going down. They are
he really
at
doesn't
one
have much
Cypher.
football.
They're at one Cypher right now, currently at 70%.
Yeah, no, these survivors are doing really good once again.
They could send one of the people with borrowed time to rescue and just rescue when it's primed. Just anyone but the journalist. Oh, is going to be using the soul departure. Oh, beautiful, beautiful butterfly into the 2-story.
Oh, but a really good bomb from that acrobat, locking off her abilities. Oh, amazing! Amazing orphan block.
Very clean orphan body block.
Orphan!
Oh my goodness! Beautiful flywheel into a pallet stun. That is amazing.
Is cooking.
Oh, and it looks like they have rescued the forward because she went to go pressure the Cypher. And that Cypher will be primed.
They call us a borrow time though, so she can just pop.
Hitting and popping there. That was a beautiful plays from both sides. Oh, it looks like the forward is here, and he still has some ball left.
Yeah, the last of his ball to get to the other side. Teleporting immediately onto this journalist.
This journalist is so good.
Yeah, all the survivors are doing really well.
Oh,
that is gonna be a hit down.
The tram though, buying her some time.
So close, so close. That's gonna be a 3 escape though, by the looks of things. I don't think they're gonna come rescue.
Yeah, no, because they don't need a 4-man. This is a 3 escape. That's
a 3 escape.
Crazy.
That was really well played from both sides, but I must admit the survivors there had a lot of really good clutches.
That was gorgeous from both sides. Beautiful butterfly placements from the geisha. And very, very clean Orpheus body block and very clean flywheel into the pallet stun. Like, oh my god, that's crazy.
That was super well played from the survivors. However, I must admit the geisha did have a lot of really good butterflies. Like there was the one that curved up towards a psychologist in the 2-story.
That one was so shocking.
There was the one that went up to the 2-story, to the prime cipher. That was really good.
Yeah, making use of that soul departure there.
Yeah. No, that was a really good match to watch.
Both of the factions is really, really good. That was really fun to watch.
Yeah, no, both sides are playing super well, and it's gonna be exciting to see what's gonna happen in the second half.
Yeah, this will be WWW Hunter versus Zero G Survivors.
Oh, right, my story.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Whoops.
I remember. Okay, so we mentioned Koa 3, and so you know who was in Koa 3?
Seer.
Yep. So I of course I wanted the skin when it came back come Koa 7 a year or two ago, and I was pulling for him, and I pulled the S tier.
Oh.
And I was like, this isn't what I wanted. I got it like super early, only like 20 pulls in. And then it was barely a 10 pull later, I also got the Seer skin.
Bro, that's actually so lucky.
And then I think not even a week later, I decided I wanted a Prisoner skin from Koa 5. I got that in like 2 10 pulls too.
Bro, how the hell are you so lucky? Oh my god.
I have no clue.
I wanted to get mycology, but I literally got every single one except for her, and I got her like last. I got her in the same pull as Ada. I got 2 A tiers and 1 10 pull.
That's lucky.
But at what cost?
I got every Koa 7 skin besides the one that I originally wanted. I even got the S tier, but I wanted composers.
I knew it. I had a hunch. I got composers first, and I was so mad.
Oh. Okay, here we are.
We are going to be demands. Oh no.
Priest and Seer banned out traditionally.
Rest in peace, Seer.
He'll come to me. We're gonna be seeing who the Hunter band's gonna be. Another Hullabaloo band. Very, very valid. Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Shadow? Oh!
Edging 2 hunters. 5 seconds.
See? Hullabaloo?
Okay,
Yep.
and now we're landing on Hullabaloo.
Frankly, I'd rather go against an Ivy than I would a Hullabaloo.
Yeah.
Personally.
Me too. Hullabaloo is so hard for me to cut. I think it's just a skill issue.
Finally gonna be seeing that, potentially? Hold on, picking the second survivor.
Please lock in Tracy. I wanna see Tracy.
Let's see.
I love Mech. Who's it gonna be? Mind's Eye.
Mind's Eye.
Mid's Eye. Yo, four-person decoding team? Hell yeah.
Now we're gonna be seeing Mechanic and Acrobat. Mechanic is super exciting though, because she's been banned a couple of times throughout this, throughout these matches.
Yeah. All the times leading up till now, she has not been able to be free.
Let's see who the third band's gonna be this time.
Mind's Eye? No, not Mind's Eye.
There's gonna be a coordinator band though.
Ooh, very valid still.
They don't want to deal with that gun.
Yeah, coordinator has a lot of like kiting built into her as well with that vaulting speed.
You know, coordinator's a pretty good survivor, all things considered, even without her one-time use item, because she has lots of buffs to make up for it. That's gonna be an embalmer pick though.
Oh, very nice tie survivor.
Yeah, no, with the mechanic and her cipher rushing, as well as the embalmer with his coffin, it looks like the survivors are going to be trying to get a tie, potentially, or more.
Ooh, Antiquarian as the last ban. Unfortunately, we did not get to see an Antiquarian this match. 2
stunners banned out. This hunter really does not want to bring excitement, but that is going to be Cowboy!
Oh my god, guys! Whoever said you wanted to see Cowboy gaming, it's Cowboy gaming.
Everyone who wanted Cowboy, he's here.
Finally, he's here.
See some Kevin gaming.
Kevin gaming.
Because a good Cowboy is terrifying. He can be a little bit inconsistent considering how easy it is to miss and mess up a lasso. But we'll have to see, because these survivors for both teams have been playing super well. So we'll have to see what they can get with this Cowboy.
The Embalmer too, I want to see him.
Yeah, let's see if let's see how much use this Embalmer can get out of his abilities.
Yeah.
Because hold on.
The Embalmer's build is called Girly Pop, by the way. I just want you guys to know.
Girly Pop. Aww. He's a girly pop.
God bless Kevin Ayuso. On God. Woman lover Kevin Ayuso.
Him and his ladies. That is gonna be a shadow ban, or not ban pick. My bad.
Let's
because
go.
They were gonna ban her originally.
Oh yeah, if they banned Shadow, this would be. But again, Shadow going up against a Shadow is better than going up against a Hullabaloo.
And true, if they banned Shadow, maybe they would have just went Hullabaloo. And I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again. I'd rather go against a Shadow than a Hullabaloo any day.
I want to see how.
Oh, really?
Oh, we have been informed if Ivy gets a tie, then WWW wins. Oh, very interesting ban. Not ban, spawn with the mechanic in Graveyard? Question mark?
I mean,
We rarely see that spawn anymore. And like, oh, what the hell?
Ooh.
Interesting.
Let's see. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Oh! Holy isolation spawn here. The mech is going to be alone in Graveyard. And Ivy's spawning in between, so she can just tunnel down that mech if she really wanted to.
Yeah, however, Graveyard is a pretty decent kiting area. And there are a lot of, like, closely put together walls and pallets that mech can drop her bot at. Like, for a potential body block.
We're seeing some mysterious CB people here.
But, no, we're gonna have full kite on this mechanic, as well as tied windows on the Embalmer, flywheel borrowed time on the Acrobat, as well as a flywheel tied on the Cowboy. However, if this Ivy manages to get a tie, that's gonna be a win for WWW, I think.
Yeah. So the stars are really gonna have to lock in here.
They're gonna need a 3 escape to make it to the next round.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be exciting.
Yeah, and mech spawning in Graveyard makes it really hard to like rotate out.
Yeah.
Because she's like trapped and isolated.
We're gonna have to see how these survivors manage to either support or Cypher Rush, considering it's most likely going to be their decoder who's gonna be the first kite. And first kite against an Ivy can go pretty well, considering her.
Okay, we're seeing the Yith beelining it to the mech here.
Yeah, but considering Ivy at low presence isn't super strong, that's why we carry Insolence, you know. So.
And her chase isn't that great either. So.
Yeah, she really is a pressuring hunter. Yeah, trying to get that red light off teleports to the rock, but
the rock
is to alternate out. Oh, tram? No tram.
That'd be really funny. Unfortunately, the Yith cannot go through a window as
struggling a bit with this Yith. Yeah, that gets mech lots of distance from the main body and the Yith at this rate. Alternating towards the Embalmer.
She's rotating like onto the Embalmer's Cypher, so that's not the best.
Looks like she's gonna be like pressuring the Embalmer right now, whereas she's all chasing that mech. Blink is up, however, so will we see a blink for first hit? We will.
Oh yeah, blinking for first hit, not the best, but also you gotta do what you gotta do. Honestly, like.
Yeah, no, at this rate, the Ivy only needs to eliminate 2 survivors in order to win for her team. So do what you have to do, really.
Mech can't. Oh, trying to flywheel her corruption.
100, but that is going to be a down.
The Cyphers are looking fine. They just popped one.
They're okay. They popped one, but the Ivy's constant pressuring has made it so...
Oh, that tram was so close. And also, getting the mech getting chaired on that Embalmer's old Cypher is kind of, like, hurting the serves a bit.
Yeah, no, this Ivy's pressure has been really good on the Cyphers. Like, she's managed to stay on them as well as chase this mechanic and get a relatively quick down, all things considered.
We're going to see this flywheel acrobat coming in for this rescue. Spooking him. Oh my god!
Terror shock! Oh my!
Terror shocking the mech off chair, repossessing the mech. This is like Ostracon galore here.
It really is. There were a lot of mind games going around that chair. It looked like the Ivy was hoping to get a terror shock, and she inevitably did.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt the survivors a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot of bit actually.
Trying to use the Embalmer as a weapon.
Trying to use the Acrobat as a weapon.
The rescue on this mech might not even happen.
Oh!
Oh no, the Cowboy though!
The Cowboy coming in clutch, Kevin Gaming.
The Ivy didn't even seem to notice the Cowboy was there. That was a really good lasso.
But unfortunately, there's only one person decoding now, so Cypher's
Mech's at 98 corrosion though, and that's going to be 100, and that's down. And Mech was after half, very far after half, so that's going to be.
Let's see if this Cowboy can do some
the
stuff.
Acrobat and the Embalmer. Oh, very, very good lasso from this Cowboy.
Beautiful.
But the Acro and the Embalmer already on Cyphers again.
Yeah, and Cyphers are starting to move while this Cowboy is trying to harass this mech.
He has no lasso left,
another one.
He has no lasso.
Oh no.
He's out.
Right.
But that was plenty of time to allow the Acrobat and the Embalmer to not only decode but also start healing each other. But they're not going to be able to get that heal off because Ivy just manages to Well, she's Ivy.
Oh,
She can
that's
just
so sad.
go so far with her Ostracons.
We'll be getting that acrobat down, making her yes over to this Embalmer's area.
Yeah, he did manage to get some distance from the main body, however, but
and
because
she keeps pushing the serfs off of that corner house cipher, so
yeah.
let's see Cypher's here.
Oh, that's gonna be an instant down because of the 100 corrosion.
Not using his coffin yet. Oh, getting the George. Oh, Cowboy has the bot.
Oh, he does. No, yeah, because Mechanic died so early on, and the bot didn't get hit even once. There's still lots of bot left.
Yeah, and the corner house cipher is at 90%, so they can really quickly finish that. Oh, blinking down the Cowboy.
And then Bomber and Cowboy are down. That's looking like a 4K because there's no way. Oh no, but Embalmer gets up.
Oh, bye George.
I'm willing to bet that once the Embalmer gets hit down, he might just immediately coffin and try and extend his kite so Cowboy can try and heal up because he does have self heal.
Acrobat is going to be flying back to the manor. The tram?
The tram.
Yo, the tram! That's so unfortunate.
Honestly, fair enough, because it seemed like Embalmer was just trying to get as far away from his coffin as possible. However, because his coffin was on the 2-story in the middle of the map, you can only get so far from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Acrobat and Mechanic are dead, which means a tie for this Ivy, which means the rest of this match is probably just going to be just for playing, because...
They're playing just for play.
Wrong, WWW's Hunter's on right now. I actually can't tell the names. Because that's just a win, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the series. And there goes the Cowboy.
Looking like a 4K as well, and the Yith is over there, so it's very easy to possess this Embalmer. It does look he's emoting. It does look like he was Oh, he just accepted his fate.
GG's.
GG.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a 4K for this Ivy and a win for WWW.
Yeah, that's it. That was well played from both sides, really. The Terror Shock did unfortunately change the game, but the Kevin did manage to bring it back at least a little bit.
I just wanna bring this to like the Cowboy decoded 3 ciphers.
Really? Oh, he did.
Yeah, look at that. That's crazy.
Wow. Kev Coder.
Oh god.
And that's a 4K. So yeah, that's the win for WWW.
Yeah, it's over.
That's the series. Didn't even make it to round 3.
Yeah, it was just 2 rounds and...
GG's. GG's. That was a really good last match.
Yeah, it was really close for both of them. If that Acrobat didn't get Terror Shocked, they could maybe have kited it out, but I don't know. Their Hunter is really, really good though, so...
Yeah, no, there's a lot of really good survivors playing. But the Hunters really did manage to get lots for their team. Even with the 3 escape on that Geisha match, she still played super well, you know?
Yeah, like her gameplay, like the mechanics were really, really like solid and fleshed out.
It looked like she felt comfortable playing the character, you know?
Yeah. Like those butterflies are so ugh. In a good way. And that's the set. It's over. WWW wins.
You sounded so sad. You're like, it's over.
No. It's
That's it, guys.
That's it.
That's it.
No more.
We beat IDV. Oh yeah, we do.
Okay.
Well, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, congratulations to WWW.
Great matches. GG to everyone.
GG's. Thanks, chat, for being supportive.
Yeah, no, everyone was really positive. It was really nice to see.
Everyone did a really good job. Both teams did a really good job.
But yeah, we'll see you guys in roughly an hour, I think.
You won't be seeing me again today, though.
I might be on for commentary again.
You'll see Milo, but you will not see me again, unfortunately.
You can't get rid of me.
It is my time to say farewell. Goodbye, chat.
But yeah, bye guys. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody here to the Identity V Premier Tournament. We are here for another day, here in day number 5 of the round of 32. Have another fun one coming up here. It's going to be Team H2O going up against the side of the casual players. So hope to overcome. Going to be up against casual players. Going to be a fun one here as we're getting things to go. I'm Colonel Cass. Joining me today is Milo. How is it going, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see these matches. I think I VC modded for casual players when they had their first set, so I'm excited to see how they play again. How are you doing?
I'm doing it pretty good. Been a bit of a packed day, but I know there's been some other fun matches earlier. I was able to catch a little bit of the WWW series, so definitely it was a fun one there, and we're booked up for another one here, I say. So may as well start out. Anything that you expect when it comes to these two teams? Any type of pocket picks? You mentioned you've seen a little bit of them before.
If I recall correctly, the players from casual players, they're very good. Like they've got a couple of high tiers on their team, and I do think they have a couple of meta hunters in their arsenal. So I'm excited to see how they manage with those and who they pick.
Yeah, we've definitely seen quite a lot of those tier 1 hunters coming out. Hullabaloo, Goatman definitely been showing quite a lot of round 1 presence in the past couple of days. Seen a lot of those other hunters as well. Opera Singer, Ivy, down to that next tier. Ton of, I know I saw some Disciple yesterday, so definitely going to be fun to see, especially once we do get into that second and third round, step away from those meta hunters, which of course are still always fun to see how these players perform on their absolute tip-top characters. But going to be another fun one today. Which side are you cheering for? Who do you put your bet on?
Oh god, I really don't know. Like I said, I've only seen content from casual players. I have no clue how H2O is going to perform. So really, I don't know who I'm going to root for. I'm very excited to see how H2O plays, given that I have really no clue about their players. So I guess we'll have to see from there.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. Is again H2O, not water quite. It is going to be Hope to Overcome here. Then we'll see exactly who these first rosters are going to be as we wait for the teams to get things finalized up here in the match chats. We do have a couple of rosters coming up. It will be the side of Abby, Jay, Winter, and Jason for that first survivor side for Hope to Overcome. If they will indeed as well have their hunter, I believe a Lux on there. We'll see if that is going to be who it ends up being, as we'll wait the side of casual players initial roster. Looks like it is going to be a lot of people named Mr. Hansen in the Discord, but they only have a couple people on their roster, so it should be Tracy, Hall, Syrup, Jazzy with Nico hunting as well, but we'll wait to see if that is going to be the official roster. It is presumably going to be their rosters. I believe they only have 5 players signed up, but we'll obviously give them a bit of time to get that finalized.
Yeah, we're just going to wait for the initial coin flip to decide who picks and who bans the map, as well as what side is going to be hunting and which side is going to be playing the survivors first for our round 1 first half matchup.
As yeah, we do have the coin flip going on at the moment. It was a heads call from the side of Hope to Overcome. They did not win it, so it will be up to the casual players. They decide that they want to pick a map, so it will be onwards. It'll be the first ban coming out. No Moonlit River Park or Moon River Park, as the game would have you believe. Ever Sleeping Town is going to be the pickup here, so it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town round 1. What do you expect to see here?
Honestly, Eversleeping is a very viable map for both hunters and survivors. There's a lot of room that you can, get distance with if you choose to play characters that excel with distance pulling. So, for example, you could play Aeroplanist, you could play Fire Investigator, characters that are really good with alternating, because there's a lot of spaces to go to on Eversleeping. Like, for example, there's the Graveyard, which has a bunch of kiting potential, as well as there's a couple of 2-story areas which you can what's the word I'm looking for? You can use to your advantage. Whereas with the hunters, there are a lot of really good hunters in the meta that are good with map control, and Eversleeping is just the right kind of map for that. You can get around so easily,
As yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what we get picked up, as it is going to be H2O picking the starting faction. It looks like they're choosing to hunt first, but we'll see if that is going to be the final lock-in for them, as we'll wait for our referees and VC mods to get our players all lined up here to get going here, as it will definitely be an interesting one to see regardless. As what do you feel in round one? Are we going to see some meta hunters coming out here from H2O, or might we step away from those big two?
Honestly, today I've seen a lot of because I commented earlier. I've seen a lot of Goatman. So truthfully, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a top tier hunter such as Goatman, especially on a map like Eversleeping, where there's a lot of open space. We could also see, considering there are no bans for round one, we could see that Hullabaloo come out. You know, very good hunter. There's a lot of spots to jump over on Eversleeping with his dashes and his jumps. However, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a less common hunter such as Geisha or Anne, who are also quite viable on this map, in my opinion.
As yeah, we will see what they are going to end up going for. I definitely think that Eversleeping, as you mentioned, is very viable for both hunters. I know the last set that I commentated for on Friday, we saw a Hullabaloo and a Goatman round one from the two different hunters, so on the same map. So we'll see which side they want to go for. Both of those meta hunters definitely very possible here. Obviously can still step away. A lot of other characters available and possible on a large map like Eversleeping, but we'll see what those sides of the hunters want to go for. But looking on to the survivors here, obviously there's a couple meta expected picks. Maybe see the Priestess band, the Seer band, Antiquarian, some other options, of course, when it comes to rescuers. But any predictions for what we're going to see this survivor team want to run?
Honestly, on a map like Eversleeping, like I said, there probably is a really good chance for a distance puller. However, I do think, considering this is round one and all you really want from your survivors is to get at least one person out, we could see a couple of viable, tie or one escape survivors, such as Embalmer if he's not banned immediately. There's also a chance for a few tanks, such as Psychologist or even Puppeteer.
Yeah, we'll see what they do want to go for. Psychologist is one I've definitely seen a lot. Puppeteer, I've seen him getting banned quite a couple of the games that I've commentated for, so definitely going to be a lot of options there. Obviously, I've seen a couple decoders, prisoners shown up, mechanic has shown up a little bit, but gonna be a lot of options for them when it comes to just those stable harassers. Rescuers obviously come with their own whole set. Seen a lot of Gravekeeper, First Officer, Mercenaries poke their head up a couple of times, but we'll just have to wait and see, as we are going to go ahead and get our players invited on into the lobby, as we'll see what they want to go for. Will be the H2O hunter up against the side of the casual player survivors here, so we'll wait for everybody to get into the game and then we'll get things going here for our first round's first half.
Yeah, bans and picks shouldn't be too much of a wait. Now we're just waiting for everyone to get into the match. For those in the chat, what are you guys looking forward to the most? Any characters you guys are hoping to see in these sets? Because I know I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a Seer pick, even though he's banned so frequently. I love Seer. What about you?
I like Seer. I think Seer's a fun time. I think that he is I'm not going to say a high-risk character, because he obviously can always find a way to get value, but when it comes to actually trying to kite and generate extra owls, I think that it's definitely a fun game for the hunter, trying to keep track of when he has gotten a new owl, how many owls he has. Obviously, you don't want to swing into them, but for the Seer, trying to just play true kite to try and generate those extra owls, it's really almost just feels like an extra psychologist, a psychologist with extra steps, get some extra buffs. As definitely a strong meta character, similar of course to that psychologist, but aside from when Seer has owls, he's just with his own persona, has whatever he brings with him, but it really is just going to come down to a lot of true kiting for that Seer if he is going to be the chase target. Obviously, if he's not the chase target, it's just going to come down to communicating with your team. When's the best time to use that owl? Make sure that you waste as little time using it as possible, as you want to make sure to get owl value, but you want to keep decoding. So we'll wait and see if that is going to be a Seer potentially showing up. I definitely would expect him to be present in the draft, but as we've both alluded to, I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see if that's a hunter ban.
No, yeah, for sure. He is a very good character, even though he isn't quite as good as he once was since in the past year or so. He's gotten quite a few nerfs to his kit. He's still quite a viable character, and there's a reason he's banned so much as he is to this day.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We do have all of our players in the lobby, so we'll just wait for everybody to go ahead and get locked in here, as we are getting things ready to go here. Definitely going to be fun here as we get a couple of players readying up here. Is definitely going to be interesting to see what these survivor bans are, as again, obviously expect some of those big ones. Priestess on a map like this is never unheard of. Things like Seer, certainly expect to see it picked or banned. I'd assume that most teams around here have a Priestess player available, so we'll wait and see what the bans are going to be here as we get a couple of people readied up. We'll just give the survivors and Hunter a little bit more time, make sure everybody is ready to go, and then we'll get in here for our first round of the day, or the series, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing a lot of people in the chat hoping for, let's see, we have people hoping for Orpheus, hoping for Axe Boy, hoping for a Lucino, Priestess, First Officer. A lot of really good characters. Priestess and First Officer are two commonly used characters, as well as Orpheus nowadays. However, it would be fun if we were to see a more niche character such as Axe Boy or even Reptilian used.
Yeah, I know it was back in Koa, either finals or the semifinals or the third place match. I know we saw, I think, Kakiri play an Axe Boy in round 2, so that was a BO5 format. It was definitely a little bit of a different pace as well there, but still going to be a character that at least can be played. Didn't necessarily have the best performance there, but can't expect anything to do well or poorly in that top tier. But especially if this Hunter is a specialist in something like that Axe Boy or any of these niche characters, could expect to see something like that pop out as LX here, the Hunter here. Definitely high ranked on both sides, over 30 stars in peak tier on Hunter, at 50 on Survivor, so definitely know the game at a high level on both sides of it. A lot of badges for various characters here, so can't really expect too much here when it comes to off meta. Looking around at the profile, a lot of things closed off. There's some Ripper badges around, so could definitely be seeing something like that come in. But finally, we have gotten all of our precautions out of the way. Everybody has readied up, and we are in for our first draft of the day between the casual players and Hope to Overcome, as it will be the Seer ban and the Priestess ban. Shocker.
Very standard bans, especially for this map where characters like Priestess are so good, and Seer is just good against pretty much every Hunter besides maybe Ivy nowadays.
So yeah, that's an interesting hover here. Composer. That is not a character I would expect to see in round 1, but we'll see if it is going to be what they want to send. Composer definitely has been one of the weaker decoders, or at least less present compared to things like the Prisoner, like the Mechanic, a couple others as well. But we'll see what they want to go for. They are going to back away from Mr. Frederick for the moment, as it will be the Coordinator hover, but they're still considering this Composer here. So I'm interested to see if this is potentially some type of inside joke now that they've moved away from it for a second time. But Coordinator Journalist going to be the hover for the moment. They do have a bit of time though to lock it in.
Yeah, these survivors really taking their time to decide who it is they want to play, but it does look like they're going to be locking in Coordinator and Journalist. So Journalist being a rescue character, whereas Coordinator is more of a sub-rescue, more as a support or a kiter nowadays.
Yeah, there's another one we talked about a little bit. Puppeteer is a character that a lot of these Hunters really just don't like letting into their games. It's a bit of a pesky survivor to try and deal with, so we'll let them get rid of that one for the moment. Still has one more band to work with, as definitely a decent bit of rescue potential here for the Survivor side. Coordinator, Journalist both have nice abilities for that bonus, but we'll see what they want to round the comp up with. Definitely wouldn't be surprised by some type of kiting characters, maybe something like an Antiquarian or an Aeroplanist always going to be possible here, but they will pick up the Knight here, so definitely pretty heavy on rescuing. Definitely going to be able to send just about anyone on their team for it. Psychologist then is going to be our last ban, as Coordinator, Journalist, Knight are all going to be global banned now for the rest of the series for this Survivor side, so we'll see what that last pick here, something that they consider a little bit more important to keep available for the future.
Yeah, no, it's looking like the Hunter here is really not looking forward to going against any tanks, given the Puppeteer and the Psychologist ban, as well as the Seer ban. But it looks like the final pick for the Survivor, the current hover, is Fire Investigator, and they're going to be locking in that Fire Investigator. So the team comp being Coordinator, Journalist, Knight, and Fire Investigator. What do you think about this?
I think it's definitely interesting. Obviously, parts of this comp are going to struggle when it comes to that decoding, especially if the journalist or the fire investigator end up being an early kite here. But definitely still have a lot of ways to figure out this game. They have a lot of rescue, so not necessarily going to suffer the most from that decoding deficit, as they can send anybody for these rescues, so don't really need to try and get some super fancy rotates around to send a specific player for the rescue. And while I'm sure they will think about who is the best person to rescue at any given time, not the most pressured to force a rotation to make it happen. I think that the fire investigator 4th pick is a bit interesting here, as not necessarily the type of character that you see teams saving that non-global ban for, but if there is a fire investigator player, ball juggler, potentially a specialist in that character, definitely not surprising to see them save it, as fire investigator definitely is a character that there are a lot of dedicated mains for, a lot of people that know what they're doing when it comes to the hands of Florian. So we'll see if they are able to get good value out of this fire investigator, and we'll see what the side of LX wants to go for here on the hunter side. What are you feeling here?
For sure, I do think this is, like you said, a pretty rescue heavy comp. Pretty much every character here is viable for rescuing. The weakest rescuer, I would argue, would probably be that fire investigator, but even so, yeah, he's just a strong character all around. He can kite, he can alternate, he can pull distance, he can support. So I'm curious to see how they're going to play him, considering...
Oh! That's locked in! That's locked in!
Wow!
Mad Eyes mentioned! Oh my god! I saw somebody, Jason, in the chat of Hope to Overcome, pinged them a few minutes ago and said, lock in Mad Eyes, and I was kind of laughing at it. They sent this little, like, blushing emo, and I'm sitting here going, there's no way he's gonna play Mad Eyes round 1, which I'm just thinking similar to that composer, right? It's an inside joke, right? This guy, like, played Mad Eyes for a bit and sucked at it or something, but no, it's gonna be a Mad Eyes round 1 here coming out, and I know we mentioned which side we're potentially supporting. I would love to see a Mad Eyes 4 kill.
No, for sure. I would love to see this Mad Eyes absolutely do his best. But it looks like we're going to be heading right into the spawn selections, as well as on the build for the survivors, no borrowed time. Everyone is either full kite or flywheel tied in the case of this journalist.
And yeah, I definitely don't hate it. When you're playing so heavy on the rescue, it's already going to be easy to get these rescues. You don't necessarily need to rely on the borrowed time to get somebody off a chair. And while there is obviously a lot of worlds where you can use borrowed time to buy extra time, not going to be something that is obviously required. So when they get that Fit Cypher done, they're just going to insta-pop it, as I certainly would expect the goal here in round 1 to always be getting a tie for the survivors. Again, if you can force 4 escapes, I know we saw a 4 escape yesterday, I believe, that you want to go ahead and try and force those, but it's not the highest priority thing in the world for the survivors, knowing that their hunter can pick up a 3k or a 4k on something like that Hullabaloo or that Goatman, and it won't be the thing we see this round. Mad Eyes, just about what I would consider the furthest thing from meta. One tricks only beware, as it is going to be Mad Eyes here round 1 on Ever Sleeping. Is Hope to Overcome putting a lot of faith in this pick.
No, yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see how the survivors play this. I'm mostly invested to see if they expected this pick or if it was completely random given the jokes that were being made. But we're gonna be heading right into the match. We're gonna see.
Oh, he's got a fancy skin. This guy plays Mad Eyes.
Oh yeah, he got that A tier.
And already you see bouncing between a lot of these terminals. Mad Eyes looking for any chips that they can get here, just trying to keep an eye on all the ciphers. We'll wait and see if they are able to get anything. They will get the first chip there onto the night, so no SCP going to be struggling out a little bit there already. Again, not the biggest problem in the world, as Mad Eyes will finally exit those terminals for the first time, as we'll see which way they want to go. They are heading over toward Ball Juggler's Fire Investigator at the moment. We'll see if they do turn. They will indeed, as first bag is already going to go down, so Fire Investigator committing him pretty heavily here. We'll be able to get back to this window. We'll see the Mad Eyes. Nice drop from them, as they will be able to try and catch up to the Fire Investigator. But with the Tram here and Knee Jerk, it's going to be a catch here. Fire Investigator, nice escape here for the moment. It is worth noting, Mad Eyes does have Blink, not quite ready yet, as we'll see him set up some windows here as well. Just try and get ready. Decoding has been pretty stunted here, as obviously Mad Eyes map control, shocker, goes hard, but only 2 ciphers at 20%. The other one barely been touched here, so despite Mad Eyes not really being able to find and get good value on a survivor chase, he hasn't really lost anything in the decoding battle.
Yeah, no, for sure, and especially with a hunter who's as good as map control as Mad Eyes is, and the already quite slow decoding team that these survivors have, it looks like we are potentially in for a longer match.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Mad Eyes, again, known for slowing games down, obviously, with all of these walls, able to block off a lot, as we will see a bit of Cypher progress coming in here, 40% on one, 30 on another, as Blink hit onto the Coordinator here is going to commit for this first hit, as this section is walled off. Coordinator not going to be able to get around it, and Coordinator doesn't know exactly which way to go here. Coordinator is just going to shoot the gun, not going to be able to block it away, is just waiting out here. I think Coordinator's just going to get hit here.
It looks like Mad Eyes tried to make that gun hit the wall. However, beautiful fly from the Coordinator, managing to alternate upstairs for a second. However, will get down inevitably, as there really wasn't much she could do in terms of alternating because the wall was kind of blocking her way.
As, yeah, it was a heavy expenditure there. Coordinator does use the gun, but it stalls quite a nice bit of time. They get a Cypher up to 76, another up to 60, but thinking about it, I suppose in the grand scale, again, the decoding pretty stunted here for the survivors, which, again, have to keep an eye that it is Mad Eyes, so definitely going to be a bit of a different expectation than what we're used to with other characters, other matches, as Knight is going to come in for the save here. We'll see how long they're able to kite out. Is going to get on the terminal here. 3 survivors caught out as Mad Eyes, nice tempo here, able to keep survivors off of these Cypher machines, is going to try and trap some of them in here. Knight messing with this terminal here, trying to waste some of the power, but is going to be a small gap here. No, in the wall. Takes a little bit to get around Journalist. Going to try and get some tankiness, but it is going to be that next Knight helmet used here, as Knight holding on for the moment, trying to get a chip on this Coordinator, or at least lock them in a little bit, as again, really almost a bit of a team fight coming out here. So many players just waiting around this Mad Eyes area, as blocking off here for the Mad Eyes. LX going to try and head back into this corner here to try and chase down this Coordinator. Is looking over at the moment onto the Journalist, but just going to get back on terminals, go try and block some more sections off, as we'll see what they do want to do is they put a little bit of pressure towards this Knight. One ship would down, but not going to be able to get it here, as it is just going to be a turn onto the Journalist for this Mad Eyes, as we'll see them go into the terminals for a moment, but back away, as Journalist going to be the chase target here. Mad Eyes gets stuck on his own terminal for a moment.
Yeah, no, for sure. It looks like for a bit there, once the Coordinator got off chair after that early rescue from the Knight, it looks like they were playing the support game quite a bit, because I feel like at this rate, the survivors have accepted this is going to be a relatively long match, and they might as well try and use their resources as well as force decoding while trying to keep as many of the survivors up as possible. Because against a hunter like Mad Eyes, that is going to be a hit on the Journalist, but against a hunter like Mad Eyes, you want to have as many people up to heal as possible, as well as force those Cyphers when the Mad Eyes isn't paying attention.
As, yeah, Journalist does use the flywheel there to try and dodge out on some of these walls, but Journalist might get trapped in here. Going to be a bit of a difficult one here for the side of HJ, as we'll see what they are able to try and get going. Looks like they're going to just get around. They have a little spot in this wall, so able to get away from this entrapment here, as Mad Eyes is going to work on catching up. Another survivor coming over to try and help harass here. Blink is available again, so we'll see if he wants to go for it. Is going to fake out the Blink. Can just go on now. Shouldn't have a problem getting this down. Will indeed be that one as well. Is actually going to be attempted to use here in a defensive form from the survivors, as we'll see the Mad Eyes just go back into the terminal for a moment, harass onto some of the Cyphers. As again, the decoding is staying consistent here for the survivors. Not the fastest in the world, but it is still going 78% on a Cypher, 18 on another, and they were able to pop 2, so dungeon location has been revealed to the survivors, as we'll see the side of the Knight harassing these terminals once again here. Still yet to get back on that decoding, but again, just need to get this rescue off safely before that second stage.
Yeah, no, it really looks like the survivors here are trying to buy as much time as possible. Like, even with the blocking off when the Journalist got down, blocking off with the walls to buy a few extra seconds from the Mad Eyes vaulting to have to get her onto that chair. It looks like the survivors are just going to try and take as much time, like I said, with decoding and healing, and play the long game alongside this Mad Eyes, who's good prediction from the Knight. All the predictions from this Knight have been really clean so far, I must admit.
As, yeah, the one concern there is that was the last helmet being used, as Journalist will past half, as we'll see what the play is going to be here from the survivors. Journalist is going to get backdoor rescued here. Knight buying a lot of that pressure, so Fire Investigator actually just going to be able to get in here and stall that out. This will be Florian's last airbag if it gets broken out here, so we'll see if the Mad Eyes wants to break it, but just going to trap the Journalist in here. Journalist should be killed out here, is actually going to have a tiny spot in that wall, trying to bait out this Mad Eyes attack, but not going to get it in time, as Journalist journalist should be sent back to the manor here without too much struggle. Mad Eyes will just back away for the moment, check the terminals, but nobody's here. There's no items left for the survivor team, so it will just be a set of kills here, as it will be the journalist heading back to the manor. And again, items looking really thin for the survivor team. Knights used all those helmets. Coordinator, of course, shot that flare gun earlier. Fire Investigator hasn't had time to go recover that last bag. So again, still struggling out on items here, as we'll see the survivor team. 3 ciphers finished and another 1 done in progress, split 70-30.
You know, for sure, the Spires have like already expended all of their items, but it is going to be looking like a rather clean endgame, considering they have 3 survivors, 2 with chips. However, they do have their full kite build, so I'm worried for what the Cypher Pop could look like, but they do have the ability to buy the time, considering they do have Flywheel and Windows. And it looks like they're not really going to be on the ciphers that already have progress. They're going to be starting a new one with a new cipher already at 23%. Well, the Florian is buying a lot of time, using all this energy from the Mad Eyes to distract, whereas seems he's going to be heading physically towards the Florian off his console. Let's see what the Florian's going to do without any balls and his flywheel already used up.
Yeah, he does have him trapped in here, but keep in mind the tram is coming in the next 10 seconds to this area, as the Knight on his way over to potentially try and help harass. Again, there are no items available here, so they will just have to try and true kite. This is 2 players in the area. Nice charge hit from the Mad Eyes to get a tag onto the side of Florian, is back into the terminals. Where else? Again, keep an eye on these ciphers, though. 3 done at the moment. They have another up to 85, then they still have that 70 and 30 from the past, as Knight is going to get knocked off his cipher for the moment. He'll get split away. We'll see an entrapment attempt once again from the Mad Eyes here. Still working on picking up this second kill. A couple chairs on some bit different people, but we'll see the Mad Eyes heading on in towards the side of this Knight. Currently at 3/4 HP, so is able to tank up a normal hit. Flywheel going to come out, but the blink attack will counteract it in distance, so is going to be a normal hit on to the side of this Knight, as Mad Eyes once again back on the terminals, going to try and come harass off of this cipher in this back corner, as it will be at almost completion. 96% here, as Fire Investigator just going to jump over a pallet to try and get away. We'll see what the Mad Eyes wants to do here. Fire Investigator is injured, so it is a 1-hit down scenario here for this Fire Investigator. Will be a drop hit, but a nice flywheel to dodge it out here. 1 pallet dropped here, so if they can get this pallet down, they will be safe for a little bit. Mad Eyes has to stop to break it, but Fire Investigator should get caught in this hallway. Nothing for them to get away with, is, again, 85%, 96% on these final 2 ciphers. Mad Eyes going to try and harass for the moment. Doesn't have detention, so once the survivors are able to get to this end game, it can potentially go well for them if they're able to stay on to these exit gates, but gonna be a bit of a task to get there still. This 96% cipher isn't easy to get to, and the other one at 90% hasn't been denied by Mad Eyes walls for the moment, so we'll see the side of Mad Eyes coming off once again to try and help cross away some of these ciphers and help harass it for the moment. But again, just waiting out here now that Fire Investigator's on this rocket chair, just gonna try and bleed him out.
You know, for sure, it seems they're gonna be... They did have the coordinator nearby for a second. It seems they're going to be trying to pressure this rescue, whereas they're going to let Knight finish these last few ciphers. However, the issue is one of the ciphers is right next to the Fire Investigator's chair, and it is being actively harassed. Yeah, they are going to be sending in the coordinator to rescue, despite her having no tide or items, so they're going to have to really hope this rescue can buy enough time for that last cipher to be popped.
Yeah, and one other thing to keep in mind, none of these survivors have borrowed time. Once somebody gets downed, this cipher cannot save them, as rescue is going to come in. Again, Mad Eyes doesn't know that there's no borrowed time, as he will get this charge attack onto the Knight. Coordinator going to come in to try and finish this cipher, but the walls are just a little bit too well placed here for the Mad Eyes, as it will be the Coordinator flywheeling behind the Mad Eyes. Mad Eyes actually going to miss his attack here onto the side. It didn't look like he tried to flick to the survivor, so potentially what he was planning on that play, as the walls are going to go down. Mad Eyes gets back on the terminal to come deny them, as we'll see a lot of pressure onto this one cipher, as again, the survivors, they know they need maybe a second to finish it, so it's not the biggest concern here when it comes to the time, but they have to actually get to it without going down, and now that both survivors are injured, it's definitely not going to be an easy challenge, as Coordinator has taken a chip here, so trying to get that Cypher done, not able to do it, as again, Mad Eye's really looking to a 4K here. It's going to be pretty difficult to get past him. Is stuck with the Blink, no trump card, is with Insolence and Confined, is going to be a bit of a challenge here, but the Survivors trying to figure this out. Coordinator's going to come waste some terminal fuel from this, as Fire Investigator did go pick up his airbag, so does have one to work with here. They have an item in their favor, as Coordinator trying to waste all of the power on this terminal nearby the tram station. As we'll wait out now, the save's starting to come in as they're going to try and get toward him. Knight is going to get picked up off the rocket chair. Coordinator going to get down here as Fire Investigator going to go over towards the Cypher. He'll be able to finish it as it will be popped here. It will see it now. No borrowed time for the Survivors, as they can potentially have a good chance of getting a single escape here, potentially still able to force a tie. I think it'll be a bit too big of an ask to go for this triple escape here, but would still love to get a tie out of this game.
For sure. The Mad Eyes did a really good job, really diligent with delaying that Cypher pop. However, because most of the Survivors' resources are still expended besides that one airbag from the Florian, it looks like the most the Survivors are probably going to be able to get is a one escape if they play their cards correctly, because Matt is already pressuring the gate that the Coordinator is not shared on, the opposite gate. However, the Survivors are nearby, so it's only a matter of time before that wall goes down, so they can try and pressure it. I'm curious if we're going to see a more gate pressuring endgame, or if we're going to aim for a dungeon escape, because dungeon is available, if I remember correctly, it's towards the center of the map. So, however, it is hard because Mad Eyes can just put walls in that dungeon, and while the Fire Investigator and the Knight do have Flowey to potentially dodge a wall, it's going to be hard.
They were able to get this first gate over to 21%, which, while not a massive number, is a nice goal or a nice achievement for the moment, as Fire Investigator has potentially been trapped in here. It's going to be a blink over the wall. Fire Investigator has nowhere to go. It should be a triple escape at this point. Needs to get on this terminal and check this far gate. It gets up to 2/3 as Knight is going to be spotted. Again, did use the blink. There is no trump card available, as airbag is going to get popped here, as Knight 3/4 HP taken, only has a quarter left. So doesn't have the most to try and get around these walls, as Mad Eye's going to put another one over toward the Knight. 70% on this gate, but yet to be able to get more progress. Just now getting on it here. Mad Eye's going to try and check once again. 89% here. Mad Eye's needs to try and block it off and get to it, but not going to get it. It is going to be the exit gate open, and it will be a single escape here, as the Knight will run out here. As congratulations to the side of LX here, able to pick up a 3-kill on the Mad Eyes for the side of H2O, and the casual players able to deny the 4K.
Yeah, no, that was a really good match. I do think the only reason that the Mad Eyes couldn't block the gate anymore was because he actually ran out of energy on his console, which is inevitably what led the Knight to escape from the gate. And because there was no trump card and there was the Mad Eyes was locked in with that blink, there was no way he could have made it over to the gate to get that last basic hit onto the Knight. But no, very good match from both sides. Both sides played super well that match. You're not going to see round 1 Mad Eyes pretty much anywhere else, so enjoy this while you can, really.
And yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pick out of left field, not something that we expected to see. Obviously, a little bit of a fun being poked around before the match, but not necessarily something that we fully expected to get picked up here. But it was picked up here, and I would say it performed pretty well. I've seen Goatman's held to 2 kills. I've seen Hula's held to 2 kills. A lot of others in this first round as well. But they come out here with the side of Mad Eyes, and they end up getting a really nice reward with it. 3 kills here, definitely an acceptable result. And while the casual players can still win the round with the 4K, they can still tie the round with a tie or with a 3rd kill, but still going to be a very possible here. H2O, if they can force a survivor tie here, they will pick up this round, so definitely a very achievable goal for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm really excited to see how they manage to play, see if they're going to be able to tie out the points, or if one team's going to be able to maintain a lead over the other, because there are a lot of hunters that are round 1 viable and are certainly exceptional with getting 4Ks. Like we mentioned earlier before that last match started, there's a chance we could see a standard round 1 pick like Goatman or Hullabaloo. However, given what we just saw in that previous match with the Mad Eyes, anything's possible.
So, yeah, we'll give our teams a little bit of time to get back into the lobby here, as we will swap over to the other side of the factions. As we saw H2O's Hunter go up against the Casuals players Survivors. We'll flip the sides now. We'll head on over to that opposition, as it will be how to play game on the Hunter side going up against this Survivor team. It will be Abby, it will be Winter, Jay, and the side of Jason. So we'll see them heading on in for this match once we get this final ready up. As going to be interesting to see here what the side of the casual players Hunter wants to go for here, as definitely has the option to play back into this air quote risky business and go very far away from the meta. Obviously don't really expect another round 1 Mad Eyes, but definitely has the ability to match that energy, or as we mentioned, has the option to head back, go into that tier 1 Hunter, try and pick up a 4k for the round win, try and get a 3k to tie it up going into the future. So not surprising if we do see something like that Hula or Goatman, but as we've just seen, off meta can bring success.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely not hard with some of these Hunters, because there's so many teams and there's so many opportunities for these players to be one trick, such as that Mad Eyes, because not everyone, especially with an NAAU, there aren't a whole lot of COA players, like for the most part. There's not a whole lot of pro teams, so a lot of people are able to actually have these more rare more one-trick Hunters. But we are going to be heading right into the picks and bans. Let's see, we have Priestess and Wildling immediately banned out.
And while one of them are certainly an expected ban, Priestess, very common ban on a lot of these rounds, Wildling is certainly not going to fit that same bill here. It's not something you expect to see taken away from the Survivors, especially this early on into a series, but it is going to be what they want to go for, as we will see the H2O Survivors pick up a forward and a mechanic, so they are going to lock in that ability to make it a 5v1 with the mechanic bot. The forward, obviously a pretty nice harassing pick, but we'll see how this comp ends out. It's definitely an interesting and arguably exotic opening 2 picks here. Obviously, both of them have meta positioning that they can be played in. Mechanic, definitely one of the better characters with that ability to add really an extra player for a bit. Forward, though, not something you expect to see in round 1, as we will head into another expected round 1, a Seer ban.
Yeah, no, for sure. I've seen quite a few forwards and mechanics coming out in these matches and in different sets lately, so I'm curious to see what these Survivors are going to utilize them for. If we're going to go for potentially Cypher Rush with the mechanic, or harassment, or distance bullying with the forward. But we're going to see for the third pick for the Survivors, we're going to see another journalist, as we've seen in that last match. Curious to see, because they have a forward who can play rescuer as well as a journalist, so it looks like they're going to be, besides that mechanic, somewhat slow decoding thus far. So I'm excited to see what their 4th pick is going to be, as we are going to be banning it with that Acrobat, another solid ban. He is a very viable kiter, as well as it's commonly seen that people will carry Tide on Acrobat, so he can be used as a sub rescuer. So banning him out is a safe play.
Whoa. That last pick, yeah, that is not something, again, that you see every day. Toy Merchant gonna get picked up here in Ever Sleeping. There's a lot of places that you can get some good catapult value, of course. Not saying there aren't, just not something you see very commonly. So definitely gonna be an interesting composition picked up here by the side of H2O. It is gonna be the forward, the mechanic, journalist, and Toy Merchant. So we'll see how they end up going for this. They do, of course, have some rescue opportunity. Forward can stun, journalist has a lot of things to help with rescues. Mechanic obviously loves to sit there and decode for the whole game, so we'll see how this game goes for them. But considering the Survivor composition here, if you have the ability to play anything, what would you want to go here as a Hunter?
Honestly, as a Hunter, this team is pretty versatile in my opinion, because you have the forward for harassment, the mechanic for Cypher Rush, the journalist for traditional kiting as well as rescuing. And you have the Toy Merchant, who I think was a really good synergy pick, because all 3 Survivors besides her can actually pick up items once their items are expended. So really for the Hunter, this could be anyone, because this is generally a solid team comp. So if the Hunter wants to secure a 4K or a 3K to tie with the match, we might need to see one of those top tier picks, or potentially if the Hunter has a one trick they would like to pull out, they're going to need to pull out something interesting. I don't know who to expect. The issue is I doubt he'll be picked, but no, yeah, there's the go, man. There's that standard pick. I truthfully, if this Hunter had one in their lineup, we could have seen a Hermit pick, considering he hard counters that Mechanic and Journalist, but we are going to be seeing that traditional Goatman pick.
Yeah, in a similar line of reasoning, I actually expected to not see the. Oh, that's a Hellember!
Oh my! Oh.
Okay, it was maybe a misclick here. I think there's a chance that they were trying to lock in that Goatman, and something catastrophic happened to go on to the Hellember. I thought this was the craziest last-second bait and switch that we've ever seen. We see Goatman, we're thinking about it. Round 1, big map, meta character. This is perfectly acceptable. There's no surprises here. And then the last second Hellember lock-in, I'm like, what the? But it will not be the Hellember. That would have been on the exact same round as the Mad Eyes if they moved over to a Hellember round 1. Would have been absolutely insane. But no, it is going to be the Goatman, presumably locked in on the redraft. But as I was saying, I really expected to not see the Hullabaloo, as it can take a Hulla a little bit to kill a Mechanic Doll or a Journalist. So, or a Journalist summon is obviously still has to get all 3 marks onto those summons. So while it isn't the end of the world, it is definitely a little bit of an extra time annoyance here for the side of a Hunter here. So I did expect to see them step away from that Hullabaloo, which Hellember would have certainly done, but as obviously expected, it will likely be the Goatman, which again, not really surprising.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're going to be restarting the deduction, though. However, it seems that the Hellember was pretty much just a misclick. But we are going to be... There's going to be a slight delay, but it seems that the Goatman pick is most likely going to be locked in.
As, yeah, we'll wait and get everybody in the lobby. Obviously, take a second if anybody needs it before we get this character selection restarted up here, as the survivors are, of course, going to be required to go in with the same picks and the same set of persona talents, as we'll wait a little bit here for everything to be the same. Forward Mechanic, Journalist, and Toy Merchant should be the obligatory picks here, as we will remove the ban requirement to get through this draft a little bit quicker here, as obviously can just let the 4 survivors pick their characters that they've already selected, so not really a time pressure for them, as we'll see what How to Play game wants to go for. He is, of course, going to be allowed at this point to go over and play whatever he wants, but based on what we saw, I certainly expect Goatman.
Yeah, most likely. We're gonna be choosing who's going who on these survivors before the Hunter gets their time to pick. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna be locking in the Forward Mechanic, Journalist, and Toy Merchant onto their respective survivors, where the Hunter is now about to choose. Most likely Goatman, like we said, but we'll have to see.
As, yeah, we'll see what the Hunter is going to go for here. As the survivors get a little bit of time, make sure that they get their same persona talents, get whatever they want here. Is see a couple of options coming out here, potentially a Tide Turner more than we would have expected, but we'll actually wait and see till the area selection to get those final answers on what the various survivors have gone for, as he locked in Mad Eyes. He locked in Mad Eyes.
No way.
I think that's locked in. Yeah, he is. He's going Mad Eyes.
Oh my god.
Okay. We are going to get... Here in the IDV Premier Tournament, round of 32, day 5, in the year 2025, we have 2 round 1 Mad Eyes.
You're not
Wowzers.
Anywhere else.
Where else in the world in the Identity V competitions are you going to see 2 round 1 Mad Eyes picks? Wowzers.
Wow. I've seen round 1 Mad Eyes picks, but I've never seen double round 1 Mad Eyes picks. This is... wow.
I mean, I'm not even gonna try and analyze the compositions here, because we have 2 Mad Eyes at the same time. What a wild one. We saw last round LX did what I'm going to say was a fantastic job on the Mad Eyes, as somebody who doesn't play him. So we'll be able to compare it to How to Play games Mad Eyes here, as again, it's going to be a fun one here. Again, this is the round of 32 in a competitive tournament. This is a knockout match, so we'll see if the Mad Eyes here has some good experience. I can't imagine, given the stakes, that you would potentially go a character that you aren't familiar with. So I certainly expect How to Play game to know what they're doing on the Mad Eyes, but we'll see what level they're at compared to, or really compared to the survivors, not necessarily compared to the side of LX. So we'll see How to Play game piloting that Mad Eyes here. He's going to spawn top right, as we do see our talents here. It is going to be a quadra borrowed time. So last game we saw 0 borrowed times. This game we're going to see all 4. Forward has a flywheel, the mechanic has a flywheel, then the journalist and the toy merchant both have the side of tide turners. So it is going to be 2 tides, it's going to be 2 flywheels, and it's going to be 4 borrowed times. So no knee jerks going to get picked up here.
You know, for sure, pretty much the opposite of the builds we saw from the Survivors last match, whereas we're actually, to my slight surprise, we're not going to be playing forward as a rescuer. We're mostly going to be a harasser, considering that flywheel. The toy merchant with tide turner isn't something I've never seen before. However, usually she plays more of a support character rather than a direct rescuer. However, they do have that journalist. She's most likely going to be their main rescuer, whereas a toy merchant's going to be a bit of a backup. So looking forward to see how the Survivors play their cards here. Looking forward to see if we're going to what's we're looking for, my bad. We're going to be playing harassment, Cypher Rush, because this team is really viable. So yeah, and considering it's a Mad Eyes, this could be rotation heavy, this could be support heavy. There's a lot of ways the Survivors could play this.
Yeah, we'll see it on inwards now. Again, round 1 was a 3 kill for the Hunter as we head on in round number 1 this second half, as we'll see how to play games Mad Eyes here. Once again, immediately gonna hop on the terminals here as expected. Is worth noting it is Insolence, it is Confined Space again here from the Hunter. They brought Blink as well, so it's gonna be a very, very similar setup here. As is worth noting, Toy Merchant's extra item was a syringe here, so definitely gonna be a little bit happy with that one against a chip hunter like Mad Eyes, or at least the form of chip hunter that Mad Eyes is. So syringe going to be available for them later in the game should they call for it as how to play game, potentially encountering an in-game bug here. We'll wait and see what the report is, but it is going to be a pause here from the Hunter.
Yeah, no, for sure. The how to play game there was seemingly stopping and moving a little bit there, potentially lag or maybe even a game bug. Yeah, it does seem, according to the team chat, there's going to be a bit of lag going on. So just a short wait here, just waiting for a few technical difficulties to get sorted out. In the meantime, how do you think the Survivors are going to play this setup, like against the Mad Eyes with the team comp they have?
I think it's going to be very interesting, as obviously, again, Mechanic Bot is not going to live long, I feel. Obviously, it shouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world for Mad Eyes to deny a Mechanic Bot from getting big value, so I would expect to see a little bit of a similar style to what we saw last game, where in this early to mid game, the Survivors grouped up a little bit, maybe a little bit of team fighting going on last game, so we might see something like that again. Obviously, Forward loves to be in the action, Toy Merchant can help set things up and whatnot, Journalist as well, able to set up some pallet drops, get some rescues and whatnot, so we'll wait and see what the Survivors do want to do, as we'll have the Hunter setting up a lot going on here. Looks like they're going to try and close everything else in their background to allow their computer to full focus on the identity via client or on their phone or whatever happens, a stance that they may be playing on. As we'll wait a little bit here, let them get everything set up. I believe they get at most 5 minutes for a pause, so I think we'll wait and see. We'll just wait and see what happens, I suppose, as we'll see if they want to continue on this game or potentially restart here. I'm not quite sure what the rules on that is, as we do have, again, a bit of lag problems here for the Hunter, so we'll wait and see how League Ops handles this.
Yeah, no, it's important to note that the rules in terms of a restart with a pause is if the pause was made before the 60-second mark on the match, the players can decide if they would like a restart. However, if it was past the 60-second mark, it would most likely end up just being a continue if the lag was sorted out. But because this was a relatively early pause, there is an opportunity for a full restart. We'll just have to wait and see what the situation is.
Yeah, we'll just see what that decision is going to be here, as we'll wait for that official decision, as I do think it's going to be, again, pretty interesting here. I think Winter is going to have a lot to get done this game, really, on that mechanic, as we'll see how they want to try and handle it, as, again, you obviously want to keep your Mechanic Bot alive. You want to let it decode for as long as you can, or you want to get value out of it in one way or another. So we'll see what Winter wants to do to try and figure this out, as it does look like we're going to get a reset of the lobby, as we're going to go ahead and restart everything, as we'll wait for this to happen here, as we do get the game back underway, as I think we are going to cancel out this one. Okay, yeah, the hunter's going to surrender it as not quite going to count as a 4 escape here for the survivors. As we'll get everybody re-invited to the lobby here and get things back underway here in a moment.
Yeah, no, for sure. I have been thinking about it a little bit, and I do think because the mechanic bot is so versatile against a hunter like such as Mad Eyes, they could really use this bot as a way to get extra heals in before it ends up going away, because the bot does have quite a lot of durability, and healing isn't something that's completely out of the ordinary with mechanic bots. It is something that's relatively common, so we're gonna have to see how the mechanic uses to play their cards.
Yeah, should it be we'll see enforced. The players will all, of course, they're going to all be required to use the same picks. They'll be forced to use the same personas so that the survivors cannot metagame their persona tree around the fact they know they're playing up against the Mad Eyes. I believe they're going to be forced to use the same map spawns as well, so that we can recreate the start of that last game to try and get us to exactly the same point we were. Obviously, what the Mad Eyes does once they get back into the game will be up to them. Survivors as well, they can change things up if they see fit, but it will be forced to use the same map spawns to start the game. Everything will be required to be the same at the start, as obviously nothing really happened last game. Maybe a couple rotations and a couple percents of decoding, but not really going to be anything that the players are missing out on. So we'll allow everybody to get back invited to the lobby, and then we'll get things underway once again here, as a couple technical errors now as we're on our third attempt here, but third time's the charm, so surely this match will go well.
You know, for sure. I'm quite excited to see this match just in general, because I'm still quite shocked that it's another Mad Eyes, 2 Mad Eyes round 1s in a row. In the meantime, while we're waiting for these teams to get loaded back into the match, to those who are watching the stream right now, how are you guys feeling about seeing 2 round 1 Mad Eyes? I'm curious to see what everyone else thinks about this, and see if everyone else is as shocked as I am.
I know I'm definitely shocked. I haven't seen a Mad Eyes including in my own games. I haven't seen a Mad Eyes anywhere in genuinely what feels like months now. Definitely one of the least played characters, at least in my experience. But seeing it twice in round 1, I mean, that's truly shocking.
Yeah, in a tournament like this one, especially in round 1, where the stakes can be somewhat high in terms of tying out or potentially winning the round, you really want to play your cards correctly. You really want to make sure that everything is set up as best as you can to get the best results for your team. So with a character like Mad Eyes, who is such a high risk, high reward character, it's going to be interesting to see how this second round goes. And considering that this was such a confident pick as well, despite the technical difficulties we had last time, I'm very excited to see if this hunter is experienced in Mad Eyes, or if it's more of a, oh yeah, well, it's one of the hunters I know how to play, and I think I can get a 4K as him, you know?
As yeah, we will get the lobby started up once again here, as hopefully everything should go well this time. The survivors, of course, once again going to be required to lock in their same set of characters. Forward mechanic, journalist, and should be a toy merchant getting locked in here, as they'll lock that in. We'll be required to use the same persona tree as well, so shouldn't take all that long to get everything set up here once we continue to move on here, but will definitely be exciting. Obviously, we've seen the first way that we could start this game. I definitely would anticipate a vaguely similar start. Mad Eyes obviously wants to get on terminals pretty quickly, and since they have to spawn in the same spot, would certainly expect them to follow a similar path, but the survivors have had a lot of time to talk about how they want to try and play around this Mad Eyes now that they know it's what's coming. So we'll see if they were going to want to go for any fancy rotations here to start the game, or if they're just going to try and get as much decoding done early as they can.
You know, for sure. The one good thing about pauses is that the hunter, as well as the survivors, can think about their game plan and think about how they want to go about the match. So, if anything, the delays we've been having are potentially good for these teams and could provide more intriguing gameplay, since there's a lot less time or a lot more time, my bad, to improvise, and there's a lot more time to think about your game plan as opposed to just going in it, because Mad Eyes isn't a hunter you see every day, and he's certainly not a hunter that most teams would want to practice against. So I feel as if he's definitely more of a, okay, let's see what we can work with, let's see what we have, we got to heal, we got to decode. Whereas with more common hunters that we might be seeing, such as, you know, Goatman, maybe like a Shadow or an opera singer, teams have a lot more time to practice and plan about their routes, whereas with Mad Eyes, you really just have to hope you can heal and alternate and Cypher Rush as much as you possibly can. So with that, we're going to be heading right back into these spawn points. Same as the last time, just going to restart the match completely. Nothing really special about this. We're just waiting for everyone to load into the match.
As, yeah, we'll get all of that locked in, as we will see what should be the same set of talents as well. For Borrowed Times, Tide Turner on the side of Journalist and Toy Merchant, Flywheel on the sides of Forward and Mechanic. I would certainly expect the Mad Eyes as well to once again have the Insolence, have that confined space, and bring the Blink. So we'll see how they want to send this here, as we'll go ahead and continue things onward here. Another half a minute while we wait for the game to load up here and get everything finished, underway, and prepared, as we'll finally get back into round 1, second half, and see how this game ends up going.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how this goes. I think out of everyone, I'm most excited to see how this Forward performs, because he's a character that out of everyone here, I'd argue is the most versatile, because besides that mechanic with the bot, with Forward you can pull distance, you can harass, you can support, you can there's lots of things you can do, and he isn't always the most accurate, because there is always a chance for missing a stun, there's always a chance that Hunter could bring excitement. And really, I'm excited to see how he's going to use his ball, especially with the Toy Merchant. There's a chance he could always get a rugby ball back, considering Toy Merchant opens chests a lot faster. She can support her teammates with extra items. So yeah, we're going to be heading right back into this match with the Mad Eyes against the Forward, Mechanic, Journalist, and Toy Merchant.
As yeah, finally underway. There is one bit of potential misfortune here for the survivors, and it's Toy Merchant's RNG. That item inside of the toy box is going to be different every game, and I feel like they personally would have preferred the syringe to the elbow pad, but I don't believe, to my knowledge, there's any way to predetermine what the item inside of that is going to be. So is going to be one of the casualties of it. As Mechanic, an interesting decision here, but not one I hate. They get trapped in, so they actually use the Mechanic bot to vault the window for them and take that damage so that they can go unhealthy. So does burn half of that controller, but they do stay full HP for the moment. It's a nice stun onto the Mad Eyes afterward. We'll just go ahead and drop this next pallet, as Mad Eyes certainly just going to try and stay caught on to the side of the Mechanic here, but especially with Forward in the area and not really a great access terminal, it's going to be a little bit difficult here for our Mad Eyes to try and catch up here. As How to Play Game still looking for the first hit. Didn't stay on the terminals quite as long as the side of LX, but How to Play Game is going to go for the blink hit here. Mechanic could try and get on the tram, but could potentially be a bit dangerous, so isn't going to opt for that decision. Just going to try and rotate around, as First Presence does come in here. Is just going to try and trap this Mechanic, and Mechanic could try and use the bot here, as it is actually just going to be Forward, sacrificing a hit of damage. As nice here, another doll hit now, as it will be the controller dead. Forward ended up taking a bit of damage for what ends up being no reason, but is now going to become the chase target. Could use some ball to try and make distance here, but is just going to be a turn to the controllers here, are onto the monitors for the Mad Eyes, as Forward not really able to get any distance, not going to try and force it, as again, does have a lot of ball to work with, does have Flywheel as well, so we'll see what Jason, the Forward here, wants to do. Is just going to use ball to try and get away here, gets over to this next window, has a little bit longer to kite, as a lot of this energy being wasted in the local area, so Mad Eyes going to struggle pretty heavily here. No blink for 90 seconds, and really needs to try and get this Forward, who still has 3/4 ball.
You know, I must say, even if Forward were to expend his ball in this area, Mad Eyes isn't really that good in terms of chase, and Forward does have boosted pallet dropping speed as well as window and pallet vaulting speed. So even if he were to use up his ball, he still has Flywheel as well as those extra buffs available to potentially raw kite this Mad Eyes, as he does pull more distance into the next kiting area, as the one he was in is blocked off. But Mad Eyes is going to be pulling a wall in order to corner that Forward. Beautiful Flywheel from the Forward, immediately pulling more ball into the next kiting area. We do have the Journalist here for support with the Orpheus. However, this is going to be a little bit more slow to coding, as there are only 2 survivors that can potentially be on Cypress. However, there is going to be a nice hit down over the window.
And yeah, if he was even a little bit slower there, wouldn't have been able to get it, but is going to fortunately find that hit in the last moments as Journalist put some effort in to try and help harass there, but not going to be able to get what they need at the end of the day, as Mad Eyes is going to go ahead and lose a bit of Cypher progress here. 2 Cyphers have been popped, 1 Cypher at 35%, then another couple at very low, but Journalist takes a chip here, as fortunately the Journalist is going to be able to send the doll over to try and get this rescue, but the Mad Eyes wall is going to deny it, and there's not really anybody left to rescue this forward in the local area. Looks like Mechanic is going to run across the map to try and get here. They did pick up that elbow pad from the Toy Merchant toy box, so they will be able to get blessed with a little bit of fortune, as it is going to be one wall tile not going to connect here. Toy Merchant takes a hit and a chip, but it will be now on to the side of the forward. Tide Turner is available for both of them for a little bit here, but nice rescue. They're able to get the forward off safely, as unfortunately for the forward, not going to be the most safe here with Mad Eyes walls here to harass, as shouldn't be the most difficult catch for the side of Mad Eyes, as forward is going to get trapped in once again here, but Mad Eyes doesn't actually have a way in without blinking, so really doesn't know what he wants to do here. Is going to have to just go over his own wall as forward starts to get away, but Mad Eyes losing control over this game here with these survivors getting off, as Journalist now going to get looked at. Mad Eye is going to try and harass the Cyphers a little bit more, but again, struggling out a little bit, wants to try and break maybe this pallet and this catapult, but again, really going to need to figure out how to get back in control of this game, because he doesn't have a teleport. He can't get over here that quickly, but will be able to box people in for a moment, but could potentially see a hit take here from the side of Mechanic. And yeah, they are just going to vault this window to get over it, so are going to make what I would say the correct decision. Unfortunately, Mad Eyes, nice trap again as forward, going to be in a bit of a difficult situation now.
Yeah, it's important to note as well, after that forward was rescued, he was given a perfume. There is going to be used right there, hopefully to pull a bit more distance from the Toy Merchant who came in to rescue him. So he's not completely rock fighting. Is going to go, oh! Very good blink from that Mad Eyes. He did go back into that good kiting area, however that blink did end up making his kite go a little bit. So that's going to be a beautiful chip onto the Toy Merchant.
And yeah, Toy Merchant thought they could maybe beat that wall and get out, or that the wall would be a little bit of a thinner angle or a sharper angle, but it is going to be a nice chip onto the Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant is going to go down here. The one bit of fortune for them, they do have exit path and they are pretty far away, so it is going to be a bit of a challenge for the Mad Eyes to get value on it, as almost an immediate rescue it looks like, as Mad Eyes going to come in. It is going to be now a Journalist having to go over this window here as Tide Turner available. Journalist going to take a chip. It could be a double down here. Forward is going to get hit here, and that Tide Turner is going to leave 2 dying. Winter tried to come in and maybe offer a triple down, but it will be Mad Eyes getting back in the game here. A lot of tempo off of this, as it will be a double down here, as Toy Merchant now going to get boxed in, knows that exit path is an option, so nice decision there, as Toy Merchant now going to struggle to find success.
Yeah, no, Meta is in a really good position right now. There's 3 survivors on the ground. They all have exit path. However, against a character like Mad Eyes, you want to make sure you use your exit path, your self-heal, at just the right time, as there are plenty of opportunities for you to suddenly get down across the map when he isn't even near you. But it does look like Mechanics is going to be in the area trying to heal up that Toy Merchant, but Mad Eyes caught on quite early and trapped in that Toy Merchant. The Mechanic can't actually get in.
And yeah, the good news for the Mad Eyes here is that he still has a good bit of time left in the game that he's able to stall out. Toy Merchant down, of course, is going to be a lot of damage continued on. Forward has been sent back to the manor already, and he only needs a 3k to tie this game. The one bit of silver lining for the survivors is that while they technically still need 3 ciphers completed, they really only need to decode 50, maybe 60 more % here to finish off this game. They have a cipher at 90, then they have 3 ciphers at half. So it's not actually the most decoding in the world that they have to do. Maybe a full cipher worth to get 2 of those half ones done, but they do still have ways to get out of this game. Toy Merchant is finally going to get chaired here after that chip down earlier, as Journalist finishes that 90% cipher. Progress being put onto this other one of these halfway done, 65% now, as Toy Merchant will sit on the chair for a little bit, has a catapult broken as well, so is going to be a bit of a difficult save here, but especially if they can make it happen here, there's still a lot of ways for these survivors to keep this game going.
For sure, the survivors have very few resources left, besides that one elbow pad from the Mechanic. However, it looks like Mad Eyes is not only going to be pressuring this rescue, but also their ciphers, as the walls are going to be going on all of the active ciphers that have decoding progress. So it's really just a matter of seeing if what the survivors are going to do, if they're going to try and force the rescue, or if they're just going to try and pressure the ciphers as much as possible, given that this is a Mad Eyes with full presence and lots of energy.
As, yeah, Mad Eye's actually going to try and get over his own window, but ends up getting himself a little bit stuck there, but able to free himself as Toy Merchant about to bleed out. Really, they're just going to die on chair here as nobody can get in here, as Cypher progress is good for the survivors. They're up to 80 and 73 on the 2 ciphers they're working on, but Mad Eye's one of the best characters when it comes to defending these ciphers. Just going to put up a couple of small walls nearby them, has a couple different terminals to try and play around, so even once that energy gets burned on some of them, can try and find other ways to get value, as we will see one of the ciphers here getting pushed pretty heavily by this side of the journalist here. 90% now, should be able to pop the 1, as again, blink hit comes out. Beautiful flywheel from Mechanic. Amazing. As it was a nice attempt by the Mad Eyes, but a better one by the Mechanic, as they'll get away with the elbow pad for a bit here, but not really able to draw the most distance. Tramps here in 30 seconds, so nothing to save them. Mechanic goes down on the back wall. Journalist pop the 4th cipher. Now they have 77 and 47. 1 cipher still remains untouched, as just gonna trap Winter Snow in here. How to Play Game really wants to just secure a 4K, as Winter Snow gonna put themselves under the Mad Eyes, so Mad Eyes ends up trapping themselves in here as they trap this survivor, but double walls vaults over it, so not going to be the biggest problem for them, as Journalists now trying to figure something out. It looks like they're hitting a chest here, as again, if they get 4 killed in this game, it is going to be a round win for this Hunter, so definitely wants to force the 4K if he can get it, and now has a good opportunity to do so.
Yeah, no, it's important to note, not Mechanic. Journalist did end up picking up a rugby ball, however, that isn't going to really do much, as Mad Eyes is already on the Journalist trail, trapping her in, and it seems that this isn't going to take very long before the Mad Eyes is going to be able to get the Journalist down. However, Mechanic does end up using that exit path, that self-heal, in order to potentially get away from this Mad Eyes, and if anything, either alter the consoles or force that decoding progress onto the 1 last cipher, both of which that have been decoded have 47% and 77%, as well as 1 undecoded cipher.
As, yeah, will be up now 77% decoding on the cipher, but again, not really super easy to get to, as they do have other ciphers to try and work on now that both survivors are back up, but once Winter Snow gets down, they're not going to be able to pick themselves up again, so Mad Eye's putting a lot of pressure over towards this Mechanic, who is doing a good job dropping walls at the moment, as Mechanic going to use the basement here to try and help stall, as that terminal going to run out of energy here, so is it going to be a bit of a challenge, as it will be Journalist now actually getting spotted out, but stuck in this corner still. There's really not much you can do if you're to do, so it is going to be a difficult one. Just going to vault some windows at the moment. Looks like they might be fine just leaving it. No, he's going to vault it out on accident, as we'll get the hit on Journalist. It is going to be another down here for this Mad Eyes Hunter, but exit path available on the Journalist, but the problem is, again, they can't decode here. There's no way to really decode, so is going to be able to find a syringe here. Mechanic is going to be able to heal up here, but trying to force dungeon is going to be a very tall task with how long this Journalist has on that bleed out timer, and while exit path will come in, they will be able to pick themselves up here. It's still looking very difficult to get a single escape here.
You know, for sure, the Mechanic has expended the exit path, whereas the Journalist still has it. It looks like how this match is going to go is either going to be a bleed out session, or it's going to just be a matter of Mad Eyes pressuring them, pressuring their ciphers, pressuring their locations until they inevitably get chipped down, until all of the resources are gone, including those self-heals. And, you know, once those self-heals are dealt with, especially against a hunter like Mad Eyes, there's really no coming back from it, and there's very, very little chance after that of getting any form of escapes, any one escapes, any dungeon escapes.
Beautiful flywheel. Yeah, Mad Eye's now going to be forced to blink to get this hit here. Got pallet mind gamed there as well, so did have to expend that blink to get a hit here. Is going to go straight back into the terminal. He wants to keep Journalist trapped in here, and now that he's in chase with Mechanic, once they get this down, Journalist is going to need to get some tempo going, need to pick themselves up and get away, or it will just be a 4-kill, as again, casual players, they were able to get 1 escape with their survivor team the night, able to clutch it out at the end, so if it is a 4-kill here from the Mad Eyes, then they will be able to secure the round win in a classic 5-3 fashions, or 6-3 fashion. So we'll see if they're able to do it. Mechanic now is stuck on a pallet here. Baits it once, not going to get the hit over the pallet, not going to get it again, not going to get it again, as Mechanic is going to keep on the kite here, still trying to get some value. Doesn't have enough healing juice left to get this syringe heal, as pallet is going to be forced down now, as will be the break from the Mad Eyes coming out. Mechanic trying to true kite for their life here, and really for the round here. here. And again, it is still possible to win the match after losing a round, but a much more difficult task is how to play game. Gonna get on the terminal. They're gonna once again gonna come block this Journalist in. Journalist though, may be able to get out for the moment. Exit path is gonna get used here to do now. Trying to stall it out, trying to get away from this terminal view. Will take a chip, but stays free for the moment. As nice escape there from the survivor of H2O here. Is again to do gonna take a catapult here. They're trying to stall, trying to get away and buy time as Mechanic has gotten lost as well. So Mad Eyes now potentially losing that bit of control he had on the game. A nice play by To Do, takes the chip to avoid getting trapped in. So they are going to continue working on this Cypher machine here. As again, if they are able to pop anything, they will be able to get it. As terminal fuel getting wasted, they want to try and get the coding done here because they can still force a single escape, but a lot of energy being wasted here, but a nice chip on Journalist To Do down here as Mad Eye's back in the same position in chase with the Mechanic, or at least knows their close nearby location as Big Wall comes out here, and that could be what the Mad Eyes needed to get this 4K as Wall's going to continue going up, swings at the terminal as Winter Snow appears trapped in here. Able to double vault this window as will be a kill here. Mechanic has Flywheel, is going to get the Flywheel to get away. They will get to the pallets here, but they have to stall Journalist's bleed out timer and get to the dungeon, which should realistically be an impossible task, as we'll see if Winter Snow's able to try and make it happen as Journalist crawling around here, just trying to get to something, but now it will be the death of the Mechanic here. Stuck in a corner, no Flywheel. Emote for the bit, charge attack here, and it should be the secure 4K. They know where the Journalist is. They, of course, know where the Mechanic is, as we'll see Mad Eyes going over as he's going to trap the Journalist out here. I think he's considering bleeding this Journalist out here, which maybe not needed, but at this point doesn't really matter. Not necessarily a BM or Toxic, and yeah, it is just going to be a surrender. The survivors know they can't get it, and congratulations to the casual players. After a rough round 1, their Mad Eyes picks up a 4 kill, and they win the round 6-3.
There we go. That was a very exciting match. It was a long one, that's for sure, but I think both sides played really well. I think the survivors really utilized their resources to the absolute maximum, and they really took their time trying to get at least one person out. However, that Mad Eyes really did well with the map pressure and inevitably was able to pick up that 4K because of the constant pressure on the survivors, on their heals, on their items, on the ciphers, and it really just wasn't enough for the survivors.
As, yeah, really good work there by the Mad Eyes. They're how to play game, able to win the round despite rough positioning, and definitely showcasing the potential this Mad Eyes has, as it will be 7 out of 8 kills here for our back-to-back Mad Eyes in this opening round. As congratulations again to the casual players for a fantastic opening round, especially their Hunter on that Mad Eyes, able to perform very, very well, secure that 4K. And while they were both pretty long games, it is going to be moving on now to round 2. Moonlit and Ever Sleeping both are going to be permabanned here for unavailable for this second round, as we'll see what the substitutions, map ban pick, and then faction select is going to be here. But anything that you expect here when it comes to the maps, again, we can't go to Moonlit, we can't go to Ever Sleeping, but what do you think that we go for here with our ban or our pick?
Honestly, I feel like there's a good chance we could see, as opposed to setting up for the hunters, we could see setting up for the survivors, as because if those two big open maps, Moonlit and Ever Sleeping, are banned out, there's a good chance that a small map could be the one picked, because those maps are especially good for the survivors. So considering two of the better large maps are already expended and used up, I feel like at this rate, all the teams can hope for is to pray that their survivors pull out something good. However, because Mad Eyes was picked round 1, he is now perma-banned. And for both sides, mind you, because both hunters chose Mad Eyes. So we do have access to those top-tier hunters, like we mentioned earlier, such as Goatman, Hullabaloo, Ivy, Opera Singer, those better hunters that can secure things for sure, considering their high power levels.
As, yeah, we'll see what they want to go for here. Obviously, I'd expect the survivors to ban away that Hullabaloo or that Goatman, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what everything is going to end up falling to as we get prepared for our second game. As we'll wait for substitutions to be announced here. Neither team has sent that final message in to confirm or deny their willing to substitution, but we'll see exactly what the decisions are going to be here for any of those options. As, again, just going to wait, let the teams set things up, take a little bit of a break after that very loaded last round. As, again, double Mad Eyes, both brought us in for a long one, had to reset the lobby twice, so definitely going to be a bit of an exhausting round one here for the players. So we'll give them a little bit to set back up here, as it won't be any bans or any substitutions coming out from the side of the casual players here. Only 5 players on their roster, so not the most surprising that they aren't going to go for any subs, but it will be a substitution coming out here from the side of Hope to Overcome, as we'll see what they want to go. Their Hunter is going to have to head out here, so it looks like they are going to move a player to dual factioning, so we'll wait and see who that double showing player is going to be here. Is LX, after his 3K on Mad Eyes, does have to step away, so looks like it will be Winter double rolling here.
I'm excited to see it because there actually have been several teams that have had to dual faction in this tournament so far, and every time it's happened, it's actually gone pretty well, despite the amount of stress that can potentially come from dual factioning as Hunter and Survivor for a team that only has 4 players. So considering the potential stress levels that come from playing so much in a tournament like this, I'm very eager to see how the new Hunter substitution is going to manage things and what characters they want to pick.
We'll give them a little bit of time to figure out exactly what they want to go for here. Is, again, are just going to wait out for any of these final picks here, as we do actually start to get some players showing up in the lobby here, so the side picking faction potentially already know what they're going to go for here, as it is going to be Lakeside ban. So as you mentioned, those big maps were already unavailable. Another big map in the side of Lakeside going to get taken away here, so it will be Golden Cave selected. No, gonna have to wait for a different option. Kreberg's Racecourse gonna get selected here, so no, we'll wait for the real map pick to come in from the side of H2O. I'd be down to let them play Golden Cave. They've already played double Mad Eyes. Why not go Golden Cave? But again, still a competitive tournament, hasn't been allowed anywhere else, so we'll unfortunately have to restrict it here as well. So gonna have a lot of fake answers here. Ever Sleeping Moonlit and Lakeside, 3 of the options picked up. So obviously none of these maps gonna be available, and it is gonna be the Chinatown pickup. So they've already begun to removed 3 of the large maps from the pool, but H2O wants to secure that 4th one for the moment. So there is no Moonlit, there is no Lakeside, there is no Ever Sleeping, but Chinatown still available, and it's where H2O want to go here. So that is gonna be where we're headed for our second round of this series, as the casual players will have the choice to select their starting faction. They are going to send their survivors first, and considering some of them have been in the lobby for a little bit here, definitely something that they were planning on despite the map.
For sure, yeah. It is quite interesting to see these large maps go away. It seems like, despite the fact that 2 of them were immediately banned off because they were picked and banned in round 1, it seems that there is still a chance that these teams could be banking on their Hunter, as it is known that some of the smaller maps, such as Sacred Heart Hospital or Arms Factory, aren't always the best for Hunters. So it seems like we're going to be picking out those big maps that can be good for both factions.
Yeah, it is worth noting here the global bans to keep an eye on is going to be the Coordinator, the Journalist, and the Knight, all unavailable for this Survivor team. Mad Eyes, of course, going to be our perma-global banned Hunter for both Hunters from round 1. So no Mad Eyes available, but with a new Hunter in, I doubt that is going to be a problem for the side of H2O, as their Hunter did have to go, so Winter Snow is going to be stepping in to that role for the team. Definitely has a decent rank here, so not going to be a new player by any means here. So Winter, we'll see what they want to go for. It is, of course, as mentioned, going to be a different player, so with that territory comes a different set of champion pools. They have reached pretty high into the peak tier, so definitely a competent Hunter player here. Can't really glean too much on their profile about what they are looking to play here, so we'll just have to wait and see what they do want to go for here. A lot of options, of course, always going to be available for them, but we'll just wait and see what that final call is going to be as we do get our survivors into the lobby here as well.
You know, for sure, with a Hunter exchange, with a new Hunter pick, there's always an opportunity for a wider roster of characters. And considering this is round 2, and none of the traditional round 1 picks are banned out, I'm excited to see what Winter will go in terms of Hunter. I actually have no real idea what this who this player is experienced in, so this is all quite new for me as well.
Yeah, the only thing I can get from their profile is that they really like mechanic. They're the S2 mechanic, so definitely a lot of mechanic experience. Their profile is a mechanic. They have badges that say "I love my mechanic." They definitely appeal to mechanic. They have what appears to be an incredibly large of mechanic skins, if not every mechanic skin. I don't know all of the skins, so I'm not quite sure if this is all of them or not, but everything in their collection is just purely mechanic, so definitely going to be pretty heavily leaning on that one. But you can't play mechanic on the hunter side, so we'll see what they want to go for here as we do get all of our players back in the lobby here. For the side of casual players here, we'll wait for them to ready up here, and then we'll head things on into our second round of the series here as we start things out with our first half.
You know, I'm very excited to see, because both teams have been performing really well so far. And with the event of a new hunter being chosen for one of the teams, like I said prior, there is a lot more room for new roster picks, new hunter picks. So before we start, I'm just going to ask everyone in the live chat, who are you hoping to see in terms of hunters for this player to choose?
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see if it is going to be one of these meta options or not, as again, it is a survivor main on their team, or it is a survivor player for their team, so potentially not the most ranked experience. They're actually yet to play a hunter ranked game this season, and while they have played over 300 survivor goes, they haven't had one in hunter yet, so potentially do still have the ability to pull out those meta hunters because they aren't used to having them banned away in ranked. So you're gonna have the ability to go for the hullabaloo, go for something like that Goatman. Obviously, I expect one of them to get banned, but we'll see what they want to go for. Again, a lot of options are going to be available for them there. Pretty high account level, obviously, of high ranks on both sides. So we'll be able to go for whatever they want here. As we'll wait it out here. Still going to give these final survivors a moment to ready things up, as a couple players have actually swapped sides now in the lobby, so we'll get everything solved out here and get going into the lobby. But talking about off meta picks, obviously we've seen Mad Eyes show up here, but looking at off meta, is there anything that you'd potentially want to see here? Not necessarily when it comes to good characters, but just something you'd want to see picked.
Clerk is my favorite hunter. I love
these games
watching,
to go for 30 minutes.
I love watching Clerk gameplay. Immediately banning out that Syrian Priestess, no hesitation from Winter right there. Honestly, two valid characters to ban, especially on a map like Chinatown, where there are a lot of good opportunities for portals. They're gonna be banning out that Geisha though, which is a bit of a surprise ban from the survivors.
Yeah, they actually do hover off of it for the moment. As a bit of a bait there with the Geisha, end up going back for that Goatman. Is gonna lean that one away from the pool, as yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, nobody should be surprised to see Priestess banned on Chinatown, one of the infamously strongest characters on the map. Seer, obviously, in that tier of meta characters as well, so not surprised to see him banned away. We obviously talked about him for a little bit before that first round, so we'll head things on back over to the survivors here. They get to pick up two of their characters here. Antiquarian is going to be the first hover for them, so we'll see if they lock that in here. Not exactly sure what hunter they're expecting at this point, so we'll give them a little bit of time to decide here for their final, as it is going to be a swap over, step away from that Antiquarian. They're going to move to the Puppeteer, still get to lock it in here, so not in any type of rush by any means, but we'll wait and see what they want to go for. Puppeteer Barmaid going to be the hover here, so definitely can't really expect a Hermit anymore, but Puppeteer Barmaid going to be the lock-in for the survivors.
You know, definitely two characters that have good synergy with each other, as Puppeteer cannot be healed, and Barmaid can just give him drinks to heal him up by 2 chips to give him 2 more uses of his puppet, if done properly. So I think characters like that, characters that are you know, good healers like Psychologist or Barmaid, they're very good synergy with Puppeteer. But the third ban is going to be Fire Investigator, getting rid of that Florian for the match.
And yeah, we did see that come out last game. Ball Juggler was the one piloting that one, which, thinking about it now, Ball Juggler is probably a Fire Investigator player. I hadn't considered the username combined with the character they played, but definitely expectation potentially to see Fire Investigator come out from them as they try to juggle between their airbags. So we'll see them move over. It is going to be the Antiquarian picked up here on third. It will be that first pick that we saw hovered there from the Survivor team. So Puppeteer, Barmaid, Antiquarian, they're still waiting for a full-on dedicated rescuer. Puppeteer, of course, has the ability, Antiquarian as well, but could potentially expect to see something, maybe like a Gravekeeper, maybe a First Officer, could even see a Mercenary or any of the other rescuers. Really, they're all viable at this point, so wouldn't be too surprised for any of them. Coordinator, Journalist, and Knight are all global banned away from them. First Officer has now been banned by the Hunter, so still yet to go with a full-on rescue character. A lot of characters being hovered here. Thief, Lawyer, Magician, all potential options that they're considering here, as we'll wait to see what they want to go for here, as it will be a Magician lock-in here for the side of Traces. So we'll see what they want to go for here. It will be the Magician locked in. We'll see if anybody rotates their characters. No, they are just going to lock them all in. So we'll be Puppeteer and Barmaid for the opening few, Antiquarian, Magician as well, as they'll rotate those around as they wish. We'll see what talents they want to run. What would you expect here? How many Tide Turners are we going to see?
Given that they don't really have a traditional rescuer, I would assume that the rescuers they're probably going to have in terms of Tide Turner would most likely be Puppeteer and Antiquarian, given that she can stun and disarm the Hunter in order to get a free rescue if timed correctly. So, by my guess, given that they don't have the traditional rescuer, like I said, I would probably assume 2 Tide Turners, given the fact that the closest thing they have to a rescuer is that Puppeteer.
Yeah, we'll see what they do want to go for here. Obviously going to give them a little bit more time, 20 more seconds to get all of those finalized here, as we wait to see what Winter wants to play. Winter has yet to play a Hunter game, this set, of course, being the sole substitution. So we do still wait for them to lock in what they want to go, as they haven't quite been given the chance to yet. A few more seconds here to lock in our talents for the survivors, so we'll lock those all in, as it will be over now to the Hunter here. Any final prediction here?
I have no idea. Against this team comp, it could be anything. We are going to be seeing the Undead, however.
They haven't locked it in yet here, as it is definitely,
Nightmare.
if they go for Percy, we'll see it later. Nightmare going to be hovered as well. Breaking Wheel locked in as a Breaking Wheel. I love to see it.
Another shocker. Yeah, no, for sure. The three characters they hovered were Undead, Nightmare, and Breaking Wheel. So either way, no matter what Winter went for, those 3 were shockers.
Breaking Wheel, definitely known as one of the best characters to play into a Puppeteer. Obviously, doesn't really ever care about Puppeteer going into that Lewis for the Breaking Wheel. Barmaid as well, don't really care about the healing, and obviously Antiquarian can't stun him in wheel form. Does, of course, have the ability to stall him out for a little bit when it comes to out of wheel form. Magician, definitely not a character that Breaking Wheel is super in love with going against, but a good trap, of course, counteract as well. So definitely in support of the pick here for Winter. I expect that they are a bit of a specialist as well, considering this will be their first Hunter game, and they ship straight on the Breaking Wheel. A couple other interesting characters hovers there alongside the Percy and the Orpheus, but not going to be what they go for here, as we will head on into this mid side here. Will be the L looking setup in the middle here. 3 players in this middle column, Antiquarian in the bottom right, as we'll see if they do lock this in here. Still waiting a little bit as we see the talents here. It'll be 3 flywheels, which the Breaking Wheel definitely won't be happy with, but 3 borrowed times alongside it, and they actually don't go for a single Tide Turner.
Yeah, that's a bit shocking to me. I expected they would at least want to bring Tide Turner on that Puppeteer. However, it's going to be interesting to see how they work, considering they don't actually have any Tide. They only have 2 characters bringing borrowed time, those being Barmaid and Antiquarian. Everyone but the Puppeteer actually has Flywheel, with a Magician on full kite, Puppeteer on knee-jerk reflex borrowed time, and then Flywheel borrowed time on the Antiquarian and the Barmaid.
Yeah, we'll wait and let this game get underway. Another half a minute until everything gets sent inward, but it's definitely going to be interesting. Again, round number 1 was a 6-3 victory in favor of the casual players, so they are going to be pretty happy with the state of the game on the moment. It is once again going to be up to their survivors to try and get a good result here. They definitely were happy being able to get the 1 out in that first game. The no SCP on the Knight, now on the Magician, able to force that escape at the end of the game, which did give them the round win directly. Obviously, still credit to the other survivors for a good performance in that game. Credit to their own Mad Eyes for being able to pick up a 4K, but the sole survivor escape was what gave them that round win. So we'll see how they're able to do this game going up against Winter's Poland here, as we are going to get things going underway here. Round 2, half number 1, as the Breaking Wheel sending things into Chinatown.
For sure. Immediately hopping into that wheel form, it seems that the nearest survivor is going to be that barmaid. We're going to see, nope, alternating away from that barmaid, inevitably heading towards the direction of the antiquarian, but will be booking it back towards that barmaid. Seeming like the Breaking Wheel just wanted to see general idea of where everyone was before finally deciding to go against the nearest survivor he was close to, which was that barmaid. Only getting one spike before getting out of the wheel form, though, isn't something we typically see. Usually you would want to see Breaking Wheels go for that 2 spike and then into the trap, into that hit down. However, the barmaid is going to continue kiting this wheel as he hops back into the wheel form to get that second spike as expected.
And yeah, this is one of the things that Breaking Wheel really loves about some of the most recent patches. His cooldown, the form swap, went from 7 to 5 seconds, so we really can't afford to go in and out of this form quite a lot. But it's going to be a nice play, gets the Dovlin base out of the side of the barmaid, goes back into the wheel form, second needle, then a nice classic trap up the staircase. Is going to be a nice quick down here for the Breaking Wheel. 2 ciphers at 60, 1 at 20, as Breaking Wheel is already going to move over here onto this backside. It is going to be the Antiquarian spotted, but now going to back over to the Magician here. This is going to be the wanted order target, so they are definitely going to try and keep the dual pressure here on the survivors, as Antiquarian will come in here for the rescue. Actually just going to drop wheel form, not even going to go for a needle on Antiquarian here. Considering they just hit the Antiquarian here, I'm shocked to see them not go for a needle, but it is going to be a couple of stuns here. 8-second disarmament here, as the Breaking Wheel just going to walk away from the Antiquarian. Going to actually change over to wheel form here. They know they're stunned for a bit, as barmaid should be able to pop this Dovlin, so will be healed up here now. The Breaking Wheel would love to try and get that second needle for the insta-down, as barmaid going to be forced to try and remix a drink here, but not really going to be able to get the most out of it. As some nice performance here on the kite from the side of the barmaid, is Breaking Wheel struggling a little bit to try and get this hit. Does have that needle extension once again here, so should be able to get the second tick here. Is going to get it onto that barmaid. Drops the wheel form a bit early, maybe could try and get back over to it, but we'll see how the trap goes here. Going to go down and dodges it. Nice by the barmaid. Should still get hit here, but able to stall out for a little bit. Nice flywheel for the moment, but is going to get hit down here. Single hit with the 2 needles is going to be enough, as barmaid goes on the chair for the second time. 2 ciphers done, 1 at 65, 1 at 50.
For sure, the Antiquarian does actually have wanted order, so it might be a bit risky, considering that the Breaking Wheel can just head over right to her, which is already quite bad because she has a hit. However, it's going to be the Magician seemingly coming in for the second rescue on this barmaid.
And yeah, the Magician is going to use a wand here to dodge out on the first needle, but Breaking Wheel obviously isn't going to lose any time getting that hit onto the Magician clone, so definitely potentially a bit of an early wand here by that Magician, as nobody else is coming for the rescue, and barmaid's just dead, as it will be an immediate turn. The Breaking Wheel here, nice flywheel from the Antiquarian to dodge the ability from a snap here, but we'll see a blink down. Yeah, Antiquarian is just going to get picked up here, as nice by the Breaking Wheel, able to keep the tempo going, but the real problem here is that you trade 4 ciphers for a kill and a down, so we'll see another cipher started up here. Not going to be able to get a lot of tempo due to the Hunter's location, but we'll head back into the wheel form now, moving on over to the side of the Puppeteer, as again, Puppeteer struggles quite a bit into the character, doesn't quite have that second Spike Storm ready quite yet, will get it just now, but it is going to just be an insta-down attempt on the Antiquarian. Antiquarian, no flywheel, as nice poke there to deny the extra needle, but not able to get a hit into the wall. The Breaking Wheel won't be disarmed, and it will simply be a down here for the Breaking Wheel, as they are going to move over to the Puppeteer here. They force the first Lewis out of them, so just going to back away to the Antiquarian. No need to get hasty here for the side of the Breaking Wheel. Just going to back away. Antiquarian now second chair, and again, they haven't gotten any progress on this cipher that's meaningful.
Yeah, no, it seems that the Puppeteer did try and get a little bit of progress onto this last cipher machine, however, to not much avail, considering the Breaking Wheel immediately after chairing that Antiquarian did go to pressure, but it seems like the Magician is within the area, potentially hoping to pressure this rescue, while Puppeteer removes his spikes in order to properly decode the cipher with no worries of getting hit.
And yeah, an interesting decision by the Breaking Wheel here. They trump carded over to Peepers here to help them out here, as they are going to get the needle onto the Magician. Magician gets the save, then insta goes down, as Breaking Wheel going to leave the Magician on the ground here. Actually going to move over to the Puppeteer here, so going to get stuck on the car door a little bit, but Puppeteer only at 3/4 HP due to that one Lewis earlier, so we'll see the Breaking Wheel get one needle. Doesn't quite have that Spike Storm available yet, so we'll wait and see what the Breaking Wheel wants to do here. There's no decoding progress being made. It won't be that third needle wheel prick on, but Puppeteer ends up putting himself into a Lewis here. So the second this ends, a snap would be enough to kill this Puppeteer out, as Breaking Wheel is going to get it well timed, gets that down. Now 2 downs here. Magician does have an exit path here to work with, so is going to be able to try and get something going as Magician picks himself up. Antiquarian going to become a chase target, as Magician just going to become the new target here after picking himself up, gets insta-needled by the Breaking Wheel, is going to be another set by that Spike Storm. So going to try and get on Puppeteer, not going to be able to get picked up here by that Magician. A little bit too little HP on it, as Snap not quite available here for 6 seconds. As if the Magician does kite for that long, it will be a Snap, but just goes down, walks into the trap, will get picked up here, and at this point it should be a guaranteed 3 kill for this Breaking Wheel. Probably can extend it to be a forced 4K as well. Is going to go into the wheel form, break some of these traps, and move on over to the Antiquarian. Puppeteer does have an exit path to work with here, as Antiquarian could potentially just get hit here. Yeah, is going to take this needle, and it will be the Breaking Wheel now able to down the Antiquarian with a snap. Does have Flywheel, so will be dodgeable here, but Antiquarian is going to have to try and play a tight ship here. So it will be a snap coming out, baits it out with the spin. Antiquarian not going to be able to flywheel it in time, as exit path comes out from the Puppeteer. Forces this Lewis really early here, as trying to move back over to get this heal onto the Magician, but we'll just back up, pick up the Puppeteer here, or pick up the Antiquarian here, as Magician only at 75% here. This heal is not guaranteed to come through. Puppeteer's at 1 chip. Magician has no exit path, and at this point, congratulations to Winter. It will be a 4K for this Breaking Wheel, as the surrender comes through, and well played by the Hunter here, as Winter for H2O going to pick up all 5 points.
You know, for sure, towards the end of that game, things just really started looking really bleak for those survivors. They just couldn't, they weren't able to get any progress onto that last cipher, which was really what they needed to secure any form of an escape. However, the Breaking Wheel, with the constant pressure as well as the forcing out abilities and whatnot and expending survivors of their items, that was really what did it.
And yeah, congratulations against them, of course, on their 4K. 5 points here. So they will no longer be able to lose the round at this point. The worst that they can do is see a tie if the other Hunter is going to be able to pick up a 4K as well. But certainly is going to put a high mark on them, as, again, the side of casual players did win the first round 6-3. So we'll move on now to the other side. It will be the H2O survivors going up against How to Play Game once again. And How to Play Game is able to force a 4K here. They will be able to tie this round and have a nice lead going into the final round. If they do anything shy of a 4K here, they will head into that next round with a at best a tied situation, but that 4K is going to be really massive here by the side of Winter.
Yeah, no, that 4K really was good for Winter's team. It really is going to be interesting to see how this Hunter in this coming round is able to what they're going to be able to secure, what Hunter they're going to pick, because we have seen a few surprise picks in this set, and I'm curious to see if we're finally going to see one of those current day meta Hunters, or if it's going to be another surprise pick. Like I said, I'm hoping we see a Clerk. However, I somehow doubt that.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen off meta quite a bit, so it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world, but when it comes to How to Play Game, we did see them hover that Goatman earlier in the series, so wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if they do step back to one of these meta Hunters. So we'll wait a little bit to see what they do exactly want to go for. So obviously, again, have a lot of options here. Mad Eyes won't be an option. I would expect the Hullabaloo or the Goatman to be banned away, but aside from that, they can go for whatever they want. They've done a good job mirroring so far, so they could go for something like that Breaking Wheel that we just saw find very big success. I know I've seen Gamekeeper get a couple of 4Ks on Chinatown here in the IDV Premier Tournament, so a lot of options here available, and it really is just going to come down to what the survivors pick and what How to Play Game wants to play into it.
Yeah, there are a lot of Hunters. Chinatown is just generally a very viable map for plenty of Hunters, in my opinion. So I feel like despite what the survivors go in terms of team comp, there are a lot of options, especially considering with the very obvious fact that we have seen a lot of off-meta picks. There isn't really much of a worry for, seemingly at least, there isn't really much of a worry for who How to Play Game could go and what Hunter they could lead into for round 2 second half.
As, yeah, when it comes to the global bans, again, we are, of course, going to see the Mad Eyes always permanently banned at this point, never going to be playable again for this set, as we will have the Forward, the Mechanic, the Journalist all unavailable for the Survivor team here, as we'll see what they are going to end up going for. Obviously, no mechanic to play around. Forward and Journalist, not really the biggest losses in the world, but will be what they can't pick here. So a lot of things they can still go. If Seer or Priestess are left available, they can, of course, go for either of them as well. But we have our survivors in the lobby. We'll wait to get the casual players hunter invited. So we'll give it just a little bit of time here to make sure we can get everything good to go, as hopefully our technical difficulties will stay silent for this half as well, as we'll get everything good to go here. But any expectations? What do you expect to see here from either side?
Honestly, I feel like given the circumstances, we could see a few more niche, more risky survivors. I'm expecting, I'm going to assume that most likely we're going to see at least a Priestess or a Seer ban. So probably not any of those common picks. I'm hoping we get to see, maybe, given the versatility of the character, we could see characters like Lucky Guy come out, more niche picks. But because the stakes are so high, given the round wins and the points and whatnot, we could see a few more niche picks. And as for the Hunter, like I said, there is really no issue in terms of like hoping for niche picks, because it's very clear that these hunters don't stray away from any of those niche picks. So there is actually a chance for some late round hunters, some traditional late round hunters. We could see a disciple, maybe even a hermit or a geisha, characters like that who are viable on this map, given the wide amounts of two-story areas as well as open spots for their ability to be utilized. We really could see anything in this map, because reminder, the map is still Chinatown, as that was what was picked last time. So it really is a good map. Like, it's very open, but there are also a lot of really good kiting areas as well as areas for hunters to get the most of their abilities in. So really, I'm hoping we get to see a few of those niche picks. Like I said, I'd be excited to see characters like Lucky Guy come out. We might even be able to see, who knows, we might be able to see characters like Gardner come out, because she is more of a niche pick. However, she is seen in tournaments sometimes, and there are a lot of really good areas where she can use her bubble in Chinatown, in my opinion. There are a lot of tight window areas as well as tight pallet areas where they're very close to each other, and she can get some versatility from her ability.
We will still give a moment to get the hunter in here for casual players. I'm not sure exactly what's happening on that side, but give them a moment to get in here. It's going to be interesting to see. Again, there's really two trees you can go down. You can go down meta, look at the composition, pick the strongest character you think that will go into it out of the strong characters. Hullabaloo, Goatman, Opera Singer, Ivy. There's a lot of things that are still very strong. Even moving down to that next tier, you look at things maybe like the Wax Artist or any of those other characters that we see at the top level. There's a lot of things that can be played that I would consider meta or at least adjacent to it. Or you can play Mad Eyes round 1, and we'll see which school of thought we want to go down for round 2. I would put Breaking Wheel definitely somewhere in the middle. Not the most common pick, but it's definitely not unheard of. I think it made a lot of sense into the composition. So looking into a barmaid and a puppeteer, I think it was a very solid pick here. So we'll see if How to Play Game wants to go for a similar pick, or he wants to stay in that school of thought of just trying to counterplay what the Survivor team wants to pick. As it does sound like the first round he was going to go Mad Eyes regardless of what the Survivors play, based on the chat at that point. It looked like he had committed to it. So we'll wait and see what they want to go for, as again, a lot of options for them available here. The Survivor team as well on that same train. Definitely looking to see if the Seer or the Priestess are able to make it through the ban phase, as they've been pretty heavily focused on in the past. As we'll see if that is going to be the same situation. I would imagine either of them get picked up here if they are left open, but again, that will be up to the Hunter if he wants to ban them. The Survivors, of course, then, if they do want to commit to playing them, as we will get all of our Survivors readied up here. Just give the Hunter a final moment to finish prepping here. As first two bans, Seer, Priestess, or do you think we'll see something odd again?
Honestly, with the way that things are right now, I feel like it wouldn't be completely unexpected to just see the Seer Priestess ban come out again, because considering the fact that we've already expended a lot of non-meta characters for these global bans, such as Mad Eyes, Forward, Journalist, characters like that, I feel like at this point, if there's any time that, if there's any good time for these hunters and survivors to pick meta, it would be now, as we are going to be heading right into the picks and bans. We're going to have to see what the answer is to the question of who is going to be the first two bans.
As, yeah, definitely, again, expect Seer Priestess here. We'll give How to Play Game a little bit to get it. Priestess going to be the first pick, no hesitation there. Not the biggest surprise in the world, as they're taking a bit longer for the second one. We'll see if they are going to navigate their way to Mr. Eli the Seer, or if they're going to head somewhere else. I know there are obviously a lot of options here, and it is going to be a game of what they want, but again, we saw this span game 1, the Wildling taken away.
Honestly, it is pretty fair. He is a solid rescuer, especially in the current meta. He isn't completely, he isn't completely useless, and it is a very fair ban to very fair to ban him, because he is good against a lot of the more meta hunters. At least he was at one point, and it's completely fair to not want to deal with him, as he does have harassment, he has support, he can body block, and he is a solid rescuer. But it does seem that we're going to be locking in the Wax Artist ban.
And I mean, yeah, it's definitely not something that you would typically consider getting banned, but I suppose the PTSD game 1 of not being able to vault some windows is going to strike back, and they're just going to get rid of every option that can make that happen. So the Wax Artist able to wax up those windows is going to get hit away here from the Survivor team. Definitely not the most surprising ban in the world. Definitely wouldn't have expected it, but here's the one that we were missing. There is no Seer ban against a team with a guy that has a Seer profile picture. And yeah, so it is going to be the Seer picked up here. I would expect Winter Snow to pilot that based on the profiles, but we'll see where they do want to send it here, as Seer Psychologist, they are going to send the full meta in this this Survivor lineup.
For sure, 2 very tanky characters. I am super excited to see this Seer, however, because he's typically banned so much, and between you and me, he's my favorite character to play, so I'm excited to see.
I'm not sure what we are seeing problem-wise here, as they do ask for the pause here, so we'll give them a little bit on to figure out what this problem is, as I'm not exactly sure. Potentially some misclick on, or some technical problem on some field here, as we'll give the team a little bit to figure out and solve whatever this problem is for the moment here. But going to be a calm moment for the second as we wait for this pause to get fixed out and league operators to resume our game.
Yeah, it seems we're discussing the potential reason for the pause, or why this pause was. It seems we're going to be immediately unpausing.
It was a miscommunication, it seems, alongside the tournament team. So there's a little bit of a miscommunication there, question being asked and misinterpretation, unfortunately, but it doesn't really matter. We lost maybe 10 seconds to it, so again, no real consequence to that one. Rather be safe than sorry, as we will see the next ban come out. How to Play Game going to remove that batter, so he's swinging a little bit at these off meta picks. Wildly not necessarily the first rescuer some think of. Batter the same with harassing, but it is going to be what How to Play Game wants off the table. Potentially some specialists on this Survivor lineup that we aren't exactly aware of, so we'll see that ban come in here, as the Survivors still looking for another pair of picks here. It is going to be the Coordinator picked up here, was seen in game 1 as one of that triad of rescues, so will be what we see it picked up here. So definitely a comp that I'm quite a fan of coming out here from the Survivors.
For sure, it seems that given the ban, it seems that How to Play Game isn't exactly a fan of Harasser, so it's exciting to see who the 4th ban will be, if it will be another Harasser, or perhaps a character coming out of left field, perhaps a meta ban, or perhaps it's another personal ban, given that the Batter and the Wildling, one of the most common picks, are definitely very fair in terms of wanting to avoid harassment, and it seems that it is going to be another Harasser ban, with the Cowboy locked in as the 4th ban.
As we'll see how it ends up going here as we move on. Cowboy ban. Again, these are definitely not the most on-meta bans, but it is going to be what the Hunter's concerned about. It's going to be what they don't want to go against, and it is going to be a first officer final pick. So 2 main rescuers here, Psychologist and Seer, to join that Coordinator first officer. Wax Artist banned, Mad Eyes banned, How to Play Game, a lot of options he can go for here. Again, we are on Chinatown. We saw Breaking Wheel have some nice success. Not necessarily, wouldn't necessarily be thrilled to play Breaking Wheel into this composition. Not the worst in the world, but definitely not the same prominence as last game. So we'll give the Survivors a little bit to get their talent trees set up here. Would certainly expect 2 tide turners at this point, maybe some borrowed times around as well. But looking into this composition, is there a hunter or 2 that you have your eye on?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if How to Play Game went for that mirror play game with the Breaking Wheel, because considering the fact that Psychologist is on the team, she isn't always the strongest against Breaking Wheel, considering if he gets 2 spikes on her and hits her down, Breaking Wheel can completely avoid the stress.
Yeah, so we will get a couple of back-end issues solved out as well, and we'll wait for these talents to get locked in. Psychologist still awaiting that final decision here as we enter the end of the timer, as we will have everything locked in for the survivors, and we move on to the hunter here. How to play game. He's up against a seer, a psycho, a coordinator, and a first officer, so we'll see what he wants to play. Again, no wax artist available, no bad eyes available, and he is just going to go for the breaking wheel here. Looks like he's mimicking the picks here. Again, definitely is still a composition that breaking wheel can function in. Definitely not as good as that last game's composition, but still some ways to find success here on this breaking wheel. Definitely a matchup I still wouldn't be swapping off of here in rank. So we'll see the breaking wheel piloted here from How to Play Game. It got 4 kills last game, and if they want to go into round 3 with an advantage, it will need 4 kills again this game, but at the very least you would like to secure a 3rd kill for this hunter to keep the game tied.
You know, for sure, I'm really excited to see how this team comp plays into the breaking wheel, because while there are a couple of light counters for the breaking wheel to deal with the seer being good against everyone, first officer being a solid rescuer, there is also the coordinator who won't have as many opportunities to use her gun, given that the breaking wheel in wheel form is immune to all stuns, as well as I mentioned earlier, the psychologist with her stress. It can be completely ignored if played properly. But in terms of builds, we have flywheel borrow time on psychologist, as well as flywheel borrow time on the coordinator and the seer, with borrow time tied on first officer. So pretty standard build for the most part.
As yeah, it is going to be a standard spawn here. It is going to be this bit of a Tetris piece here. Seer, first officer in this middle row, then coordinator and psychologist in that bottom row. As we do again see our talents here, it is going to be mono tide turner, 4 borrowed times, 3 flywheels. So again, flywheel very good into this breaking wheel. So definitely again not going to be the happiest in the world once he sees how many of these get used throughout the game. Is again, it is just going to be a mirror matchup from How to Play Game. Wants to show that he can outperform them on the same picks that they want to play. So we'll see if he can match the performance we saw last game. Another 4 kill, not necessarily needed to win the series, of course, but a 4 kill would give them a massive advantage going into round 3. A 3 kill would tie us all dead even going into round 3. And then anything less than a 3k for this hunter will give the opposition side of H2O a pretty nice favorite going into the next round here. As again, still in favor of H2O right now as they lead the round 5-0, but still another round to go as we will see how this breaking wheel does here on Chinatown.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's very exciting to see all these mirror matches. Typically, there's a lot more versatility when it comes to the hunters' picks. However, these mirror picks have at least been more interesting hunters that you don't typically see every day. So at least we've got some interesting gameplay as we head into round 2, second half, with psychologist, coordinator, first officers here, as well as that breaking wheel.
As yeah, it is going to be onwards to the game. As once again, we do actually have the gelato skin here being used by the hunter. We'll see the round open up. Psychologist potentially got spotted there. Breaking wheel, though, doesn't look like they did there on the corner of their screen as they just move on inwards to the map. As it will be on to do here. It's the coordinator first, so definitely a pretty okay chase here for the breaking wheel. They do have Blink with a trump card available later, but coordinator gun certainly expect it to be used out here. The first needle has been landed on this coordinator as to do, doing a nice job avoiding this second one for the moment as breaking wheel trying to get this hit, not quite able to get it still. Coordinator, nice job here as the breaking wheel struggling to even out here, finally gets that second needle, is going to drop the alt form to do now on a pallet, going to hold out this trap here, going to try and get it ahead of this coordinator, and it will hit this light post, so going to drop a little bit short. Coordinator gun does come out here, is How to Play Game, going to get quite a bit of distance taken against him here. Flywheel available for coordinator, and I'm interested to see him go into the wheel form here as opposed to just running to catch up, but we'll see the coordinator just hang around here. The wheel should want to get out of this form as quickly as possible. Quick vault from the survivor. It's already going to be the 3rd vault for this window as a breaking wheel can come out here, gets a trap, nice land onto the coordinator. There will be the quick down, or the down here for this breaking wheel. Ciphers 67, 60, 50 for this survivor team as coordinator will be the first chair.
You know, really not that bad of a down from the breaking wheel there. It seems that the coordinator did have to use her gun, however, to get that extra distance and extend her kite against the breaking wheel, which isn't exactly the most rare thing to see. Coordinators typically do use their guns against breaking wheels pretty early on to extend their first kite, as she is more of a raw kiter despite having that gun. So if you don't use it if you don't use it properly, there is a chance that you get pretty quickly downed by this character.
As yeah, we will move on once again to the coordinator, of course. Seer is watching at the moment as they're actually going to use the Seer Apple to tank a needle here, which definitely a risky decision here for the Seer, but it is still going to be a move onwards. It is going to be the Breaking Wheel has Snap available, and realistically, that Owl didn't buy them any time. The Tide Turner would have prevented coordinator from going down any quicker than that, so unfortunately, the Seer Owl going to find very little value on this play for the Survivors team, but it will be back onwards now. Coordinator going to go onto the chair still. Does have another half of the chair to remain in timeout, as we'll see Foo Fighters once again on the first officer going to hit the watch onto this Breaking Wheel. First needle is going to go on though. Breaking Wheel, believe he does have second present, so is going to be available to go for the double down here, or at least a read down onto the coordinator. 2 ciphers completed, 60 60 30 on the remainers, as we'll see the first officer come in. Second needle, first needle onto the coordinator, as coordinator flywheels out of the range of this storm, so is going to be a snap, not downing here in a blink really early by the Breaking Wheel. I don't know if coordinator makes it. They don't. They get terror shocked on the pallet, so it is still going to be the kill for the Breaking Wheel. They do exhaust the blink to make it happen though, so will be the trade of the traits there, but Breaking Wheel still really slow here on the overall here. Third cipher is about to get popped, and both of the other ones have been pushed past 60%, so I think it's going to be a very difficult 4-kill here for the Breaking Wheel with how quickly these ciphers are being rushed. 3 ciphers completed, 80%, 65% now as the Breaking Wheel gets caught a little bit out here, is going to move over, finds Foo Fighters once again. He is triple needled already, so not really going to be a point in going for it anymore. Does actually just go for a really early snap here. Not going to actually want to chase this first officer, so just puts a pretty heavy expenditure on his HP pool. Another cipher popped out here, 65% remaining as Breaking Wheel really struggling out on the tempo here. Just going to back away from the Seer, no reason, just going to go try and hold on to these ciphers. As again, 65% on one of them, as it is going to be the psychologist and first officer grouped up in this back corner here. Is just going to be a normal heal coming out here. Is Breaking Wheel actually going to find them almost immediately. Really good map knowledge there, able to track them down immediately. As first officer is going to get hit, he will get snapped, and it will be the first down onto the first officer. Psychologist is going to take 1 chip of damage there, does end up just getting healed away by stress, of course, but better to have it than not to. So we'll see the Breaking Wheel now moving on over first officer chaired, heading straight back into the wheel form. Is actually just going to flip the map here. Knows the ciphers being pushed. 90% though. All 4 survivors have borrowed time here. It's looking like a tie game realistically. No detention, of course, for the Breaking Wheel, so should be at the very least a single escape for the survivors, so they will likely win this round. Nice flywheel from the Seer, is going to dodge an insta-down ability. Trump card abnormal. At this point, I guess you kind of have to here, or the game tempo is just going to be super doomed out of your favor. First officer is going to get healed on the far side of the map. Seer is going to take his first hit here. Does end up doing 3 hits of damage to him, as we'll see the Breaking Wheel. I think you just have to go for the normal hit here. Nice trap to slow him down. It will be the down here onto the Seer. Actually misses the swing, but there's nothing for the Seer to extend it to. Goes down now as another cipher getting started on the back side of the map, up to 20% here, as we'll see the Seer put on a chair.
You know, it's important to note as well, the first officer did use up both of his watches. However, it seems that he did pull a decoy from a chest, as well as during that little kite from the Seer after he was pushed off the cipher, he did manage to farm up 1 last owl.
As yeah, Seer is going to have that owl for when they get unchaired here. As first officer is going to come over, actually doesn't get spotted there. Could have maybe seen the effect, but not going to spot it out on that one, as it will be the Breaking Wheel on toward the psychologist here. 1 needle on, does have that spike storm available here to get that second one onto the psychologist. Doesn't necessarily need to hit another needle right now, but if they do want to just go for a triple snap and leave, they do have that option. But yeah, no, it is just going to be the Breaking Wheel here. Going to go for the normal down onto the psycho. Didn't need to take that time to get the second needle, but Seer Owl protects it. Really good work by the survivor team here, as they're going to continue working that middle cipher. 62% now as the Breaking Wheel going to go for another trap. Does get a little bit off of where he wants it, but in order to drop it, the psychologist is going to get stunned up here. We'll see if they can. They can rotate back around to the next pallet, but the trap misses out here. Really unfortunate for the Breaking Wheel, as we'll see it once again. Psychologist rotating back around. This last cipher is now going to be primed. Abnormal's available, and now that he's in wheel form, you just pop it. Good play by by them, as they know they have the borrowed time and would love to get the healing, but if they let this Cypher get abnormal, the Psychologist could be in a lot of danger. So Breaking Wheel is going to come back here. Trap going to miss on the Psychologist once again here. Really unfortunate again for the side of How to Play Games. We'll see another trap come out here. It will be the, I think, 5th one now towards the Psychologist, as Jason doing a fantastic job staying away from them. Of course, did get hit by one of them, but stayed safe, as will finally get marked up here. Psychologist is going to go down here. Both gates are going to be worked on. There is no Tide Turner available, and here's a risk here. How to Play Game is actually going to go pressure this gate. Goes to First Officer. The gate is already open, as First Officer just going to stall as long as they can, but not even going to take a second needle here, so they can just de-needle themselves. As I'm shocked that the Seer hasn't opened the second gate yet. They're going to 99 it for the moment, as Psychologist is just going to get picked up here, go on chair. Second door is opened here, and the survivors now have a decision to make. They can go for the triple escape to maximize their advantage going into the next round, or they can take the tie, win the round, keep an advantage. A tie still gives them an advantage into round 3, but they could make a round 3 very difficult for the opposing team. Is actually thinking about it, it doesn't matter. They should just leave right now. If they win that next, if they tie that next round, yeah, no, there's no reason, there's no benefit to them getting a third escape right now. So they should, I think they've realized it, or they've already realized it. So they are just going to take the tie here, as there's no difference in the grand scheme between a 2 escape or a 3 escape. So take the tie, they win the round, and the Breaking Wheel is able to secure a tie, but based on what they needed, it's not necessarily the best result for casual players.
You know, for sure. I do think they were potentially considering distracting the Breaking Wheel with that Seer kiting on his gate towards the end, potentially having the First Officer come in to rescue. However, they did inevitably decide that the tie was really the best decision there. They already have a really big advantage going into this next match, so I do think just securing the tie there was good. But inevitably, really good gameplay from both factions. Good game to both teams there, and yeah, really good gameplay from everyone.
As looking at the score, thinking about it, with the result that we got, it's currently an 8-10 lead in favor of H2O. If they went for that extra escape, they would have changed it on over to what would have been, I suppose, 7-11, but there is no difference in that. It's currently 1 round win per team, and either way, H2O is going to have the advantage when it comes to these points. So the side of casual players must win this round in order to win this matchup. If the side of H2O are able to tie the round, or if they're able to win the round, it will be a win in favor of H2O. Casual players must outperform their opposition in this next full round.
Yeah, the stakes are really high for the teams right now. It's going to be exciting to see what hunters they go, as we do have for both sides the Mad Eyes as well as the Breaking Wheel permanently global banned. So we have those two. Certainly a shocker pick for the Mad Eyes, but relatively uncommon pick for the Breaking Wheel. So it's going to be interesting to see, because as similar to round 1, we still do have the round 2, my bad. We still do have some of the more meta picks available, like that Goatman or that Hullabaloo even. However, given the pattern of what hunters have been being chosen, I certainly wouldn't be surprised if another non-meta surprise pick were to come out.
As we will move on now to round number 3, map banning phase. It will be H2O to ban. Lakeside Village and Chinatown are going to be permad for the side of round 3. They will be unavailable. It is worth noting, now we are once again back to the side of Moon River Park and Ever Sleeping Town being available once again here in the map pool. So H2O does have the map pick here. Obviously, it will come down to what they want to ban away here. Then the casual players will pick what they think they can perform on, because again, they must get more kills than they let happen to them. So they do need a positive result in this round in order to win the series. So definitely going to be a tough ask for them. But at this point, you're in the round of 32. You're heading into round 3 of the series. You have to make something happen. So we'll see what it is going to end up being for them here as we wait for the bans coming in from H2O.
Yeah, the stakes are definitely high for the casual players right now, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play this and what they want to go for. They are going to need some really good results from their hunter as well as their survivors, so it's really just a matter of seeing which team is going to be playing which faction first. If it's going to be Hope to Overcome playing the hunter survivor first, as well as casual players playing hunter survivor first. It's going to be not too long until we see what the faction rules are going to be, but we're currently deciding on what the bans are going to be for the map, and it seems that the first map ban is going to be Arms Factory.
As yeah, we'll see exactly what they want to go for on this pick now that they do see that decision being called for there. As Arms Factory banned away, casual players now have a lot to choose from. They can't go to Arms Factory, they can't go to Lakeside, nor can they go to Chinatown, but they have a lot of other opportunities available for them here. So we'll see what it is going to be here. For the side of casual, again, they need a nice result here to be able to favor it. So we'll see what map they want to go to.
Yeah, my main concern is that the casual players, depending on which faction goes first for them, they might want to pick a more Survivor Hunter side map. However, that hasn't been decided yet, so it really is going to be interesting to see what map casual players is going to end up picking. And it seems like we are going to be deciding right now, typing in the chat, thinking about what map we're going to be picking for round 3.
As yeah, it is again a very high risk scenario for them, as they are really staring down the barrel of elimination now. They have to put the extra work in. H2O, they can sail along, take a tie in the round, and walk away the victors and move on to that round of 16. So we'll see what casual players want to go for here. As again, still going to take a little bit here. They're going to talk about what they want to play on the Hunter side, what they want to play on the Survivor side, and try and figure out exactly what that best decision is going to be for them. As again, a lot of options. They can go back to either of those round 1 maps that we saw. Moon River Park, of course, an option. Once again, it was the initial ban. Ever Sleeping Town was the map that they got the Mad Eyes 4K on. So we'll see if that is going to be what happens here, as do have the ability again to go to Ever Sleeping. Their survivors were able to force an escape, but I suppose Mad Eyes kind of negates the map, as it's such a different game with him involved. But regardless, we'll see what they want to go for here as they take a moment to decide.
Yeah, certainly taking their time deciding on what the map is. However, I think that's completely fair because the stakes are super high for them right now. They take their time, really decide what they want to go for, really decide, depending on which faction is going to play for their team, what they want to go for. They don't want to put too much hunter or pressure on their hunter, but also they want to make things go easy for their survivors depending on which side plays first.
As yeah, I don't believe we'll have any subs to. Oh no, we actually are. We're gonna have a sub coming in here, so we will get a substitution coming in for the side of casual players. Casual players don't have another hunter player. I'm not sure if they are just allowed to force a dual faction. That's just something I don't know the rule on, but they may potentially dual hunter one of their players, or a player that I'm not aware of being on their roster potentially is legally on their roster. But we'll wait for them to figure out this final decision as they have the conversation with league operators here. As we'll wait for that substitution potentially to come in here or whatnot. So we'll see what it is going to end up being here. Yeah, I don't believe they are allowed to take a hunter out and force a dual role. I think they have to just continue playing with their 5. In the previous state, the only other available hunter, LX the hunter, had to leave. So it is just going to be an allowment there for Winter to play it, as after the various lobby resets and the pauses, that was something that, of course, the time restraint became quite a lot longer than they had expected. So it is just going to be moving on, no substitution, and we are going to move to a church pick here.
Yeah, Red Church is a pretty good map for survivors, but it also is very good for a lot of the commonly picked hunters. I know it's really good for characters like Anne, who aren't super rare to see picked in later rounds of most tournaments. So I'm curious to see what the hunter pick will be, depending on which side goes first.
As yeah, we'll see what they are going to go for here, as it will be. Oh, hold on, they're changing around. Okay, we're having a bit of a discussion here, as a couple things are being done out of order here. So we're gonna take a moment here. League ops are gonna get everything solved out, as I believe they might be held to that church pick here. So we're gonna take a second. We're gonna allow the league operators and the teams to talk it out here. We won't speculate too much at this point on what is or isn't gonna happen when it comes to the rules. So we'll give a moment to see what is gonna happen here. But looking onward here, of course, we don't know exactly what map we're going to. We know a couple that we aren't, but is there anything that you are expecting here when it comes to this third round? Any random snipe hunters?
Honestly, considering how much how high the stakes are, I feel like there's a good chance we could see another hunter similar to Mad Eyes, not necessarily in terms of kit, but in terms of high risk, high reward. I feel like we could see a we could see a few hunters that are more risky to play, but can definitely produce good rewards. So maybe we could see a surprise pick, such as an undead is definitely good for countering rescuers. However, isn't always the best in terms of endgame. But but depending on which side comes first, if a 4K is needed, they're going to need to secure not only a good endgame but also a good early and mid game. So really, we could see anything coming out right now. In terms of survivors, I really have no idea, because we have a lot of global bans picked right now that aren't exactly characters that are super popular within the meta. So it's going to be interesting to see how these team comps are formulated.
Well, again, just give them a little bit of time to figure things out, as the hunter potentially leaving. Of course, there were some lag complaints earlier. We saw the reset because of the lag. We saw an extra pause because of it as well. So we'll hold on for the moment. We'll allow, of course, the teams to figure out exactly what is or is not happening here, as we'll give a little bit of time here. A lot of things that will be interesting is it does look like the hunter is leaving. And so due to the hunter leaving due to that lag, I believe they'll potentially be allowed to dual role a player. But we'll wait for that official confirmation or declination from the side of league operators here to get this decision finalized before we can figure anything out and move on into the next round, as I do believe we'll be giving the team another opportunity to remove one of their players. As we'll see, it is going to be allowed to a dual faction here, as we'll move onwards into this next one. We'll see what it is going to be. We'll see if that map ban is going to hold on, as we'll move on, let everything happen here. But certainly going to be interesting, as, again, considering the fact that H2O are incredibly favored here, I suppose, going into this round, in the term of they're allowed to take a tie here. What would you expect from casual players when it comes to risks? Do you think they'll go for maybe something a little bit more exotic and risk potentially having a bad round to go for a good round? Or do you think they'll try and just play stable for a result in that first half?
Truthfully, I think playing stable could be quite good for the team, because we have seen a lot of really risky non-meta characters come out in the previous round. So I feel like it wouldn't be completely surprising if they inevitably, after knowing what the results were, after knowing what the points were, it wouldn't be completely surprising or out of the ordinary if we did see a more safe team pick. The first survivor that comes to mind when I think of safe picks is Embalmer. So I'm thinking there could be a character like that, perhaps a few safe 1 escape, 2 escape survivors, depending on which team plays first and what the results are to be needed.
We'll give a little bit here, get this map set finalized, as it is going to be the side of Church here getting picked up here. So it is going to be onto the Red Church. Definitely a little bit of a smaller map when it comes down to it. So we'll see exactly what the Hunter and Survivors want to go for here, as we'll go on and see what it is going to be. The H2O get to pick their starting faction here. I would be tempted to send my Hunter first, is if you do pick up a 4K here on H2O's side, you do immediately bring an end to the series. But as Hunter, air quote, has more agency in determining the kills due to being a single player as opposed to 4, we'll see what they do want to go for. And it is going to be H2O. They are going to send their Hunter out first, so we'll see if Winter is able to pick up that 4K. If Winter gets a 4K, the series will end on the spot. H2O has guaranteed their win, and that will be the end of this series. But if it is anything less than a 4 kill, Casuals players Hunter will have the opportunity to go ahead and go for a win. They will have to get more kills in that second half than they allowed against them, but definitely still a possibility for either side to win this set.
For sure, given the fact that it is casual player survivors playing, what the stakes are, they're probably going to play, like I said, potentially a lot more safer characters if they do want to secure at least just one person out. I'm thinking they could go, like I said, Embalmer. However, there are several characters they could choose that aren't banned that they could go for a more secure and safe pick to guarantee a couple of people out.
We will get the permanent bans loaded in here, as we will head on into some of these character sets, as it will be the Coordinator, Journalist, Knight, Puppeteer, Barmaid, Antiquarian, all global bans. Of course, Mad Eyes and Breaking Wheel are 2 permanent Hunter global bans for the moment here, but at this point, the Survivors not really too concerned with global bans at this point, as overtime is not a possibility. They're going to play what they think is meta, what they think is the absolute best things available here. So on that note, as we expect to see Priestess and Seer banned. But aside from that, is there anything you think of that comes to mind on what the survivors might want to go for here?
Well, elaborating a little bit more on my idea for the potential safe picks, I feel like there are like characters like tanks. There are a couple of tanks that they do have available that aren't global banned. So, for example, my first thought would be, if she's not banned immediately, Seer. If she's not banned, Psychologist. You know, characters like that can secure things, that can get clutches towards the end of the game, with potential dungeon clutch with if the Seer has an extra owl remaining, or if a Psychologist hasn't been chased or hasn't expended her extra stress hit yet, potentially waiting with detention can secure an easy dungeon, even if there are very few resources left as well as survivors eliminated. So I feel like there are a couple of characters that come to mind in terms of securing at least a couple of people out, because given that the stakes are really tense right now, casual players is going to need to give it their all to ensure at least 1 or 2 people out of the gate to move on to the second half.
We'll see what they are going to go for here. As again, we'll give that a little bit of time to get everything finalized, as we will have the players getting all into the lobby, and we'll get everything ready as we wait to verify a couple of notes here. We'll be, again, the H2O Hunter up against the casual player survivors, so it should be the side of Winter coming back in for the side of the survivors, and then, of course, casual player survivors coming in as the survivors, Winter coming in as the hunter. So we'll wait for everything to get finalized, and then we'll get our lobby started up here. It's definitely going to be interesting. When it comes to bans, what are we thinking the hunter's looking at? Priestess and Seer are definitely high priority. We've seen Wildling picked up a couple times as well, but is there any type of niche ban considering that you think we might be looking at?
Honestly, given the map that Red Church is, I don't fully expect that if she is banned, Priestess might not be within the first 2 bans, because this is a relatively smaller map and isn't exactly her strongest. So if she is going to be banned, I'd say she'd be a less prioritized ban, likely 3rd or 4th slot. In terms of niche bans, I feel like, given that it is Red Church and there is a lot of looping potential with the good kiting areas that can be set up, there is potential for harassers to be picked up to, extend those loops for the kiter. So I think we could see, we've already seen a couple of bans for him, but there is a chance we could see Cowboy or even a batter ban happen once again.
As we have finally gotten our players in the lobby. We've solved all of our back-end problems, gotten all of our rules clarified, and we will head on in now into this next round. As again, it will be Mad Eyes banned, it will be Breaking Wheel banned. We have 2 bans for the survivors, so we can see potentially Hullabaloo Goatman banned, or whatever else they want at this point, because we clearly aren't in a rush to play meta characters, so see what those are going to be. Again, considering the game state, you want a 4K if you're Winter to close it out, so I definitely would be considering just going for something very meta. I'd be very scared at the moment of Hullabaloo, Goatman, and Opera Singer as the 3 meta picks that I would consider big threats right now for them, but we'll see what the bans are, we'll see what Winter wants to go. Again, not the most familiar in the world with their character pool, so we'll see exactly what they want to bring to the Hunter gameplay. Again, I'm sure they wish they could bring the mechanic in here, but not going to be available, so we'll wait and see, get these final few players readied up in the lobby, and then we'll get things underway.
Yeah, no, I feel like there is definitely a possibility for the survivors to go for a Cypher Rush composition, given that they would just ideally want a couple of people out. They don't really need to go for anything grand. As long as they get 1 person out, they're going to move on. I'm pretty sure, at least. But yeah, no, I feel like I said, tanks, decoders, characters like that can secure things, I feel like are going to be the priority here.
As we will allow things to continue onwards here. We'll wait for, again, these final 2 ready ups as we finish some discussions on the league operator side to clarify everything out, make sure the teams are fully aware of the situation they're in, and have all of their questions answered here. Want to make sure that, again, the teams have every ability to not be confused by anything such as the rulebook, but to only have to worry about the gameplay. So we'll get all of these conversations finished, we'll get our final 2 players ready up, and we'll get ready to go. But it is definitely definitely going to be a fun one here. As again, is going to be a lot of global bands. We'll see them, of course, when we get into character select, but coordinator, journalist, knight, and puppeteer all band away when it comes to rescuers. Antiquarian also on that front. Then barmaid, the final global band for the survivors. So I would definitely expect to see a rescuer or two come out in this game for the survivors. Considering the state of the game, they would really love something like a tie to be able to try and get allow their hunter to get a 3K to win the series, but do have a lot of rescuers available still. Gravekeeper, First Officer, Mercenary, a lot of these stable rescuers are still available for the survivors to pick here. So we'll see what they do want to go to on that front. Again, character pool, always going to be the real restrictor when it comes to deciding what characters you want to play here. But for the hunter, a lot of things left for them to go into.
Yeah, no, I feel like given the fact that there is, I'm pretty sure, no chance that we will be going into round 4 or overtime for that matter,
Correct.
The idea of global bans isn't really much of a worry anymore. We could go anyone for the first 3 picks and not have to worry about them because it's not like there's going to be another round that the global bans are going to take place in.
As yeah, we will of course still have to worry about the previous global bans, but as you mentioned, there is no more concern with the future. You win this round and you win. If you're H2O, you tie this round and you win. Casual players, again, they really have the emphasis to have to get something going here, as it will be moving onward. We'll again wait for these final players to ready up as we finish everything for these survivor side, and we'll let them get everything ready up here on the back end for League Ops, and then we'll get going here. As hunter-wise, again, there's no global bans, so while there will still be those 2 normal bans that we will have to keep an eye out for, again, there is a world that both games we just see the Hula Goatman banned away, as again, both of these teams, and while this is going to be a bit redundant because obviously the goal for the hunter is to get as many kills as you can, keeping an eye on these hunters that are known for getting kills consistently, like the Hula, like the Goatman, especially in Opera on Red Church, always able to get good results as well. Again, those are 3 of the hunters I'm definitely keeping my eye out for as characters that can be a big pick here when it comes to, again, a very important round, as in the next presumably 20 minutes, one of these teams will win in the round of 32, one of these teams will not. So we'll see everything getting used here. Any types of pocket picks will be onwards, as we'll see. Moving on, one more player has readied up here. We'll give Winter the Hunter another moment to get things ready here, finalize up this list of bans, check on the Seer, check on the Priestess, and then we'll get things going again here. As again, apologies for the pretty large delay here.
Yeah, no, there is certainly a bit of a wait for the teams. However, just a few slight technical difficulties happening before this match starts. It's best if we just teams get them sorted out before anything else, so nothing occurs when the matches actually start. Hopefully, we really hope that this match will go well and that this round 3 is going to be off to a good start.
As yeah, we have again obviously had a lot of technical difficulties. There's been some problems with the lag and whatnot, but we're gonna move on. We're gonna let everybody finish things up, get everybody checked for the moment, as we will go onwards and we'll see what this next round is going to bring to us. As again, definitely has been a fun set so far, as we are always going to move onwards here in the IDV Premier Tournament in this bracket, as I believe we're done with about half of the sets at the moment, probably a little bit more than that actually. So a couple more sets left to go. I think there's 4 more, it looks like. I think one of those were played earlier today. So entering actually the final halves of this round of 32 as we work on nailing out that top 16 teams. As again, we will have that draw show coming up after the sets have all been played out in that round of 32, as we'll wait for all of this to happen, let every team get picked up here as H2O and casual players fight for one of these final spots in it, as we'll let them go onward and we'll see how it does end up going for them, as again, just going to wait and get everything finalized here.
Yeah, no, super exciting to see what the results are going to be, as the round of 32 is going to be ending relatively soon, and we're going to be heading into that draw pick, like you did say. It must be really like stress-inducing for these teams to see who's going to move on at this point, given that this is such a late matchup into the round of 32. I feel like there's a lot of stress on both teams' shoulders for the survivors and the hunter, as well as those who aren't playing. I feel like there's a lot of potential worries, but I bet there's also confidence. I bet there's also a lot of support from their teammates. There's probably a lot of communication. I'm sure in the end it's going to go great. And yeah, this has been a really exciting. It's been a really exciting series so far, and it's been great to watch these matches that have been as tense as they have play through.
As you know, we will wait up a little bit, of course, still. Make sure everything gets finalized. We're gonna have, I believe actually we're having one of the other admins will try and help with this lag issue to see if we can try and help this player get to the bottom of the problem. But we'll give a moment. We'll let Winter again finalize everything, get ready, finish up these bands, and make sure everything is fully prepared as we can. We are going to try and help out with whatever technical difficulties we can, make sure everything is clarified. And there we go. Winter has readied up in the lobby. We'll get things underway here in just a moment. And finally, we are making our way in H2O versus their opposition side in the hands of casual players here as we head on in to round 3, first half. Priestess Fire Investigator band.
Wow, I truthfully didn't expect that Priestess to be banned so early on, considering Red Church isn't always the best map for her given how small it is and how many thin walls there can be. However, she is generally a good character and can excel even on the smallest maps, so it is completely valid to see her be banned out. But the current hovers for the ban, potentially seeing a Sculptor, potentially seeing Hellember and Smiley Face banned hover, these are just the hovers, so yeah, it seems now Goatman, Opera Singer, Hover.
Yeah.
Will he be locked in?
I mean, yeah, really, when it looks to these three, these are the three characters I would be really concerned about if I was a survivor this game. Goatman and Hullabaloo you should be worried about everywhere, and on a map as small as Red Church, Opera Singer has so much ability to get around and get places quickly, move around, speed, confidence. You can get kill after kill on that Opera, so it is going to be the Opera band away here. It's definitely a decision that they had to come to. They had to talk about what of these three real terrors do we want to leave open here for it. They are going to leave the Hullabaloo open for the side of Winter Snow. Again, Winter yet to get a ranked game this season, so potentially not the most available on some of these top picks here. But regardless, we're going to move on to the survivor selection here. Mercenary is going to be picked up as they hover over a couple different characters here, none of which are going to be allowed quite yet in this tournament. But Entomologist certainly is going to be available. Entomologist going to get picked up here as we will move on into this next one here, and it will be Entomologist Mercenary as we see the next survivor ban, or the hunt. Survivor ban from the Hunter.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like given the fact that they didn't ban out this Hullabaloo, there's a chance they might try and go into a counterplay team in the situation that he is a possibility, given that he's not global or currently banned. Oh. Currently hovering over the Explorer and the Doctor, however, not sure if those picks are going to be locked in.
Yeah, definitely some interesting hovers here. Maybe leaning a nod to a Hermit pick there potentially with that Doctor hover, but it is going to be the Novelist picked up here. I know you mentioned this one earlier today that you said you wanted to see.
Yeah, no, Novelist is a really interesting character to watch for me. I feel like there's a lot of different ways you could play him in terms of pallet stunts, supporting, and distance pulling. He has been slightly more recently picked up in tournaments, official and non-official, because of his recent buffs. However, there is going to be a Psychologist ban, getting rid of one of those solid tank characters, as well as the Seer ban for the third slot. So certainly this Hunter does not want to deal with any of those tank characters.
Yeah, we'll see what they do want to go on for here, as it is going to be a Wildling hover. Interesting.
Seems they are considering picking one of those more traditional rescuers such as Gravekeeper, yet and that is going to be locked in. They were hovering over the Weeping Clown for a second though, who is slightly less traditional, however is very versatile and useful as a rescuer character. But it's going to be the Gravekeeper locked in as their final pick for the final team comp, being Mercenary, Entomologist, Novelist, and Gravekeeper.
Yeah, we will see the Gravekeeper picked up at the final pick here. Again, I was kind of concerned, not necessarily concerned, but only one rescuer when you're looking for a lot of escapes on a map like Red Church is certainly going to be a nice thing to have. Again, two rescuers here. Gravekeeper, Mercenary, both should have a Tide Turner. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe a Sui or two from the Novelist or Entomologist, but considering the game stake, potentially wanting to bring that borrowed time to help them out here. So we'll see for the moment, continuing onwards, as it will be on to the final talent pickup here. 20 seconds to go, and then finally we'll see what Winter wants to play for the Hunter side here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like there's a lot of options that this Hunter could go in terms of Hunter picks. There is that Hullabaloo available, the traditional round 1 pick. However, given this team comp, there is quite a few things. So there's the main concern is that there's a double rescuer character. So perhaps this Hunter could want to pick a more chair camping character or a character that can get rid of those distance pulling abilities like the elbow pads and the shovels a bit quicker.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy to lock in. Dream Witch is definitely a lot more grounded as Hullabaloo the Hover. This is what I personally would want to go here if you have ability to play anything, as Ivy is going to be the pickup here. We've seen some Ivies have a rough time. I know my last set of Red Church Ivy really struggled, but we'll see how they end up going onwards here. Will be Winter, will be Ivy, will be Red Church, Mercenary Ento, Novelist, Gravekeeper, and we're going to get things good to go. Again, a 4-kill from the Hunter ends the series on the spot, and everything is solved because everything is over. Anything less than 4 kills will flip sides and give the opportunity for the moment, as we'll see for it now. Moving on to the area selection here, nothing too surprising, just going to be an L with the Rescuers toward the bottom.
You know, very confident in these picks so far. The Entomologist going up towards Shek, whereas the Gravekeeper heads down towards the red carpet. Novelist in the middle and Mercenary off to the left, as the Shadow Spawn is close to the Novelist off to the left right there. Ideally, would probably want to go after the Novelist or the Entomologist here, given that the Mercenary isn't ideally, you know, a really good chase, and the Gravekeeper does have those shovels to pull distance away. But the thing is, this is a rather small map, so Ivy has no real issue with getting that distance back.
Will be a swap over. It'll be a T on this middle column, Mert on the right side. Ivy's going to spawn on the left, definitely leaning toward a Novelist first chase, but wouldn't be surprising to see them swap over to something else, as again, Ivy obviously has quite a lot of map movement they can get going to. Really wherever they want, you know. Ivy can send out that shadow, get lurking onto whatever player they want, try and get some of those Ostracons set up early, so we'll see which way they want to go. I wouldn't be surprised by Ento, I wouldn't be surprised by Novelist, as we'll head on in here. Double Tide Turner, borrowed time on everybody, as the survivors need to get at least one escape to keep the series going, and the more escapes they get, the better the series will be for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. It is really intriguing to see however, the Ivy against this comp, because I think that was a pretty good pick, considering Ivy has really good Cypher pressure, and this isn't exactly the fastest decoding team. The fastest decoder being the Novelist, who before 50% mark on a Cypher gets a 10% buff. So the issue is mostly with the decoding, the Gravekeeper and the Mercenary here. However, we are going to be heading towards this Gravekeeper, who is at the red carpet with the Yuthian, where the main body is going to be remaining in the church.
Ivy gonna set up some leeches here, is going to put an Ostracon down toward the garden by that Gravekeeper. As again, they're just gonna try and set up early here. They know what the results is here, as it is going to be onwards now, as we will head back on inward here. Moving on now, it is going to be Ivy still looking for this first chase, and this was the sin that the last Ivy I saw had. They had too much time burn before they picked a first chase, and it led to them giving up too much Cypher progress. So I would really want to see Winter pick a chase target soon here, as I believe they've done so with the Novelist, as it will be the first chase here. We'll see how no CP does on it. It is going to be 70 stacks now already. Novelist has to use that metaphor. Really good cancellation, as it will be Winter Snow now working on it. Flywheel comes out here as Novelist 99. No, gets marked by it. He is going to take this first hit here, as Novelist is going to get back up to 50 stacks here. Really good work by the Ivy on that. Blink available if they want to do some catching up here, as it is going to be a send of the Shadow over here to harass onto this Entomologist, as Ento is going to give an Ostracon over here, as Novelist working on some of these pallets here in this back side of the map now, working on it, as again, nice Cypher progress for them for the moment, 45, 60, 60, 25, as they have a lot done here. Now Novelist is going to get revealed, is going to get down here, and it will be the first chair in this back corner of the map here. Entomologist is going to get revealed up on this top Cypher, but not going to be a teleport over, prefers the chair shockingly, so will just be the first chair for Novelist here, as Cypher progress still doing pretty good for the survivors, but they're yet to pop the first one.
Yeah, no, I must say, very good control from this Ivy already, making sure to not only pressure that Novelist into getting him down inevitably, but also pressuring the Entomologist in her Cypher. However, pretty decent Cypher progress from these survivors, as this first Cypher is about to be popped, with the other three at 56, 75, and 27. They are going to send this Mercenary into rescue, though, ideally before half. That's a terror shock onto the Mercenary, though.
And yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get a Terror Shock, definitely the unfortunate character to do it on, but still gonna be really good. It is going to lead to a double down here, as Novelist gonna get hit during the Tide Turner. Mercenary, of course, going to bleed out over time. He does have damage over time, of course, being the Mercenary, but the Terror Shock will still leave him on the ground afterwards, and that is a really good tempo play for the side of Winter Snow, as Mercenary can't really go for another rescue now. He has to go ahead, heal himself up with that potentially exit path if nobody can get over to him, but we'll see what the decision is going to be here from the Survivor team, as will it be the Gravekeeper over in the area to come for the rescue? Mercenary just healing himself at the moment, so it really does look like he might just go ahead and burn that exit path here, as it will be the Novelist getting pretty close to death here. Entomologist is going to come, or Gravekeeper, sorry, going to come in, gets that rescue, is going to now go underground after the first hit is taken, is going to get revealed here, blink hit, but it is going to go on to the Novelist. Really nice work by Winter, as it will be the Gravekeeper now. Oh, trying to get away here.
Yeah, no, for sure. It is a bit hard, though, for this Novelist to get any of his ability back, given that he can't really look at the Ivy in the face, as that will just develop corrosion over time. So this Novelist has just been really trying to, as opposed to Rebound Kite, really just try and pull away from the Cyphers as much as possible, as he probably knows there isn't really much potential for Rebound Kite, given the lack of ability to set the flywheel. That is going to be Novelist sent off, as Ivy now makes her way over to the church, immediately getting a hit on that Entomologist after teleporting over via the Ostracon.
As yeah, 2 ciphers completed, one at 65, one at 28. The cipher progress has really stagnated over the last amount of time. That Terror Shock on the Mercenary really has done this Ivy wonders, as they'll be able to get a lot of tempo there. As we'll move back onwards, Shadow is going to come harassed onto the side of Ball Juggler in this back corner. That Mercenary has been able to get healed, so isn't going to be in an immediate dead situation. As Gravekeeper, beautiful work by the Ivy there to pick up this down.
Yeah, no, canceling that vault that the Gravekeeper was about to do to try and alternate into the next kiting area. However, that scare from the Ivy did manage to not only develop more corrosion, but also cancel the Gravekeeper off of that vault and inevitably get that down.
As yeah, we'll move onwards once again here now. The chair on the Gravekeeper Mercenary is still full kit here. Doesn't have that Tide, but does still have the triple elbow pads, is full HP. As Ostracon going to go onto the Entomologist, teleport in here, is just going to get this hit here. Nice work by the Ivy. So a lot of tempo starting to bleed out here. Again, a 4-kill for the Ivy ends the series. They win and move on the spot. A 3-kill, 1 escape will still leave a chance for a 4-kill coming from the Hunter to win the series out for them, as it appears that Mercenary is unironically breakdancing on Gravekeeper's chair, as I'm not sure if I misread the shadows there, but it will be a move onwards now. Entomologist on chair, Gravekeeper Mercenary held on the far corner for the moment, is just going to wait out here, looking to leech onto this Gravekeeper and set up an Ostracon, but waiting for it to be in the spot that they want it to be in. It's worth noting, everybody at this point knows where the dungeon is. It's no secret, as Gravekeeper now going to get knocked down. Nice reveal by the Ivy there, waited well, as down comes out here, is going to teleport back to the other side of the map to try and hold on to the Entomologist. But with Mercenary's positioning, it's not going to be the easiest play in the world, as again, this team knows what the stakes are at this point. They know that they need a dungeon escape. They're not going to finish these ciphers, which does open up an argument. Potentially, we should have left that Gravekeeper on the chair and let him die on it to try and get that dungeon. But at this point, it's not the decision they went for at the moment. So it is going to be Mercenary. Has to use 2 elbow pads if he wants to get to this Entomologist, but he's too slow. Entomologist goes down, and Ivy should have no problem closing this game out. Gravekeeper does have exit path, not quite over yet. Mercenary gonna go over here, does get followed by the blink. It is gonna be the first hit onto the Mercenary. 81 stacks on this revelation here, so we'll see Mercenary now get revealed. It's a down. Mercenary has been double hit. That will be a down for him now, as Ivy probably going to look to move back over to the Gravekeeper. Is going to be the down on the Mercenary. Exit path used by Gravekeeper. There's no more exit paths, so Mercenary can't get back up. And if they find Gravekeeper before Mercenary bleeds out, this series is realistically over, and we will be seeing the congratulations for the side of H2O as Winter. Their substitute Hunter dual factioning will be able to pick them up up 8 kills, 10 points in their 2 showcases. So we'll see actually in the locker here, no chance that the Ivy is going to find it here unless they're able to spot that confetti on the ground, but it's a difficult site here. The problem for Gravekeeper is that he has to touch a Cypher at some point. Tinnitus is available, so the Ivy has no reason to ever leave this area, and they should spot him out here in the next few seconds. Yeah, Gravekeeper will be attached to now. Mercenary still maybe only a third towards getting marked here, as 80 seconds on this timer here for that blink, as Gravekeeper will go ahead and use the shovel. Ivy just going to try and catch up here, as Gravekeeper trying to maneuver around, wants to be in the best spot that he can, but Mercenary, it's just going to take too long to bleed out. He's going to end the shovel here, and that's going to be a down, and that should be the game. Ivy will see the order of operations here for them, as looks like they are going to go back and set another stone on to the Mercenary, but congratulations to H2O after the technical difficulties. They've worked through everything we've had, and it is going to be a full kill setup for them, as Ivy potentially isn't fully aware that the exit path was used by Mercenary, or at least not 100% confident, as they definitely seem to hesitate there for a moment, but it doesn't matter. They do just wait out that Gravekeeper timer. It will be a double chair, and congratulations to H2O. They get a 4 kill. They guarantee a tie result in this round, and that is going to be enough for them to win the series. So they're going to move on towards that next round of 16, on the way for H2O.
And that's it. That was a really well played match from the Ivy there. Congratulations to H2O for picking up that 4K so well. I must admit, I do think, like you said, perhaps leaving that Gravekeeper on the chair would have been the best decision to make in hopes of getting that dungeon, as at the time that both the Entomologist and the Gravekeeper were on chair, Mercenary not only had full health but also 3 elbow pads. But nonetheless, very well played from both sides in my opinion. And yeah, that was a very good match to watch.
As, yeah, we'll work things out on the back end, of course, to try and keep things afloat later. But for the moment, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past, because the only thing to look in is the presence, is that it is going to be 1 round win for both teams. But casual players, the best case they could have gotten was another tie in the rounds. And due to the result found by those breaking wheels, really ended up being the difference here. Mad Eyes obviously gave a little bit of a lead to casual players, but that extra gap formed in the breaking wheel round by the survivors of H2O gave them just enough points to make a tie, winning here, and due to their 4 kill there, that is going to be the series 1-1, but it will be that second round at the very least secured for the tiebreaker in favor of H2O, as that is going to be the series. So it will be a 2-1 win in favor of H2O for them. They'll walk away with this series, and they will move on to that round of 16.
You know, for sure, very well played from both teams throughout these sets. I must say, seeing the Mad Eyes was definitely a shocker for round 1, as well as seeing both breaking wheels really prevail with the 4K, as well as that clutch tie in the second half of round 1. Very interesting picks, very well coordinated teams from the survivors, very good game sense, lots of communication going on. I truthfully think both teams played super well, despite the end result of the victor and the team who will not be moving on.
As, yeah, congratulations again, of course, to the side of H2O for taking this set. Casual players, solid performances, a 4 kill on Mad Eyes. Definitely a lot of things to be proud about, but unfortunately for them, the road does end here, as they have been defeated by the side of Hope to Overcome, who certainly overcame a lot today. As they will move on, we'll see how far they can overcome their challenges in the future, but at least for us today, that is going to be the end of it all, as we do, I believe, have another series ongoing right now, so definitely go to keep an eye at the announcements channel for the other link to that stream. So it will be onwards, as I do believe that will be it for us, as I'm not exactly sure. I think we might be moving this stream over to the other match. I'm not exactly sure. We'll wait for an update from Wolsey on where this stream is headed. All right, we do have that update, so it is just going to be on that alternate channel. It's going to get put either in the chat or in the description, but regardless, for those of you in the Identity V Premier Tournament Discord, go on, move over to announcements. It will be on Hall's channel there, the B stream for the Identity V Premier Tournament, round of 32, day 5, GSL versus Rose. They're in the middle of round 2 right now. They're guaranteed to move on to round 3, so definitely going to be some more action-packed IDV action over there. But for us here on the main channel, that will be it for the day. Thank you all for joining joining us. I've been Colonel, that's been Milo, and we've been your commentators today for H2O up against the side of the casual players. But for us, that will be it. Thank you all for joining us, and go watch that second stream.